Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the CyberNorm Conference 2021, Governing Through Crisis. My name is Fabio, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher with the Hague Program for CyberNorms. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's discussions and coffee breaks as much as I did, and I also hope that you are looking forward to today's exciting and actually quite packed program as much as I do. So we start soon with panel 3 on emerging cyber orders, and then we will continue in the afternoon with panel 4 on virtual crisis, then panel 5 on cyber arms control, and then we conclude the day with Jon Lindsay keynote on anarchy within order, the political logic of deception. So talking about order and getting started with today's program, I'm very much delighted to be chairing panel 3, emerging cyber orders, nations, regions, and peripheries, featuring presentations by Courtney Fung, that's connected through the Zoom, I think, Bernardo Beiriz, welcome Bernardo, Nnenna Ifeanyi-Ajufo, also via Zoom, and Cristina Del-Real here. This panel is important for our conference discussion because beside taking us around the world through different cases, also speaks to the topic of the conference with regards to cyber norms, the crisis of cyber norms, and how these crises relate to different governance development across countries, across regions, and both domestically and internationally. A former and well-known student of Leiden University, and actually a resident of The Hague, Baruch Spinoza, was one of the first thinkers to argue that actually political and normative crises do have the ability to create something, right? They have a constitutive element to them. And they create a space that requires inclusive democratic responses, both domestically and internationally. And through the cases of this panel, I think, we are actually trying to explore exactly this, how global hierarchies shape the cyber norm debate, but also how cyber norms themselves shape these very hierarchies. So, moving ahead with this very ambitious task, it's my pleasure to introduce Courtney Fung. I think she should be connected with us already. Her paper presentation is titled China's Use of Rhetorical Adaptation in Development of a Global Cyber Order, a case study of the norm of the protection of the public core of the internet. Welcome, Courtney. Courtney is Associate Professor in the Department of Politics and Public Administration at the University of Hong Kong and an Associate Fellow in the Asia Pacific Program at Chatham House. This is, of course, a very interesting presentation with regards to the topic I was introducing, because in fact speaks to the question of how cyber norms travel through space and how they assume different meanings, or how they are given different meanings in different contexts. So welcome again, Courtney. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Fabio. I don't actually know what slide everyone is looking at, so I'm going to assume that we're on the first slide, the cover slide. And I'd just like to thank the colleagues in The Hague for having me join you all today. And I'd like to turn to the next slide, which will highlight the research question. Thank you. So my research question is building upon a very rich and robust primary and secondary literature that examines how China is working and getting involved in terms of establishing a global cyber order. And I'm specifically dealing with this very small question about how China goes about shaping a global information order, which is regarding the norms and rules and institutions that manage cross-border flows of data. I'm going to offer you a very truncated version of the paper. And the way that this paper is organized is I take a descriptive research approach, and I'm specifically focusing on a particular case study about the protection of the public core of the internet. So a very brave move, since one of the founders of this norm, a key proponent of this norm, is literally sitting on stage and in the audience with you today. And what I'm going to be making the case for is that China actually is working to take its views, which it sees as at the periphery, into the center of norm construction. And the way that China is going to do this is by the use of rhetorical adaptation to help eventually renovate this norm content into something more that Chinese analysts and Chinese elites are interested in supporting. So just a quick note that rhetorical adaptation is a term that refers to a strategy and a set of tactics that modify norm content in order to reduce critiques of obstructionism. So you're not blocking a norm, you're simply renovating and shaping the norm into something that you would prefer. In this sense, China is looking to center the state as the public core that must be protected. It's using internet infrastructure security, which was the original conception about the public core of the internet norm, into service of state security. So taking internet infrastructure security into service of state security. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in order to sort of talk about this, it's very clear to highlight that China is looking for a greater role in terms of crafting a global cyber order regarding information governance. This is well recognized in the primary and secondary literature. But in many ways, Chinese scholars emphasize that this is a very natural facet of China's rise. Current global cyber governance rulemaking is not apace with China's increasing technical prominence, as you can read multiple authors attesting to this effect. And in many ways, as I note inside the blue bubble on the right-hand side of the slide, there's the argument made that a fair and reasonable world requires China's greater input and participation. And so one way that they're going to go about this, not the only way, but one way, next slide, please, is to utilize rhetorical adaptation. So it's far less confrontational. Again, this is a strategy and a set of tactics that simultaneously modify norm content while also deflecting and reducing critiques of being an obstructionist. So let me just specify what exactly I mean, the four sort of tactics that have been highlighted by other scholars. Next slide, please. So there's four types of tactics, which you can see running on the left-hand side. Since we've all been enjoying some way, shape, or form of trying to address COVID. Some of us have had a very long stretch at home with young children. I'm going to take an example outside of international relations, outside of cyber, and talk about a basic norm that we might try and establish with our own kids or with our siblings when we were young. And I'm going to use this example to talk us through norm disregard, avoidance, interpretation, and signaling. So for example, the idea of norm disregard is that an actor ignores a norm that is relevant to a given action. So if we say in the child rearing example that the norm is, when you're upset or when you're frustrated, you have to talk it out. You're not allowed to hit your sibling. So you say to your children, you can't hit your baby brother or sister. If you're angry at them, you have to try and talk it out. This is the norm, the behavior we're trying to instigate out of you. If it's a case of norm disregard, the child might say, I know I shouldn't be hitting my sibling, but look at me, I'm still hitting them. I just can't stop. If we have a case of norm avoidance, then the actor is going to make the case that the actor's motivations or actions or the outcome of these actions fall outside the parameters of a given norm. So for example, they might say, well, I'm not hitting, I'm just pinching my baby brother. That's not, being naughty, right? Norm interpretation is when an actor tweaks one or more aspects of a norm's definition to limit the interpretation or application of a norm. purposely sometimes to exclude an action that might otherwise be perceived as a norm violation. So you might come back and hear a response from the child saying, well, this is actually just play boxing. It's a play boxing game. It's not actually punching. It's just me boxing away with my little baby brother. And then you might have a case of norm signaling where the actor expresses support for the norm's values or practices, but they still won't change their relevant behavior. So, for example, I know and I agree that we should talk calmly when we're angry, but I'm still angry and I'm still going to hit my sibling. So in all of these attempts, right, as Jennifer Dixon highlights in her wing of research, all of these efforts are ways to try and massage norm obstructionism to not look so bad, to not look so confrontational. So with that theoretical background, may I please have my next slide? So what are the norms that China's trying to promote? China's acting as a cyber norm entrepreneur. It wants to try and promote this concept of cyber sovereignty, where we recognize that the norm of sovereignty has moved into the cyber realm. So we're extending traditional state sovereignty over human-created cyberspace, just like any other geographic space. So in many ways, they're trying to make the case, these scholars, these elites, that cyberspace is a new state border. In many ways, cyber sovereignty is largely opposed to the idealized concepts of a borderless internet or the internet as a global commons. Next slide, please. And so cyber sovereignty defined, for example, and I'll just read this quote for those that are not reading the slides at the moment. To quote the 2017 PRC International Strategy on Cooperation in Cyberspace, this is, quote, the right of individual countries to independently choose their own path of cyber development, model of cyber regulation and internet public policies, and participate in international cyberspace governance on an equal footing. So the real case put forward here is that they're attempting to correct an international system dominated by Western states and firms. Cyber sovereignty is explicitly a self-protection method for late developing countries as they engage in the internet space. Just as the global South players could only belatedly claim sovereignty over their territory and natural resources, they will not be making this mistake twice when it comes to dealing with cyberspace and all of the questions about internet-related, data-related, sovereignty-related concerns. So what does this mean in practice? Next slide, please. In this case, we're looking at sort of two key elements. First is applying the legal limitations of state sovereignty to information access and content within a sovereign information space. Concurrently, there is the attempt to reorient internet governance to the UN or specialist state-led international fora, de-emphasizing the multi-stakeholder aspect of cyber norm design. So therefore, this is presenting one potential challenge to, an idealized distributed model of internet governance. This term of cyber sovereignty is purposely adaptable for an evolving information landscape and a changing international climate. Next slide, please. The implication of these attempts is that we're now centering the state as the key actor to establish cyber norms and centering the state as the key object of protection. In short, without cybersecurity, there is no national security, is very much sort of the current in Chinese elite debates about where cyber sovereignty can go and how it can move along. And so it's very important to note that controlling information is synonymous with national and state security. And China is one of many digital authoritarians or information authoritarians like Hungary, Iran, Poland, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, etc., that also utilize a cyber sovereignty discourse. Next slide, please. And so China can see success in recognizing its efforts to graft a cyber sovereignty language into mainstream cyber diplomacy. But there is a case beyond looking at the 2013, 2015, 2021 GGE outputs that they're looking to tie these to very specific norms. And so next slide, please. And so there is this interest in engaging with this protection of the public core of the internet norm. So what is the protection of the public core of the internet? It's essentially an attempt to safeguard the functionality and integrity of the core logical and physical infrastructure of the internet from unwarranted state interventions. This is very limited in scope. It's not looking at the whole of the internet, for example, and it's a means to try and promote stability in cyberspace by shaping responsible state behavior in cyberspace. So again, this is trying to work towards establishing a shared commitment to do no harm. Next slide, please. The norm has done very well and proliferated in a variety of cyber norm setting environments. Next slide, please. And it's recognized that there are two possible pathways to try and promote a high-functioning internet as the object of protection by agents like states. There's a layered approach, which isolates which components of specific internet layers are included in the core infrastructure of the internet. And then there's the functional approach, which takes the key function here is defined as the protection of the general availability and integrity of the core forwarding and naming functions of the global internet. So two possible pathways to end up with the same great outcome. Next slide, please. And while there is, great support for the norm, of which many have recognized within the Chinese academic elite that the public core of the internet is beneficial to China and its ambition to become a participant in the global digital economy, for example, there are still 4 critiques raised when it comes to addressing this norm. Next slide, please. And then I'll get into these critiques one by one. Next slide. Perfect. Norm avoidance. So the case is made that the norm to protect the public core of the internet may be relevant and supported, but this norm itself does not actually limit state activity given the relevance of state sovereignty and by extension, cyber sovereignty in managing internet infrastructure. After all, as the logic goes, it is sovereignty that offers appropriate legal protections. So therefore, we cannot really see this norm as limiting potential state behavior. Next slide, please. Then there's the case of norm signaling on the national security arguments again, making the case that the lack of norms to prohibit offensive cyber capabilities that could use the logical and physical layers of the internet infrastructure in an attack remain an issue. Many states, including China, will view the internet as the 5th domain for operations. If the US and NATO can prepare cyber troops, then why is China restricting itself? And so again, this is pushback on the prohibitions against agents and actions in the norm, in the actual norm content regarding protecting the public core of the internet. And I should note both of these concerns have been raised and recognized by the original norm entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. There's a version, also another type of concern raised is a version of norm interpretation. It's still quite vague, the case is made as to exactly what the public core of the internet is meant to be about. There's still this ambiguity. What is the public core in service to? What is the public in this case? And which audience is meant to be the primary beneficiary of the norm? Is the public core used to engage with internet users? Or is the public core of the internet what permits the internet to function unfettered globally? So therefore, the public in this case is the central authority that administers the principal data routes and the computer networks that determine control of the physical internet infrastructure and its networks. So therefore, norm interpretation in this case is looking to modify the norm's focus beyond internet infrastructure security towards a state security function. And you start to see more writings discussing that the core of all of this internet security question is still really the state. Next slide, please. And this is my penultimate slide. And again, this is a very short critique that's come out that again, this norm itself is still too limited in scope. What happens when it comes to the non-physical layer of destructive behaviors? Therefore, this norm is too narrow, and there's more interest in looking for more expansive prescriptions. Final slide, please. So in conclusion, the paper makes the case that China is sort of using its rhetorical adaptation to promote its vision for cyber sovereignty, moving China out of the cyber peripheries and into cyber order making as a key actor. And there's a real implication for how we understand the construction of cyber order. It may not be as confrontational as norm rejection. It may not be as fulsome as 100% norm support. but the relevance of having diverse and inclusive negotiating bodies is very important. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Courtney, for such an interesting presentation, which in fact speaks very closely to the work that we do at our program. And also very good that you kind of concluded by introducing the concept of periphery, which allows us to move to the second presentation by Bernardo Beiriz, titled Cyber Norms and Cyber Peripheries. Can the process of creating cyber norms be one of inequality production? Bernardo is an undergraduate student of in international relations at the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro. So thanks for joining us today, Bernardo. And yeah, please, you can join here, and the floor is yours.
So, hello, good morning to all of you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. It's very different to be here as an undergraduate, seeing all these postdoc researchers, but I guess I'll try to do my thing. So, the name of the presentation is Cyber Norms and the Cyber Peripheries, and it's this idea of creating cyber norms as a way of producing inequality is very provocative, but it's intended to be so. So, do I press? Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, why think about a divided cyberspace? A cyberspace in which inequality is the primary aspect of analysis. Well, there are two ways of understanding this inequality in cyberspace. One of which is understanding cyberspace as an expansion and updating of our ever-existing analog real-world dynamics. So thinking about cyberspace as a partially human-led construction, so that humans are actually involved in producing cyberspace from our materiality, from specific geographical, economic, social contexts. And from that, we may see that these dynamics, which are permeated by inequality, may also be present in cyberspace. So, why study norms with inequality? First of all, norms are interesting, specifically in the context of internet governance and cybersecurity, because they are thought to be democratic, egalitarian, because of its multi-stakeholder, multilateral characteristics, but we may think that that is an utopia at best. So we go back to the basic literature on cyber norms, which is produced by Martha Finnemore, Duncan B. Hollis. I guess most of you read it. And she says, both of them say, that it's then necessary to analyze the context and the processes in which these norms are produced, because looking at the mechanisms and the pathways by which these norms are produced, formed, and developed may also influence in what these norms actually say. And I would add what these norms actually do. And another thing about cyber norms, it's interesting to study because it's something that it's developing while we talk about it. It's something that we may have an influence on. It's something that it's not ever existing. And there's a very interesting edition by Roxana Radu, and she talks about the formation of the normative order of the internet. And I'm gonna stop for a brief moment to try to go back to the title of the presentation and explain why cyber peripheries. Well, why study inequality? I talked about it, but how? How do we see inequality in cyberspace? Well, one very well-studied, well-documented, well-researched formation of this inequality is the digital divides. And I would argue there are two main expressions of this digital divides, which are the material aspect, which are very well measured in ICT development indexes, the cyber readiness indexes, and so on and so forth. Actually, also the different uses of internet by people, the different quality of access, and so on. But also, based on Mark Graham's work, the subjective part of the digital divide, the different and the various forms of co-present that exist in the cyber realm. And it's interesting to think about this subjective digital divides based on the work presented by Frédéric Duzet on the first day, and think about the role of big companies and the practice of zero rating and how people live different cyberspaces and how all of that is connected. So I am going back to the basics here, trying to bring world systems theory and dependency theory to try to make a division of cyberspace into core and periphery. And because I think it is important not to see and to historicize cyberspace, but to look at this division because I think that a structural division of cyberspace between core and periphery can be used to understand some of the dynamics that are present and very important to the cyberspace development. So this is a very brief summary. It serves as a reference for you, but I'm basing myself on the intersection of Emanuel Wallerstein, André Gunder Frank, Teotânio dos Santos' work, and many more authors, and the intersection between both of these theories to think about how the development of the core may produce the underdevelopment in the periphery, and in the context of cyberspace, how the development of the core can result in ignoring the underdevelopment of the periphery. So, which kind of cyber periphery or cyber peripheries I'm talking about? I think there are two main leading types which I've developed, one of which is the interstate or international cyber periphery. And this is understanding cyberspace as being populated by states. And I know this is a very controversial topic because a lot of good authors have presented work about the influence of non-state actors in the internet governance, and I actually agree with it. But I think it's easier to understand the power that states still have on norms development, on the appropriation of cyber sovereignty, as Courtney just talked about, and how states are actually exerting influence not only in the international landscape, but also nationally. So there is a single cyber periphery in the interstate level, which states are positioned about, and various multiple national cyber peripheries. So one national core and periphery for each state. I'm going to explain it further, but this work is actually inspired by Tim Maurer and Robert Mogus's study of swing states in the context of internet governance, how some states which are not necessarily the leading states in these cyber norms development processes, but which are very influential and which have an important role in permitting that a particular normative landscape is achieved. So let's talk about the international cyber periphery. Well, the international cyber periphery, as I tried to describe, would be a grouping of states that are not the leading states in the cyber norms development processes, but are nevertheless essential to creating and enforcing these norms, cyber norms actually. States that integrate the cyber periphery are of utmost importance to great cyber powers, since they play a crucial role in permitting that a particular normative landscape for cyberspace is achieved. The intention of this work is not to say which states are integrating the cyber periphery or the cyber core, but actually focusing on the development of the idea of this division between core and periphery. So it's not essential to point which states, as China, Russia, the United States, are present in the core or which states are in the periphery, but in the distinction between two poles of power in cyberspace. And actually, and it's something important to say, I'm not here trying to expand world system theory or dependency theory, but try to use the analytical tools that provide to look at cyberspace and try to understand if these dynamics that Emanuel Wallerstein a long time ago described are actually present in the cyberspace. So, and this is a very, very brief comment on the multiple national cyber peripheries, because this was not the focus of the work, but when I got in contact with Mark Graham's work, I found it very interesting, and I started thinking about how states have power and influence over non-state actors which are present inside these borders and how these digital divides are created. I am actually also basing myself on the work produced by Fabio Cristiano's work on Israel and Palestine dynamics of backbone control and how that influences the population access to cyberspace, on a more subjective level, how they experience the internet and the cyber realm. So, this is kind of a slide which I try to put it all together. And something that I talk about in the paper as well is capacity building, which is analyzed by Zine Homburger's work. Very interesting, the necessity and pitfalls of capacity building programs. And how does it all come together? How can we understand cyber norms, digital divides, capacity building, and cyber periphery? Because they are all interconnected in a way. Well, first of all, cyberspace needs to be understood by its characteristic of being interconnected. All states, all non-state actors, all members of cyberspace are interconnected in a way. And that has very direct implications for international cybersecurity. Because when we study cybercrime, cyber war, cyber terrorism, we may all look to how the fragility of states or the fragility of one part of cyberspace may influence at the whole. So it is important to have, as Niels and Shia argues, that all states from the global south of the whole world are inserted in these processes of developing cyber norms, cyber capacity. And a brief comment on capacity building, because I think it's interesting to see how capacity building are also a part of cyber norms. Some of it think that capacity building are actually norms, but they are both connected. And we may see that these divisions between ICT developed countries, ICT non-developed countries, or least developed countries, these programs that are created in order to create this kind of cooperation so that cyberspace is secure, can also create and enhance the relationship of dependence that is described by Wallerstein and Teotônio dos Santos and Gunder Frank and so on. So it's interesting to see that not only the influence of leading states, but also these different dynamics that are created of helping can create donor-recipient relations and enhance dependency as well. So this is some further explorations. This is a very initial work that I've done here, a kind of exploration on the topic of inequality in cyberspace, how this structural division between core and periphery can influence the dynamics that we all here analyze. But I think it's important to think about cyberspace dynamics that can be described in terms of core and periphery, how that actually influences specific contexts. What changes if we have this look of core and periphery? And a brief comment as well. This is not to divide cyberspace in the global south and the global north, because the intention of the paper, again, is not to say that some states are specifically at the center and some are at the periphery, but to have a distinction. So I think there are two different movements in that. And as I said before, I was focusing on states as the actors, but I think private actors, non-state actors have a big influence in cyber norms developing processes as well as cybersecurity, and would be interesting to explore that in the future. So this is the end of the presentation, but I have to leave you with a quote from Ignacio Ramonet, which in 1997 said that while discussions are being held about the ideological and the political role of cyberspace, more than half of the world population would never have access to a phone. That reality changed a lot. We're not in 1997, and the world population has access to a phone. But however, this pressing inequality that he's talking about, this point he's making about some people not having access to this kind of development that happened, it's important to think about when we try to tackle some high-end studies about cyberspace, cyber norms, and cybersecurity in general. But thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Bernardo, for this indeed very thought-provoking presentation. I think there is a lot of issues that you've been raising, which will be also interesting to kind of address in the question time. And actually, regarding questions, especially for the online audience, please start sharing your questions online on YouTube so that we can actually plan ahead with this, with the QA session. And also for the audience here, if you have any questions, start kind of writing them down so we can have an organized QA session. Okay, that being said, I think it's now time to move to our third presentation by Nnenna Ifeanyi-Ajufo, titled Cyber Governance in Africa, a Crossroads of Sovereignty, Politics and Cooperation. Nnenna is a senior lecturer of law and technology at the School of Law, Swansea University in the United Kingdom, where she also teaches on digital rights, IP, innovation, and the law and contemporary issues in legal tech. Nnenna is joining us on Zoom, I believe. So Nnenna, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to join and discuss this very fundamental issues. And I must add that I'm so happy that I get to speak after Bernardo. Thank you for that very impressive presentation. This morning, I'll be talking about cyber governance in Africa, a crossroads of sovereignty, politics, and cooperation. And we know that cyber governance is an integral and indivisible part of the digital revolution, and Africa must be included in the global conversations about cyber governance. And you know that these discussions about governance and cooperation in Africa for conflict prevention and stability has been largely unexplored. There have been questions of legislation, capacity building, like Bernardo pointed out, but sometimes the focus in terms of cooperation and diplomacy has not been explored. Again, in determining thresholds for cyber crises, there are always political dimensions. It is obvious what is happening in Africa in terms of political instability, issues of democracy, independence, and this also plays out when you consider cyber governance. And so capacity discussions and Africa's preparedness for cyber conflicts and crises bear so many questions, which I would like to discuss this morning. So first slide, please. Now, the state of cyber governance in Africa is not the same as it is in many parts of the world. Undeniably, the first issue you would always highlight when you talk about cyber governance in Africa is the weak cybersecurity level. And this does not just owe to realities of infrastructure, it also owes to statistics and the fact that, you know, this is what you have. If you look at, for example, the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index report, the latest one, it still points out that African countries exhibit weak cyber maturity levels. There are also disparities in digital capacities and political strategies. It is reality that when you talk about the digital divide and digital capacities, Africa is always ranking low. And various political instability issues as well reflect, like I said before. And what this then means, what this then means is that even in terms of policies and legislations, Africa also ranks low in terms of availability of legislation and policies. And I'll highlight the Malabo Convention and the Budapest Convention. All around the world, everyone knows about the Budapest Convention, and you find that there is little knowledge about the Malabo Convention. Africa has a convention on cybersecurity and data protection. This was passed in 2014. Now, that legislation is robust in the fact that it does not just focus on cybersecurity, it attempts to focus on electronic commerce, it focuses on data protection, and it also brings in parts of respect for digital rights. However, since then, that convention has not received the adequate number of ratifications for it to go into force. What is required is 15 ratifications. So far, only 10 African countries have ratified that convention. This also highlights the disparities in the approach to cyber governance in Africa. And then there is the Budapest Convention. Every year, the Council of Europe has made efforts in the African region. There have been the African Cybersecurity Forum every year to see or push encourage African countries to ratify the Budapest Convention. Now, that convention has existed for 20 years, and only an almost insignificant number of African countries have ratified the convention. And it then also gets you thinking about what the concerns, what the priorities are for African governments in terms of cyber governance, in terms of cyber security, or ensuring that cyber conflicts are managed appropriately. So when you look at it on the face of it, it seems that the approach is a non-prioritization of cybersecurity issues. And that also brings me to the argument that then it means that there is a lack of a united and cooperative agenda. So in terms of a legal framework, Africa lacks a united and cooperative agenda with shared norms, standards, and principles. Even though regional organizations have emphasized that they have a key role, the African Union's efforts have not seemed to encourage a move in the right direction. You also have the sub-regional groups like ECOWAS, SADC, who are also making their own cyber governance strategies without owing particular explanations to the African Union Commission, which is the main regional body. So sometimes you find that there is that not united front. Next slide, please. So I always say that presently what you have for cyber governance in Africa is a crossroads of sovereignty, politics, and cooperation. Cooperation in the sense of what benefits will it bring to Africa? And so in ensuring peace and stability in cyberspace, African views on cyber governance are not homogeneous. And you find that the reluctance of African states to even ratify the Malabo Convention, which is African, and the Budapest Conventions are unarguably prima facie proof of this. So there are issues of politics, ideas of digital sovereignty, which I will talk about, and of course, cooperation issues. Next slide, please. We must also consider the historical, cultural, and political context. Africa were back there in years of colonialism, which I'll still talk about, cultural issues and the political context. So many cyber-related efforts you have going on in Africa often ignore cultural realities. The cyber norms processes, for example, do they really give consideration to the cultural realities and domestic capabilities in certain jurisdictions like Africa? The cyber strategies for Africa would always be different from what it is in Europe. And even when we pursue cooperation agenda, capacity building agenda, at times, a consideration of this historical, political, and cultural context are not understood or addressed properly. And there is also a diversity in understanding of cyber governance. Now, I must say that to an extent, some countries seem to be doing better than others, realistically. But then the understanding of cyber governance still remains diverse. While some African governments are keen to prioritize cybersecurity, others regards this aspect as non-priority. Some have a preference for cyber independence, which to them is always understood as interference with internet access, a means to quash political dissent with the alibi of ensuring national security. So the borderless nature of internet sometimes poses a challenge for them when they are already accustomed to controlling all activities in their territory. And so there is always this resurgence of sovereignty narrative. And so while you have the cyber norms on one hand, the reality of understandings of independence and national security in Africa then means that the cyber norms may not be a reality in Africa. It may just remain theoretical in that extent. Again, international standards often collide with the realities of African states. And I say again that I was so happy to listen to Bernardo's presentation and the often undiscussed reality of his research. I kept asking myself while listening to him, how ready are we for this conversation? So it is important to bear in mind that the significance and influence of any international agreement, covenant or treaty or any international norm is only to the extent to which that instrument is implemented in national law and strategies. Many times you find that international standards or norms often collide with the realities of developing states, particularly for states in the African region, which are at the end of the digital divide and lack the capacity, the skills and infrastructure to effectively ensure cyber governance at international standards. So it makes it literally impossible for regions like that or like Africa to compete internationally and efficiently in promoting these cyber norms or participating in international and global cyber governance. Again, capacity building versus digital dependence. Bernardo captured this again very well, pointing out to the dynamics of capacity building and dependence. I always say that capacity building is a cyber governance agenda, well noted, but colonialism has remained a sensitive issue for Africa, and it is often at the center stage of interpretations to Western intervention. So for Africa, a continuous attempt to emphasize digital sovereignty can sometimes be viewed as a subtle resistance to any disguise of dominance in the region. Sometimes it's beginning to be understood that capacity building efforts are simply for the benefit of the Western nations rather than, creating inequalities. How do we address digital cooperation if we do not focus on digital equalities first? So unfortunately, capacity gaps are not being filled strategically. The capacity building needs of Africa will not necessarily be the capacity building needs for European states. So there are also political, social, and cultural underpinnings to the issues related to capacity building, and transfer of capacity and expertise must be strategized to ensure that digital cooperation, capacity building does not translate to digital dependence. Next slide, please. The question I ask is Africa disadvantaged in terms of cyber diplomacy? Of course, that is the reality. If we look at the cyber norms processes, African countries have been largely absent from the evolving UN processes on cyber norms. In reality, is Africa always given a seat on the cyber governance tables in the same way as other regions? And you find that what further highlights political issues is the need to bridge institutional gaps in digital cooperation structures. The problem of lack of capacity, lack of prioritization, even ripples into the cyber legislation process, and even in the cyber norms process and Africa's participation. So this situation has translated into limited participation for African states in international cyber governance processes. You also have contradictions in legal text. Capacity gaps may sometimes mean unrealistic cyber governance strategies. For example, Nigeria makes a law on Cybercrime Act, and it was asked to be abolished because a section would potentially restrict cyberspace users' rights to freedom of expression. Another political dimension is how African nations deal in diplomatic processes and who they support in these diplomatic processes. And it will be futile to remove the cyber diplomacy agenda from the general diplomacy agenda issues in Africa. So there are usually compromises. You have levels of reciprocity, exchange, political dimensions to the political approaches, diplomatic approaches of African governments. And that brings me to the cooperation efforts between the European Union, Council of Europe, Russia, and I mentioned China as well. Courtney mentions the fact that China pursues a digital sovereignty agenda. That doesn't mean that China is also not seeking digital cooperation agenda, and Africa is one of those places. While I may not say much, there have been efforts to ensuring cybersecurity through regional cooperation, and the European Union and Council of Europe has been at the core, particularly through the PRIDA agenda in Africa, the Policy and Regulation Initiative in Africa. But what is intriguing for me in the cooperation processes in Africa is the political dimensions to it. And that is something that should be explored even by research. For example, the European Union, Council of Europe has been at the forefront of efforts to push cooperation agenda, yet only about 5 countries have ratified the Budapest Convention. On the other hand, you have about 32 African countries who voted in favor of the December 2018 Russia-backed resolution that required the UN Secretary General to collect country views about cybercrime. So in the process, you have vice chairs, and Africa has taken some of the seats. Last 2 weeks, we heard that Russia held a closed meeting with the UN to announce that the Cybercrime Convention, about to start in January 2022, will now be co-chaired by China. We know that China has been very influential in the development of the African Union building. It will be interesting to see how this plays out in terms of cooperation for cyber governance in Africa. Next slide, please. And I would end by saying that I think following from what has been happening, I do not particularly believe in a strict agenda on digital sovereignty. It wouldn't help a region like Africa. Cooperation and diplomacy would increasingly be a prerequisite. There has been so much focus on legislation, but we must think about diplomacy and cooperation beyond ratifying international instruments or being in those processes merely. Cooperative measures can contribute to preventing conflicts and ensuring cyber resilience. Digital cooperation remains imperative for me because in the context of a borderless cyberspace, collaborative approaches stimulate shared responsibility among states, transparency, accountability, and that is what will work for Africa if we are serious about the cyber norms processes. So it is important to consider how political strategies such as cyber diplomacy cooperation can be leveraged to strengthen cyber governance in Africa. As conversations about digital cooperation continues to grow in relevance, I think digital policies in international cooperation efforts remain new for Africa, but Africa must create its own position and emphasize its role in the international cyber norms and cyber governance processes. Conceptually clear digital policies in international cooperation and strategic regional partnerships must be pursued. African states must also think about global best practices and the value of strategic regional partnerships so that in developing and designing an agenda for digital cooperation, the European Union, Council of Europe, United States, China, and other stakeholders would need to consider and probably reconceptualize existing digital cooperation and cyber diplomatic strategies. And finally, it is imperative that going forward, digital cooperation agenda must strategically consider Africa's reality in all issues on the diverse agenda for digital cooperation. We must pursue cyber diplomacy, cyber agencies, digital cooperation strategically going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nnenna, for this interesting presentation. I think this is a very important conversation to have. And also thanks for kind of referring to how cyber diplomacy itself is a space where cyber peripheries are created in terms of the process. It's now time to move to our fourth and last presentation for this panel, talking about the future. And I'm very happy to introduce Cristina Del-Real paper on the future of the governance of cybersecurity in Spain, a Delphi forecasting study. Cristina is a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute of Security and Global Affairs at Leiden University, where she works on the project Cybersecurity by Integrated Design. So this is also an opportunity for us to officially welcome you to the Institute, Cristina. This paper is co-authored with Professor Antonio Diaz-Fernandez, who's not here today and is an associate professor of criminal law at the University of Cadiz in Spain. Okay, so without further ado, Cristina, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Fabio, and also thank you, the Hague Program for Cyber Norms, for this amazing conference. I'm enjoying very much. Today, I'm going to present a part of my PhD thesis, which I defended very recently, where I explored the cybersecurity governance landscape in Spain. And I carry out this research in collaboration, or more specifically, under the supervision of Professor Diaz-Fernandez, who is online, I think. So, today I'm going to talk about a Delphi forecasting study that we conducted in the context of Spain, Our aim was to determine which characteristics describe the most likely and desirable cybersecurity governance model for Spain in 2035. And I think this research is a little bit out of the scope of the cyber norms. It's more like, I feel like the cyber norms are the last part of this research, or in the conclusion part of this research. And this is the outline of the contents for my presentation. So as criminology, I base my research on criminological literature, and usually in the human factor in cybersecurity domain, criminological literature differentiate three different components. So defenders or the attackers also, the victims or the assets, and the controllers, which are all the actors that take part in preventing or responding to cyber attacks. So in this presentation, I will focus on the controllers factor or aspect of cybersecurity. Specifically, I will study the concept of governance, which for this paper we defined governance as the process of interaction between actors with the aim of producing policies and desired outcomes by sharing information, resources, and competencies. I'm aware that governance is a very broad concept and it can be defined in many ways, but this is the definition that we decided to use because we were very interested in how the different actors interact with each other. And we focus this research on cybersecurity. So to wrap up, cybersecurity governance can be understood as the process of interaction between actors aiming at producing strategies, procedures, practices, or technologies in order to secure the computer systems against damage, attack, or unauthorized access, reduce the incidence of threats posed by the information available in cyberspace, or reduce the negative impacts in case of damage, attack, or unauthorized access. So this is the quite complex national cybersecurity system in Spain, and I'm sorry because I think the back of the room cannot appreciate the different organizations in the slide, but I will try to explain them as best as I can. So the focus of this paper was the scenario in Spain, and it's not because it's my country, but because Spain is considered as one of the more mature countries in terms of cybersecurity. And this was highlighted by the ITU, and was mentioned, the index was mentioned by other panelists. And this commitment motivated its plan to establish new public organizations that are currently active in its complex national cybersecurity system that you can see displayed in the slide. So basically, the national cybersecurity system in Spain, it's structured into 4 areas. One is cyber defense. Second, the cyber intelligence. Third, police investigation. And fourth, what I call digital society. So briefly, the protection of the armed forces activities in cyberspace comes under the newly launched Joint Cyberspace Command. And the security of public administration networks, including critical public infrastructure, is responsibility of the National Cryptologic Center, which is part of the National Intelligence Center, the Spain's intelligence services. Both of them are part of the part that I call the national security area or domain in cyber security governance in Spain. Forensic investigations, on the other hand, are carried out by the specialized cybercrime units of the national, in the National Police and the Civil Guard. And finally, the National Institute for Cybersecurity has the role of promoting the secure use of ICTs and helping to respond to cyber attacks against private companies and citizens, including privately owned critical infrastructure. For this, I call it public security, or maybe public safety is a better concept. But of course, as you all know, the cyberspace is under constant change, and so it is the governance landscape. And since the research that precedes this study, I found that the intelligence service was gaining power, whereas the police organizations were being diminished their role. As a criminologist, I was interested in what were the characteristics that better describe the most likely scenario for cybersecurity governance in 2035. Also given the emerging of new technologies and the pandemic, and the impact of the pandemic in cybersecurity governance. So this research is framed under the transformation of policing thesis and the emergence of security governance as a more suitable approach to study how security is delivered. Theories of cybersecurity governance, at least the theories that I read, usually define two types of roles that are displayed in the slide. On the one hand, those organizations that defined the policy and make decisions mostly, and they can be found as under the definition of steerers or regulators. And on the other hand, those organizations that implement the decisions, which are also called the Broeders or the service providers. So based on these two functions, some researchers have defined different cybersecurity governance models, and based on that, they understand the cybersecurity governance models in specific countries. So on the slide, you can find two examples. And based on these examples and also on other papers on security governance, criminological papers on security governance, in this study we proposed and tested 5 models of cybersecurity governance. We defined these 5 models based on 4 dimensions. So first, policy coordination, or what I presented previously, the steering role. Second, service provision, which is the rowing role, the ones that implement the policy. Third, how the market is organized in terms of how pluralized is the market. And fourth, and I'm quite happy that some of the speakers already talked about this, because the fourth dimension is the distribution of cybersecurity in terms of how equally is the cybersecurity distributed across the society. So the model on the top it's basically the most state-centered model. And as we move down through the models, the state loses control and the private organizations gains control and a more prominent role in cybersecurity governance, until we go to the private government model, where the state does not have any role in the direction nor the provision of cybersecurity. So to test which of these models were perceived as more likely for Spain in 2035, I carried out a Delphi study. For those who are not familiar with this methodology, the Delphi study was developed in the 50s at the Rand Corporation as a method for studying expert consensus on the future of defense. The Delphi we implemented in this study follow 5 steps. So first, following the recommendation by other prospective studies, we developed the projection by exploiting several sources of information that you can find in the slide. Second, once we have the 20 projections drafted, we contacted a selection of experts that we consider were suitable for this study. And in this research, we decided to invite a heterogeneous expert panel. So in total, we invited 275 experts from 5 different clusters of organizations, including public and private organizations. So in the third phase of this study, we developed a questionnaire, and we included 20 projections, 4 per model. And we assessed the probability, the desirability, and the negative impact on citizens' freedom in cyberspace. And we obtained a total of 110 responses. In the fourth phase, we conducted the interim analysis, and based on the descriptive statistics, which basically aims at obtaining the consensus among the experts. Once we obtained the projections that the consensus was not reached, all these projections were again included in the round 2 of the study. And finally, we concluded with the most probable scenario based on the projections that obtain the highest expected probabilities and desirabilities. So here you have an overview of the 20 projections based on each of the cybersecurity models and each of the variables that we consider for this research. I'm afraid I cannot dive deeper into each of the projections, but of course, if any of you is interested, please reach out, because I will be happy to share them with you. So, moving on to the results, the descriptive statistics for round 1 are summarized in the figure. And as you can see, the consensus, which is like the start, was reached in the projections for the national steering and the European steering models. These models are also perceived as the most likely by the panel of experts. We can also see that there is one projection of the market model and one projection of the private government model that is perceived also as very likely, as opposed to the projections of the monopolistic model and some other of the market model, which are perceived as very less likely to occur. So in the second round, we asked again about the projection where consensus were not reached. And we obtained a greater convergence in the experts' opinions. In particular, the experts express their consensus opinion in projection 2, the third police, which will not likely occur. And also they expressed the consensus opinion that projection 7, public control of the market, 8, public promotion of the cybersecurity, and 10, European coordination of the cybersecurity provision are the 3 of them likely to occur. So the analysis of the expected probabilities and desirability also reveals important findings for this study. And they are both represented in the form of a scatter plot. So each number represents the scenarios. The diamond symbol represents those scenarios where consensus was reached, and the circle represents the scenarios where consensus was not reached. And the different colors correspond to the 5 cybersecurity governance models. So for the panelists, the most probable projection, as I already said, are the ones included in the national steering and European steering model. which also coincide with the higher desirability reported by the experts. So as you can see, all the projections for the national steering and European steering model have a mean expected probability of a minimum of 62.1% and a minimum mean of desirability of 3.7 out of 5. So they are perceived quite desirable. Also, in contrast, we find the projections that correspond to the private government model, which are perceived with a likelihood of occurrence in the middle, but also are perceived very less desirable. And the scatter plot on the right shows the projections in relation to the potential impacts on human rights. And as you can see, it follows an inverse distribution shaped to that on figure A. We observed that the scenarios are assessed as having a greatest impact on human rights are those of the private government model and projection 3, the police as providers, or of the monopolistic model. And last, the findings, so basically once we have the projections and the probability associated with each projection, we selected the 7 projections characterized by a high mean of expected probability and a high consensus in round 1. So these are the 7 projections that you can see on the slide. This projection basically highlight the conclusion that I mentioned before. So the expert elucidated a future in which cybersecurity providers will be the private companies. As can be seen, the private sector will have been strengthened and will be characterized by a pluralistic market in which ICT corporations will have gained control. I think this is a very controversial, but looking at the experts' comment, then you see that they make a confusion of what they want and what they expect to happen. So I think this result also shows that. And I believe also this conclusion is very aligned with some of the conclusions already presented in this conference, in which basically the large private platforms are gaining control and deploying digital architecture. However, at least according to my study, the activity of the private actors will be coordinated and controlled by the non-police and European public agencies, such as, for instance, the National Institute for Cybersecurity or the Intelligence Service, which are both there. And as a criminologist, I cannot ignore that none of the projections reflect the future role of the police in the cybersecurity governance in Spain, which I think it can be understood as their diminished role in the fight against cybercrime. So, paradoxical as it may seem, the analysis of the future, I think it's valuable, above all, for understanding the present and identifying potential threats and things to improve. So the experts foresee a scenario in which national and European public agencies are responsible for leading cybersecurity governance, and at the same time, they predicted that the private sector will be in charge of providing cybersecurity services. So using the simile that I used before, the steering of cybersecurity policies will be in the hands of the states and the public agencies, while the private sector will do the rowing. And while we were able to identify an underlying mentality towards cyberspace as a privately managed domain with positive attitudes towards self-protection in the experts' comments, we also found this stronger inclination of the experts toward the need to develop a discourse align with the idea of cybersecurity as a public good. And I think some of the speakers here already talked about this as well. So the experts of this study agree that Spain is moving toward a model in which the activity of the private actors will be legitimized through public regulatory processes. So in that 2035 scenario, the role of Spanish and European agencies will be to regulate cybersecurity policies and to ensure that the activities of the private companies are aligned with the general interest of citizens. At least is what the experts think. And these processes will be determined by relations of trust, as I saw in the comments of the experts, as public bodies will select those companies that they trust them more to gain greater access to the agenda setting and the definition of new regulations. So I finished my presentation just to give you some insights on how the Delphi study can be used in future research. For instance, I think the Delphi method can be also used for prospective studies on the future impact of emerging themes, such as emerging technologies, AI, quantum computing, 5G, how is this all going to impact the current cybersecurity landscape, and also to measure the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm recently reading about the policy Delphi method, which is a slightly different method, but I think it can also be used for identifying rival clusters of opinions regarding cybersecurity governance problems. Thank you very much for hearing me today, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Cristina, for this very empirically rich presentation and for adding this kind of temporal dimension to the panel debate, which is something that I would like also to discuss later with the other panelists. It's now time to open the floor for questions from the audience, and for online questions, it would be perhaps good actually to have the other panelists on screen. Thank you. And so are there questions in the audience? Because I have a few. Okay, Rogier first, then Dennis and Lennart. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Roger Kramers, Assistant Professor of Modern Chinese Studies at Leiden. And unsurprisingly, my question goes to Courtney. Good to see you, Courtney. Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation and for your work on what comes across to me. You're focused very much on the rhetoric, on the shaping of narratives and messages, and obviously that's very important. But what I'd like to push you on a little bit is how do these narratives, how do the construction of these narratives connect to a self-assessment of Chinese actual capabilities, China's actual relative power position in the different cyber diplomatic circles in which it works? Because it's one thing to say, you know, this is the story or this is a conceptualization of norms that we want to further because this is what we believe in. It's another thing to say, you know, these are our hard abilities, and therefore we need to construct a narrative that can deal with what may well be our relatively weaker position in terms of, for instance, offensive cybersecurity capabilities, defensive cybersecurity capabilities, narratives related to attribution, forensic capabilities. And I know this is a little bit speculative, but to what extent, assuming that China is going to further close the gap with the United States in all or some of these respects, to what extent might Chinese narratives change if and as that gap is being closed? Thank you very much.
Shall we collect the other questions and then go ahead with the panelist responses? Dennis?
Sure. Thanks. Dennis Broeders, Leiden University. I have a question for, well, different questions for all panelists. So, sorry, I'm doing it again. But so, Courtney, starting with you. Very interesting paper. I'm flattered that the work continues. So that's always really nice to see. I have a question on. So, as you indicate, a number of these objections I've heard before, and they're real. I mean, these are the debates that are ongoing. The interesting thing I thought was where you said, okay, so there's a different sovereignty connection in the Chinese narrative about the public core of the internet in the terms of, okay, who's the beneficiary of this norm, right? Is it the international multi-stakeholder community or is it the state? And I'm interested because in the last UNGGE report, for the first time, they connected, well, for the first time, the public core is in there, but they connected it to the notion of a transnational critical infrastructure in cyberspace. And that's interesting, right? Because if you connect something to something that is transnational, then there's still a sovereign element to it, but there's also a recognition of something wider than just a sovereign interest. So maybe your reaction on that, and maybe also, I wasn't fully sure that sort of the 4 objections you had, is that a summary of sort of an emerging Chinese perspective on this issue, or how should I read that? So maybe you could be a little more specific on what the Chinese position is, because I would be very interested in that. For Bernard and also to Nnenna, and Nnenna referenced it herself. She said, so the cyber agenda is obviously not separate from a wider diplomatic agenda in general, right? So things cyber do not necessarily get decided by the specifics of cybersecurity itself. There's a wider agenda and there's a mixing. And my question would be, so now that we move from, so we had an open-ended working group, we had a GGE, now we move to a single process, which is an open-ended working group. So the widest tent available, all member states of the UN are welcome. Is that going to change the dynamics? Because you could argue that in a UNGGE, you would have more decision-making on cyber influenced by considerations of cyber. So is it going to get messier and wider? That's a question for the both of you. And then lastly, for Cristina, a very simple methodological question. One is, so what is the non-response in the different elements of the Delphi? And does that differ between different expert groups, for example? Because it's interesting to see, so did you get all your first choice? Or how does that work, right? So how does that influence what you measure and what you get? And then a question, because in the end you come out and you say, okay, so the steering will be done by the government and the private sector will be doing the rowing. But in the slides, I couldn't help but notice that there are 2 opinions about the market coming out of the Delphi. Yeah? So one is, okay, we're going in a direction of a cyber tech monopoly, and the other one is, no, we're going to a diverse competitive market. So it would be interesting to know, if you're going to assume that the market is going to do the rowing, which market is going to do the rowing? So that's a question for you.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Lennart Maschmeyer. I'm a senior researcher in cybersecurity at the Center for Security Studies at ETH Zurich. And I have a question for Nnenna that I recognize might be quite specific, but still you sparked my interest because you made a point how, on the one hand, some norms might lead to unexpected outcomes, unintended consequences in the different African countries. The other one, that's the main one I'm really interested in, is your point about capacity building, because I'm engaged in an initiative trying to help civil society with defending against cyber threats. It's called the Cyber Threat Coalition, Threat Intel Coalition, sorry. And so we're trying to figure out actually what are basically the core needs of different communities. And there is very little information out there, right? So I wonder if it is actually possible to generalize that. What would you say are really the core needs in different African countries? Is there something that can be generalized? I'd be really curious. And we're focusing on civil society there, right? So what would be basically the best way to assist with capacity building? Thanks.
Thank you. I think I will add the question myself for Bernardo, and then we can we can listen to the responses of the panelists. So for Bernardo, I was thinking in terms of this kind of conceptual framework, right? The tension between world system theory, which is a very much of a systemic theory where change is slow and it takes long, right, for this kind of system to react to different disturbances. And in fact, the idea that in cyberspace and about cyberspace, global powers are always kind of changing their position in very kind of speedy ways. So the question is, how does change and time, temporality, are reflected in your framework in light of the world system theory? So a bit of a theoretical question there. So we can start with Courtney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So if I may, to thank everyone again for having me and to thank two such leading professors for such on-point questions. So I'll take them in the order that they were asked. So Professor Crimmers, thank you very much. I think to take your two-part question, I think in a lot of ways this conversation about PRC norm diplomacy and attempts to engage in discussion, I think in many ways this reflects a lot of the larger debate about China's rise and China's arrival as a multilateral player. And I think it's quite fascinating because if you read very careful analyses like yours, other scholars that specialize and work in this particular space, you'll see that the conversation is actually quite measured. And I would argue in many ways, at least from the text that we read closely to prepare this essay, in a lot of ways, I think you see that same reflection amongst the Chinese academic elite that are studying this or are called into participation, either through formal or track 1.5, track 2 diplomacy. This recognition that China has come certainly a very long way from its initial forays, right? And can point to moments of success in very elite, for example, UN-led GGE processes where they believe that their own viewpoints have been well included. But at the same time, they're very aware that they have a long ways to go. So much of these negotiations are not based upon what is exactly on paper. This understanding of the emergent power, the ability to translate feet on the ground and words in negotiation into actual outcomes is still something that is quite difficult to do. And I found it quite fascinating, the very frank reflections, not only for China's belated arrival into processes like the Tanlin Manual discussions, for example, but the belief that they'd purposely been left out and that their late entry was only symbolic in many ways because the discussion had continued on for so many years without their participation. So I think in many ways, this sort of speaks to your crystal ball question, the part 2 in which you asked me. And I think in a lot of ways, I would argue that if you look into other spheres where China is grappling with sovereignty questions, in many ways, China is quite comfortable claiming that they have to be an elite. By core capabilities, you have to accept you must engage China's positions regarding cyber diplomacy. Based on the ambition that they have, the current skills levels that they have, et cetera, the simple volume of data that they can produce to train their AI technologies, et cetera, you have to accept that China must engage. At the same time, there's very much this view that China will be an outsider, simply because it wasn't there from day one and is not regarded as being a core player. So I think in a lot of ways, maintaining this paradox is absolutely fine. This own ambiguity is something that is useful, not only rhetorically, but is useful actually as an asset, right, in order to try and establish parallel negotiation fora, in order to try and rewrite so-called downsides that the cyber sovereignty view is anti-internet integration, that this is not necessarily a bad thing. Look what happened before when we had, Global South unprepared to deal with imperialism, colonialism, etc. To talk to Professor Broeders, thank you very much for your question. And of course, my work is in large conversation to yours. And as I acknowledged in my presentation and in my paper, your writing has extensively addressed the sort of first two concerns. The literature that I'm working with is very much an emerging conversation amongst Chinese academics discussing what they believe to be the future of this norm content and ways to make it acceptable to other states that simply aren't asked in the first call. And they very like to point out, in these discussions, that a lot of the support for the norm can be found in the global north. But to bring the conversation into the global south means to take into account of these various developing positions. So again, it's a dialogue found in sort of searching through other academic papers, other position papers put forward at various negotiations, for example. But I think, again, that ambiguity, as you point out, within the GGE report, where the public core is linked to transnational critical infrastructure, I think, again, this leaves the ambiguity about whether or not the norm is in protection and in support of the user or actually in support of the state. That ambiguity is still present, and that ambiguity is not necessarily an issue. As I make the case, right, the attempt to use rhetorical adaptation is not to confront and outright dispossess the norm. It's an attempt to renovate norm content in ways that appear to be less confrontational, far less obstructionist, and therefore more likely to gain support. So therefore, having this ambiguity still leaves space for future iterations of discussions, for future settings to try and understand what that norm means as it is reconciled with a growing number of cyber sovereignty type states. So thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Bernardo?
Yes. I'll begin with Dennis. Is his question about the OEWG and the composition with all states of the UN General Assembly as well. But I'll resort to my undergraduate classes on international organizations, and the question we always have, if the UN has all state members, does it mean that all state members have the same voice inside the UNGA? And I think that's a question that the answer is very clear, even if we do not want to foresee it. But at the same time, I think it's more of a question about the power and the influence is not necessarily having the seat, but about what some states are able to do. I remember yesterday, I guess Luis asked the question about the Venezuelan case, when Venezuela was trying to point something about a cyber attack, and it just wasn't recognized. And I think it's about the recognition that some states have inside these processes, what they are able to do, and even their capacity of representation, their number of diplomats that are present, and their local capacity to engage with the norms that are being discussed. So I guess it's this different types of things that influence how the states are actually able and how their cyber power can be measured, their normative power, actually. So I don't think having all the states inside the OEWG change something in this idea of a structural inequality. At the same time that I guess it is a good start. Yeah, I guess it could not be differently made. And I guess the exclusion of some states in the UNGGE, it's actually the worst way to do so. And if I would address Fabio's question about world systems theory, dependency theory, or actually the systemic dynamics and the time frame, which is different than cyberspace, which is very fast and does not depend on very long and time-consuming changes. But, well, there's some points to it. The first thing is, what I'm trying to do is not try to expand the theories to cyberspace, but actually to look if this type of relationships can be explained. And that's something which actually Manuel Castells and Roberto Lozerna sometimes talk about, the type of technological dependency, in which dependency is not seen as a state, but a kind of relationship and a type of relationship that can change for all time. So it's actually to look at that. But yeah, I think it's interesting to think about this kind of structural, historicized process of that world systems theory described. So if I wanted to make a little extension on the question about how these structural changes influence cyberspace, something that I would also add is that we should add to the study of cyberspace dynamics this kind of history that is lagging. It's something that we are do not necessarily have to discuss every time that we're talking about a specific norm, how states have developed through the capitalist world economy for all time. But I think that all this history is actually influencing the very fast and changes of cyberspace because they are concentrated still in a very certain and particular landscape that is dominated by some states. So I guess it's, you know, it's kind of trying to bridge things that are different. World system theory, cyberspace, they are not exactly compatible, and there are some elements that will be lost in translation. But I guess that with a kind of effort we can do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bernardo. Nnenna?
We cannot hear you. Yes.
Now
thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Professor, for that question. It's actually undeniable that the diplomatic processes, in Africa is already reflected in the cyber diplomatic processes. And I say this because how we approach diplomatic issues in Africa is still playing its face again. Now, you find that most of the people who sit in diplomatic fronts are basically not experts in cybersecurity or cyber governance issues. Most times appointments are based on political affiliations rather than affiliations in terms of expertise or skills, and that is a huge challenge. Now, whether that dynamic will change for Africa would also depend on other parties involved in the processes. Sometimes we sort of exaggerate knowledge. We overemphasize the fact that maybe every region understands what cyber norms are, what cybersecurity means. If you come to a place like Africa, you find that notions of cybersecurity are immediately regarded as national security efforts. So it goes to the state security department, which may not always be the case. Now, when international or other states come into Africa, the language is always capacity building, and of course, I'll answer the second question. Sometimes it comes as a charity agenda, and so I was very happy when you mentioned attribution. Perhaps, you know, notions of accountability, even in soft measures or attribution for Africa, may begin to change the dynamics. How do we sit on these processes? Is it because you hear, for example, the UNGG processes, oh, it's opened geographical equitability. What is the process of involvement? At the non-paper responses, there was no African response. But then it wasn't an issue. Canada headed that process, but there was no call for an African response. There was no naming, there was no, you know, it's as if whatever happens, happens. So the possibility of the dynamics changing would also depend on how we reconceptualize relationships going forward in terms of cyber governance. Do we just want to fill quotas, or do we really want an involvement of all regions? And of course, a lot has to be done with states understanding. I keep saying we exaggerate awareness and understand. We think people know, but that may not always be the case. And that is why I kept calling for global best practices, cyber diplomacy agendas that are strategic, because Africa being left alone, I'm not being pessimistic. Yes, the dynamics may change, and I'm looking at the UN cybercrime process where Africa has been given a seat as vice chair, I think 2 seats. Probably that would also change, because for once there are experts involved in the process. The Nigerian seat is occupied by an expert, and maybe that may change. Now, for the second question, I serve as the vice chair of the African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group, and a huge challenge, particularly for me, has been this whole cyber capacity discourse. Now, when states or international, regional bodies come for cooperation, it is usually as if the focus is on the government. Because without the government, you think you may not have access to other multi-stakeholders. And so it's interesting to hear that there is an interest in capacity building for civil society organizations. So you go to the state simply says, oh, you know, we need capacity building for diplomats. We need capacity building for prosecutors. And the understanding becomes that of charity. You know, it becomes that of training. What are we training? There is a workshop on training, and then that is it. So there is no particular agenda, to be sincere, to say this is what the capacity building needs are. For civil society organizations, there have been considerations of whether civil society would become involved in the cyber governance process, but what you have is mainly civil society organizations rather involved in digital digital rights processes. So the needs may vary. It may be that of awareness, it may be that of skills, it may be that of even, research and what have you. So there are diverse, there is still no firm approach in saying this is what is needed. It depends on who you are meeting, who you are getting involved with. There is let's be sincere, there is so much work to be done in terms of Africa. We cannot leapfrog into the stages of what you have in Europe as it is. It will become, sort of a progressive approach, but hopefully, again, very few civil society organizations are involved in this process, so you may not have that pronounced or elaborate agenda on cybersecurity as you have. What you still have is, states outside of Africa saying, we need this is what we can offer, and they present the agenda rather than the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Nnenna. Cristina?
Thank you very much, Professor Broeders, for these two methodological questions, where we indeed look at them in the paper. The first question was how the experts differ in their opinions, and whether if we had non-responses by the experts. I must say that we were quite lucky because we obtained all responses from the experts for all the projections. But we indeed obtained some controversial or some non-consensual responses depending on the sector of the expert. So as I mentioned in my presentation, we included 5 clusters of experts. So one was academia, the other was non-tech companies. The third one was the public sector, which basically is the National Institute for Cybersecurity and the Intelligence Service, people from the Intelligence Service. The fourth, it's a security institution, which is the police and the military. And the last cluster was the tech companies. We included people from big tech companies and also from medium-sized companies. And we found that experts from the public sectors, including the public sector and the security institutions, they perceive that all the projections that basically foresee an increasing role of the public organizations, they perceive them as less likely as compared to the perception of the experts from the private sector. So they were actually very optimistic of the growing role of the public organizations in Spain in terms of cybersecurity governance. And during my interviews with people from the tech companies, they were actually asking for more involvement of the public organizations in the cybersecurity, for instance, the creation of new cyber norms that kind of regulates the cybersecurity landscape, the cybersecurity market, and also the cybersecurity, like for instance, the certification of cybersecurity services. So that was quite interesting because I expected kind of the opposite result. I expected that the people from the companies were less prone to wanting more public engagement and a public role, and on the contrary, they do. Whereas, of course, the security institution, they don't see that, for instance, the third police will ever happen. Regarding the second question, yeah, we indeed get this kind of controversial or opposite result. So whereas the experts foresee kind of more pluralistic cybersecurity market, they also see that the big ICT companies are going to grow and are going to monopolize the market. And I think this can be only understood when you look at the experts' comments, which are also included in the paper. So I think the experts basically are confused in what they expect, what they want, and what they see as more likely. So I think they expect the market to be very pluralized, to be based on small and medium-sized enterprises, because actually Spain is it's a country of small and medium enterprises. So they actually want the market to be pluralized, but at the same time, they see that the growing role of a specific and a very short list of companies that are growing very fast in Spain, and I can actually tell you the name of these companies, because in a survey, in a different survey with 129 experts, we also ask this question, and basically they see that the Google, Microsoft, S2 Group, Deloitte, and Telefonica are the 5 most important companies in Spain, and they are going to gain a lot of power in the future years. So I think the projection that is more realistic, unfortunately, it's the growing role of the large technology corporations. But I think they are calling, and business people in Spain are calling for a more public involvement in order to kind of stop the role, this growing role of and this growing power of the large technology companies. So I hope that I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. Do you have more questions from the audience? Misha, John?
I'm Misha Hansel from IFSH Hamburg. I have a question to Nnenna. And I couldn't agree more to the need and importance of more legitimate and inclusive processes. However, I would like to ask you about some substantial issues. And the reason is, maybe this is an opportunity. I mean, you mentioned the Malabo Convention, and this shows there's so much diversion, of course, between African countries and societies. But are there any substantive issues on which African stakeholders, not just governments, could unite in order to increase their leverage on the international level, for example, when it comes to the upcoming negotiations within the ad hoc committee, and also perhaps some substantive issues that also the non-experts understand, and so they also could speak more with one voice. I would be interested in your opinion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Misha. Jon?
Thanks very much, Jon Lindsay, Georgia Tech. I have a question for both Courtney and Nnenna. Courtney, really fascinating presentation, and my question is about kind of Chinese normative rhetoric around offensive cyber operations, which seem to kind of fall into 2 categories. One is a lot of deflection, right? China is a victim of lots and lots of cyber attacks. The United States is a hypocrite. Look at Snowden, look at PRISM, look at Stuxnet. There is then just the denials and silence about Chinese operations. And both of those strategies are interesting because they seem to reinforce the norm, right? They reinforce it by saying, hey, others are violating it, others are not living up to it, and therefore China is suffering from it, or there's just silence. So which of your 4 kind of strategies do these fall into, or is this kind of a 5th approach to thinking about norms? Then for Nnenna, also fascinating, my question is also going to be about sort of the offensive or military dimension of cybersecurity. And there's this story out there that cyber capabilities will be attractive to countries that are looking to leapfrog and maybe increase their capabilities without having to make big investments. Max Smeets perhaps might tell us this afternoon that there are some problems with this theory, but it's certainly a story that's out there, and a lot of countries have been attracted to it. So do you see that there is kind of coordination or conflicts between kind of the military dimension of cyber capabilities acquisition and some of these diplomatic activities? Certainly in many other countries we see, you know, a complete lack of coordination. It's like there's two kind of completely separate foreign policies that are going on, and coordination is more the exception than the norm. So is that similar to what you're seeing, or are there other patterns we should pay attention to? Thank you.
Thank you, John. I cannot see that far. I think it's Lena. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, Lena Rieke, Leiden University. First of all, thank you to all panelists very much for coming to speak to us today, either in person or virtually. So I kind of have a question to Bernardo and Nnenna as well, sticking with the topic of cyber peripheries and inequalities in cyber norm production, and in particular the issue of whether formal access to international and UN processes is sufficient to achieve inclusive norm production in practice. So if we look at, for example, the UN GGE on laws, there's a lot of criticism about, even though there is formal access of a wide diversity of regional actors, that there is a lack of ability to participate, either because of less diplomatic representation in accessible areas close to the meetings, or because a lot of informal debates take place that are not translated, and that certain nations are also, due to economic reasons, not able to attend, and that these informal processes then lead to changes in the actual debate, amendments of resolutions that are being discussed that then disadvantage and disproportionately disadvantage certain states that even though they have formal access to the forum can't actually make equal use of that formal access. So my question is basically, do you have any practical strategies on how to achieve more involvement of diverse regional actors in these fora, and a more inclusive dialogue within them?
Okay, thank you, Lena. I think it's Luis. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentations. I unfortunately had to watch it partly video streamed, but yes, thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask a question to Nnenna. I think it's very much on that line of, like, in terms of practical outputs or what can be done in terms of resistance. I'm thinking about this political economy that you mentioned, Nnenna, of cyber capacity building, right? That comes both from specific institutions or specific countries that are normally located in the global north. So I guess my question is perhaps a productive question in terms of thinking. So what can be done in terms of resistance, in terms of rethinking this political economy from a perspective of global south countries? So what would you say then that can be done in terms of either meeting a middle ground or of just kind of seeking that own kind of development nationally or regionally?
Thank you, Luis. Before listening to the answers to the question, I would like to add a question for Bernardo, one for Cristina. For Cristina, I was wondering, perhaps if you can say something about the question of knowledge production in terms of what these kind of models do, right? Also in relation to the more international dimensions and how the idea that these kind of models are applied in policy contexts which were not those initially designed for, right? Also in other geographical contexts, what does that do? I think this relates also to the debate we have been having with Nnenna. And for Bernardo, yes, I think how would you see this kind of conceptual framework? What does this conceptual framework does in political terms, right? In strategic terms, and how you think it might kind of create change relating to the question before. So we can have now a last round of responses from the panelists. Please keep it brief because we only have a few minutes left, and I'm sure you can keep the conversation going here in the lunch break or via email with the online panelists. So please, Courtney.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lindsay, for a great question, pointing out other strategies, techniques, including deflection and denial. I think to answer your question directly, these strategies don't fall into any attempt of rhetorical adaptation because they are flat out rejecting any of the norm violation charges. So I think it goes back to a much broader question to try and understand under what conditions do states pursue this much more confrontational, oppositional, cruder strategy of flat-out rejection versus this more refined strategy of rhetorical adaptation as you move along to other types of strategies when you develop and engage with new norms. Is it going to be 100% acceptance? Will it be some type of tactical concession? Is it going to be some type of rhetorical entrapment outcome? And so I think we can think about a topology of responses to various norms and then to try and understand why certain norms are approached with sort of, as you say, deflection and denial in your examples, or why it is that other norms are engaged in this type of rhetorical adaptation approach. And this is why this particular norm, a very young, very busy, very productive norm, is such a fascinating one to study, because it has managed to generate a rather lively conversation amongst Chinese academics and sort of those foreign policy practitioners about how they try and understand this emerging norm of the protection of the public core of the internet. So thank you for your question.
Thank you, Courtney. Bernardo?
So I'm going to address first the kind of practical ideas, but I'm going to turn that to the theoretical field because I'm going to leave to my fellow panelists the answers about practical questions because I do not have access to them. However, I do have access to the analysis of authors such as Dean Homburger's and Robert Collett's work about this analysis of how these cyber capacity building programs work and how these practical measures, what the effect they actually have. So one of the recommendations I would have, so it's the most practical I can make here, is actually to have some local cooperation considering everything that my fellow panelists said about the regional specificity and the politics that are involved in it. So it's actually looking at developing different types of cooperation which consider the real necessities of countries. And I think in a more theoretical, trying to connect the two questions for me specifically, it is not necessarily bad to recognize this kind of inequality that cannot be bridged at any specific time. So just to cite Wallerstein again, it's when you start to look at the world with these lenses, you start to see that this is a reality that you have to get on with and try to deal in some way or another. So in other words, is actually saying these inequalities will persist and the type of capacity building relationships they form may actually enhance and keep the dependency relationships that are formed. But you can always develop values such as the European Union is trying to develop when it creates its cyber capacity building programs. But on a more personal level, I would recommend getting in touch with the people that are actually affected by it and with its representatives because the national needs are very important to national countries. And to Fabio again, well, yes, I think it's very complicated to develop this kind of framework that's bridging the two things. But I would try to make a summary of it in this sense.
Very briefly, please.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fast. I'm sorry. We try to understand the international system in IR literature with the idea of anarchy, states are always interacting, following their own interest. And in cyberspace, I would say that it's not different. And actually, all states, including non-state actors, are they're pursuing their own interest. But at the same time, some states are implied with more power than others, not only because of economic, but also knowledge base and informational values. So it's actually, first, when we look at this distinction between the more powerful and the less powerful, and when we have this simple distinction, then we begin to look at these interactions in another lens. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bernardo. Nnenna?
Thank you for the questions. I would hurry and I would answer all the questions at once. I have to teach a class by 11. I will start by saying that impressively, there have been so much efforts by other multi-stakeholders in Africa, and this has been through the Internet Governance Forum. Yes, in relation to the first question, although that you have these substantive issues in regards with the state, there have been efforts by certain civil society organizations to push forward a discussion. I make bold to say that Africa, more than any other region, has taken the IGF processes serious, the global level. You have the African IGF, you have the West African IGF, for example. You also have the state IGF processes going on. And there have been very good forums to dialogue with states. Sometimes you find resistance from states, dialoguing with these multi-stakeholder groups. And what they've been doing so far is pushing a multi-stakeholder agenda dialogue in Africa. So yes, there have been those efforts. It may not be as strong as it is when you come to Europe, but certainly those efforts are growing. I also agree that what you have been having in Africa is sort of a militarization agenda, and it is very important that you highlight the Malabo process. It's intriguing. Why wouldn't states ratify the Malabo Convention? And it goes back to this sovereignty dialogue. African states are rather dialoguing with states outside of Africa individually rather than from a coordinated process. So while you have, for example, the African Union Commission having dialogues with Council of Europe, in places like Ghana, for example, every year there is a Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and there are coordination efforts as well individually with the Council of Europe. I also agree that there are misunderstandings of military capabilities. When you talk about cybersecurity in Africa, it's immediately a military understanding. Look at what happened in Nigeria with the banning of Twitter and the state trying to hold a tech company primarily liable for saying, agenda is suspect, they are furthering discordance and what have you. So there is absolutely no coordination, if you agree. Again, like I mentioned, you have sub-regional groups, you have the ECOWAS, you have the SADC. They are all pursuing a cyber governance agenda based on their understanding of what it is. So that shows you that there is that gap, but every state feels I can obstruct internet access. I understand this as a national security agenda, and the military agenda is more of the process. In relation to the third and fourth, I would just say that in terms of Africa, and which is the same with other regions, it's difficult to just sit from one perspective and say, you know what, this is what it should be. There are research agendas to this, there are political agendas to this, there are legislative agendas to this in different dimensions. And a coordination from not just a national or regional level will help understand, how do we approach cyber capacity building, the gaps, what have you. And I keep emphasizing, it's not a discussion that will just be had at once. I may have my ideas of what it is, but then it will require multilateralism. It would require a huge process of determining how we come to those conclusions in relation to Africa. I'm not saying much is not being done. We are getting there, but like I keep saying, we overemphasize awareness. We think we know, but I think we are yet to really understand what is in it and what we have in front of us and what we need to prioritize. Thank you.
Anna, Cristina?
Hey, thank you, Fabio, for this question, because I actually, when I was writing the paper, I realized myself that I actually need a previous paper in which I defined and explored better each of the models and then apply them to a forecasting study. Yeah, I think the models are, mainly based on nodal governance, on the nodal governance theory, and also later development by Crawford, but I did myself the definition and applied it to cybersecurity. And I think these models can be used particularly in my study. I don't make that distinction, but I think it is important that these models can be used for understanding the different cybersecurity models depending on the national security domain of the organizations in a given country, and the organizations that are more in the public safety domain. And I think looking at these two different dimensions, you can also gain more insights on how the cybersecurity is organized. And also, I think it can be they can be used for comparing within the cybersecurity governance different themes. So for instance, the critical infrastructure protection, I think it's a very specific area and a very specific and a very sensitive area in every country, and it cannot be compared to other to the protection or to the governance of other themes, such as, for instance, the cybercrime, social cybercrimes, such as I don't know, online fraud or cyberbullying, for instance. And this is the criminology is talking. But yeah, I think
it's a discussion to have.
It is a discussion to have.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you, Cristina. I think Nnenna particularly needs to go because of the lecture, I understand. So thank you to the panelists for your engaging presentations and for engaging constructively with the audience. This was very interesting. This was a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure I look forward to read more about your work. We are now moving towards the lunch break from 12 to 1. And we'll be reconvening at 1 with panel 4, Virtual Crisis Managing Breakdowns. Thank you to the panelists, and I'll see those that are here in the lunch break, and Courtney will be in touch. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Welcome back to panel 4. We'll be talking about virtual crises and managing breakdowns. The papers we have will give you a wide scope of different kinds of breakdowns and different kinds of crises. We have 3 papers. We have 5 speakers joining us. So for the first paper, we have André, Barrinha and Arindrajit, Basu joining us online. As they did in various forms in previous iterations. André is at the University of Bath and Arindrajit is at CIS in India. So that's the Center for Internet and Society, and is also, not coincidentally, the winner of the Best Paper Award for last year's conference. Further, we have Mariëlle, Wijermars and Tanya Lokot. Mariëlle is at Maastricht University and Tanya is at Dublin City University. Tanya will be joining us for the Q&A. And we have Louise-Marie Hurel, who is at LSE and will be presenting here live, just like Mariëlle. So we have 3 tales on crisis joining us. So the first paper by André and André will be comparing crisis, looking at the space race, the militarization of space, comparing it with cybersecurity and seeing what lessons can be learned in terms of regulation and governance. Second is about internet freedom rankings. I think we have all seen them, we've all used them, we've all looked at them. It's an instrument perhaps for some, it's an ideal perhaps for some, but it is severely in crisis. Or maybe I'm going too far here, but I'll leave that to Mariëlle. And we have lastly, what happens if you look at an incident, at a certain crisis, what happens if you look at it through a different way, through a different conceptual lens. So Louise-Marie will be talking about an infrastructure approach to the governance of cybersecurity, focusing on a specific incident. We'll start with the first paper, so that will be an online presentation. I'm looking at the monitors to see if I find André and Arindrajit. Yeah, they're online. I can't see them here, but I am advised that on the here they are. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome back to the conference. The floor is yours. Please do your presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. And yeah, if at any time I'm not, please do let me know. Thanks to all the organizers for enabling us to present in this hybrid fashion and not being able to all meet in person soon. Just to start off, I think we need to answer the question of why we picked this topic and why we are doing this comparison. And I think this started off at a conversation around the time the UN OEWG report was released in March. And our initial thought was that yes, states were willing to cooperate, but not compromise to the extent of imposing legally binding constraints on themselves just yet. And that brings us to 2 other questions, which is why outer space and why crisis? So why outer space is 2 reasons. One, because like cyberspace, it was a techno-scientific domain where diplomacy actually arrived at a place where technical experts and scientists had already been there for a few years. But second, because great powers at the time were able to compromise and agree. Yeah, sorry. I hope I'm still there. Like cyberspace, it was a novel techno-scientific domain where diplomacy arrived, where scientists and technical experts had already been. But unlike cyberspace, it was a domain where some sort of legally binding agreement in the form of the Outer Space Treaty was achieved fairly quickly, and great powers were able to compromise. And the goal of our paper is not to go into the substantive aspects of outer space governance and question how it applies in cyberspace. It's more to look at the procedural and geopolitical aspects of what happened there and use that as a framework to evaluate what's happened in cyberspace diplomacy and also try and look at what will be happening. And of course, with cyberspace, the difference is that we are all actively trying to shape the regime, whereas with the Outer Space Treaty back in the day, it's more of a historic evaluation. So that brings me to the first kind of substantive point, which is the definition of crisis itself. We define it, just for the sake of clarity, as an undesirable event that forces a state to take action in a relatively short period of time or face the fraught consequence of inaction. That is taken from Martin Libicki's paper, Crisis and Escalation in Cyberspace, for the RAND Corporation, and we feel that that's useful to help us anchor this paper. Our core argument, which André will take forward when he discusses cyberspace, is that great powers use diplomacy for two main purposes: to exercise control and to mitigate or avert crisis. Both of these operate in a continuum, and they are related to each other and often at odds with each other. And this continuum is within which diplomacy is called to operate. So how key actors and how key diplomats perceive control and crisis is critical to the shaping of the global governance regime itself. With that, I will speak about this control crisis continuum in outer space and then hand over to André, who will illuminate us on cyberspace and what's likely to happen possibly. So let's quickly, to jog your memory, some key dates from outer space. You'll probably know this already, but just to ensure we're on the same page. In 1957, there was Sputnik 1 launched by the USSR that gave policymakers in DC and elsewhere an idea that outer space was taking a decisively military turn. Within 2 years, you have the legal subcommittee of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space of the UN set up. In 1963, there is a declaration of legal principles that serves as the bedrock for the Outer Space Treaty to come later. 1964-65, some intense discussions at that legal subcommittee, agreement on low-hanging fruits such as return of astronauts. 1966, big date, General Assembly Resolution 2222 that basically has the text of the Outer Space Treaty. In 1967, the Outer Space Treaty opens for signature with the USA, UK, and USSR acting as depositories. So now I'll quickly go over to what the policymakers and in outer space, the heads of state and secretary of state were all actively involved in this process, what we can glean about their perceptions of crisis and control. Let's start with then Senator Lyndon Johnson speaking to US colleagues in 1958. And it starts off from between 58 and 62, basically skewing towards control, where the biggest fear that policymakers had was that this military turn would give the Soviets a decisive edge. So speaking to his US colleagues, then Senator Johnson says that the urgent race we are now in is the ultimate position, towards the ultimate position, a position of total control over Earth, which ultimately lies in space. He says that the US Presidential Scientific Advisory Committee report that the UN end against any militarization of outer space, and there is much more inclination towards achieving. Yeah, sorry, I think I was lost for a second again there, but I'm back now. So the US Presidential Scientific Advisory Committee, which spoke about the need to defend space. Speaking at the United Nations First Committee of the UNGA, Johnson doesn't actually speak so much about competition, but speaks more about the need to proceed along the orderly course of full cooperation. So no real agreement to negotiate yet, but saying that there is a need to cooperate when it comes to outer space. The Soviets are, again, you have Khrushchev and the other key dignitaries involved. Khrushchev in 1961 invokes a very aspirational imagery of outer space. He speaks about the fact that if man has created spaceships capable of reaching the moon today, then tomorrow there will be manned spacecraft that ultimately goes into outer space. Khrushchev also stresses on equal opportunities and the possibilities of friendship. The legal committee, or the legal community in the Soviet Union starts speaking about the need for prohibitions. So in 1958 itself, M. Lazarev, speaking at the Soviet Academy of International Law, speaks about the need for prohibiting military activities, and that's again underscored by several Soviet legal scholars. 1962 is a key date. Is a key year because a number of things happened that essentially changed the trajectory of the negotiations and propels us towards this outer space treaty. In May 1962, Secretary of State Dean Rusk actually invokes this idea of crisis. He speaks about nuclear-propelled dreadnoughts. He speaks about radioactive waves, and he speaks about the dangers of the moon becoming a military base. That happens in May. But in June, and this often scholars say that the State Department itself was at loggerheads with itself because the US goes ahead with the testing of exo-atmospheric weapons called Project Fishbowl. And in fact, diplomats within the Secretary of State, within the State Department are actually saying that a preemptive I'm not sure if I've frozen again, but I'll continue. So the key tipping point is the Cuban Missile Crisis in October of 1962. And why that's a tipping point is because that convinces key decision makers in both states that a crisis is very possible. And if you see conversations post-1962, both in terms of the speeches by Johnson, where there is an urgent call to action on the need for demilitarization, and also responses by Gromyko and others in the Soviet Union, there is a definite move towards this desire to negotiate a treaty and prevent the militarization or the placing of certain weapons in outer space. To conclude, the Outer Space Treaty did restrict certain behavior in outer space, but it wasn't unambiguously a demilitarized outer space. What scholars call defensive militarization was allowed, and that kind of ambiguity is definitely being showed up today, where questions on dual-use weapons are being asked, and states are basically using the ambiguity in the Outer Space Treaty to develop capabilities. So there was initially a desire to control. The Cuban Missile Crisis and also the prospects of the moon race definitely underscored the impending crisis. And that led to some sort of an agreement, even though that agreement was not perfect and is being criticized today. And that's really was the politics of outer space in a nutshell. Let me hand over to André to take us forward on the cyberspace piece of the puzzle.
Thank you, Arindrajit. So cyberspace, as we know, is often encapsulated in a narrative of doom and gloom. Particularly since the turn of the millennium, once it became clear that the emancipatory promises of the 80s and the 90s had given way to commercial exploitation and geopolitical contestation. This environment of persistent threat and potential disaster, to quote James Shires, has influenced the public imaginary on this. Only recently, the US magazine Newsweek offered a front page warning to the rising risk of a cyber Pearl Harbor, as you have here, as well as that of policymakers around the world, including China, Russia, and the US, that obviously started addressing the doom and gloom scenarios when referring to cyberspace. So in that regard, I think there is a generalized understanding of the threats and challenges that can result from an unregulated cyberspace, as there was in the 60s when the Outer Space Treaty was being negotiated. However, we think that the diplomatic dynamics around cyberspace are much slower and less publicly visible than those that led to the OST. Notwithstanding the UN process triggered by Russia in 1998, the Budapest Convention remains to this day the only international treaty related to cybersecurity, and even then only in terms of cybercrime in what was a European initiative. So the discussion at the UN level has been positive, has evolved in a positive fashion, but as told us by a cyber diplomat, at the speed of glaciers. If for some literature, the process itself is already something to be cherished, like Hollis' Duncan Hollis, for example, would argue. The reality is that 23 years after the Russian proposal for a treaty banning electronic weapons, we are still very far from a binding international agreement. Worse, the existence of a binding agreement has in itself become an issue of diplomatic contestation. In our paper, which is still very much a draft, we argue that the main reason for this is that for all the doom and gloom scenarios, the major powers in the cyber domain are still relatively comfortable in that they believe the slow pace of diplomatic discussions combined with a free rein to undertake offensive operations in cyberspace outweighs the negative costs of the absence of an overarching international agreement. For many, that would also entail compromising on key values and principles that they take to be more important than the potential additional stability that may result from a signed treaty or convention. So in that sense, for these powers, there is no sense of impending crisis in cyberspace. And here the concept of unpeace as the mid-spectrum rivalry lying below the physically destructive threshold of interstate violence, but whose harmful effects far suppress the tolerable levels of peacetime competition as defined by Lucas Callow and recently popularized by Mark Leonard's book, may go some way in explaining this outcome. However, we think that unlike Callow's remark that the situation in cyberspace surpasses the tolerable levels of peacetime competition, we would argue that those levels are indeed beyond those of peacetime competition, but nonetheless very much tolerable. However, there are a few additional factors that would make a crisis mode between the great powers a necessary but insufficient condition to proceed towards a meaningful binding outcome. First, cyberspace is composed of a great number of diverse key actors, more diverse than outer space was, from swing states, to use Tim Mauer's concept, to private actors, to civil society, etc. For countries like India or Mexico or South Africa, the control crisis continuum is simply different, focusing much more on development needs, for example. Other actors, such as civil society and businesses, play a central role in these discussions, but bring to the table different priorities and distinct views of where a potential crisis lies. This automatically means that diplomats and policymakers are not rushing to tackle a single notion of crisis, but multiple disparate notions, often through multiple fragmented processes. Second, there is the technical nature of cyberspace. The visuals of nuclear crisis in outer space were apparent to all as images of atomic bombs and nuclear testing pervaded public imaginary. That shaped how diplomats and politicians viewed the impending crisis, and the imaginaries of disaster were very clear. The technical and largely invisible nature of cyber crisis, or of a cyber crisis, may prevent diplomats and other decision makers from appreciating the full extent of the threat and at hand, and consequently underestimating the value of cooperating in terms of additional restraint. So to conclude, looking at the outer space dynamics in the 60s brings to the fore the importance of crisis as a high politics problem that involves the major figures in each country to push for an agreed international resolution. Or a specific type of solution. Anything below that level would probably require a different concept to that of crisis. That's why we believe the continuum between control and crisis can be helpful. For we can't have a situation in which crisis and control overlap. And often in discussions on cyberspace, that seems to be the case. This also indicates that for people working in cyber, such as ourselves, and I assume most people or everyone in the room, we may have the temptation to think that this is a domain politically more relevant than it may actually be. Second, this case also shows us how we moved away from a concentrated distribution of power in international systems to a more decentralized one, both in terms of key states, but also in terms of the importance of other actors. In that sense, a notion of crisis would be an essential but insufficient condition for there to be a clear push towards an international binding agreement in cyberspace. Finally, even if there was an agreement, and we would like to thank the reviewers for reinforcing this point in the comments they provided us, on an international, even if there was an agreement and an international binding treaty, what the Outer Space Treaty shows us is that it still wouldn't prevent the militarization of the field. So to sum up very quickly, crisis in cyberspace, we need to ask whether we are or have a real crisis in this domain. And to put things into perspective, we need to understand how fast things move comparatively with other domains. And most importantly, who is taking the lead in these processes. I mean, in outer space, we had Eisenhower, Johnson, Khrushchev. Who do we have in cyberspace? Talking for it. In terms of great powers dynamics, again, we think they are quite important and fundamental for anything to happen in this domain, but they would still be insufficient for anything meaningful to be approved. And I think this would take us in terms of importance to the discussion of the previous panel. And finally, even if we have a binding agreement, it won't necessarily prevent the militarization of cyberspace. And so I think we need to start thinking more in terms of what this entails, in terms of the consequences and the promotion of some sort of cyber peace. And I would end up here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an interesting and thought-provoking presentation. I can see a number of people here in the room who probably have opinions to share on this paper, so I'm looking forward to that. But first we're going to do all the presentations, and then we're going to start taking questions from both the online audience and from the people here in the room. So again, to the online audience, there's no need to wait until everybody has spoken. If you have a burning question, just put it into the chat box, and then we'll pick it up here. But first now, we will move towards the second presentation. Mariëlle, Wijermars, the floor is yours. You have your...
Okay. Okay, so I'll wait for my slides to appear. Since, as you see, I do not have any notes, so without slides. Okay, so I'm very happy that my co-author, Tanya, is also joining us, so she can help me tackle questions in the Q&A. But I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that I think this is the first time in this entire 2 days now that the word internet freedom has even come up. The discussion has so much shifted towards security thinking that actually internet freedom and the discussion about why we would want to have internet freedom and what it means has actually been placed onto a back burner. And perhaps rankings play a role in this, so that's what I want to look at. So as Dennis already alluded to in the beginning, there are certain periods in the year where suddenly all the media report about internet freedom. And they make these very bold statements saying that internet freedom has increased, internet freedom has decreased, either on a global level or in particular countries. So for example, here from CNN, they claim governments are using the pandemic to crack down on digital rights, reports find, and there you see quoted, Freedom on the Net, a ranking released by Freedom House. It's not just English language media that pick this up, it actually goes across the world. So for example, some German coverage from 2019, where again they claim internet freedom has decreased again. And this one also has some good news, because in comparison, Germany is actually faring very well. So they're very happy, and we also see this explained here in the map. So Germany is a very reassuring color green. So what these media coverage that also extends into the policy sphere, what this does is that it oversimplifies what internet freedom actually is. So it presents it as a very unified indicator that can be measured and that everyone understands what it means and what it refers to. But if you scratch a little bit, so if you go a little bit under the surface, you will soon find out that that is actually not the case, and that internet freedom as a concept is much more contested, even more contested to if we would want to measure democracy or if we want to measure media freedom. So this is the starting point for our paper. And what we set out to do is to look at those rankings. And in this case, we thought, well, let's not focus on one, as most studies tend to do, but try and understand what this landscape looks like. And we were very surprised to find that actually there's a multitude of different rankings, dashboards, all kinds of things related to internet freedom or aspects of internet freedom. So we wanted to take all of those on board and see what is actually going on and why are there so many? What is it that they are doing? And do we think that this is actually helping? So might they be reinforcing values that are not helping us necessarily? So let's have a look at a few examples to give you a sense of what this landscape looks like and the diversity that we have. So the Freedom on the Net ranking from Freedom House is the most well-known. So this is released annually since 2009. And they are very well known also because they are established in terms of making rankings. So they also have their global freedom ranking that measures democratization. So now they have the internet freedom ranking as well. So here it's very easy. You have a color map, so you can very easily see whether a country is free, partly free, or unfree. So what are the things that they look at? And these are clusters of indicators, things like obstacles to access, limits on content, violation of user rights. Let's look at another example. So Reporters Without Borders, they are known for their World Press Freedom Index, which focuses on media freedom. But of course, since digital technologies are increasingly important also for media freedom, but also when you think about the surveillance of journalists, intimidation, all those kind of things, then it's very clear why they would want to include indicators that are relevant to internet freedom. So some of the things that they have are pluralism, media independence, self-censorship, legislative frameworks, transparency, and so on. And again, they also have a very convenient map for us, so we can easily see how bad everything is going. Another example, very different one, released by the World Wide Web Foundation, their Web Index. Only a few years they had this one. And what they set out to do was to measure the impact of the web. So they're quite positive. So they set out to measure the contribution in social, economic, and political progress of the World Wide Web. So, of course, we can wonder if this is perhaps the reason why they stopped after 2014. It's very much focused on progress. And perhaps they ceased to find it. What do they look at? It's slightly wider in terms of the indicators they use. So things like universal internet access, freedom and openness, relevant content, and empowerment. There are also some a bit stranger type rankings. So Reporters Without Borders actually has a second one that is called the Enemies of the Internet list. And this is very much a naming and shaming list that they release annually, where they highlight the countries that are the worst offenders, so to say. I would very much like to show you indicators or methodology, but they do not disclose any. So we have no idea what this is based on. Then the final one, we see now a shift from focusing on states to also looking at companies. And here our final ranking comes in. So this is from Ranking Digital Rights. They have their Corporate Accountability Index, where they look at telecommunication companies, platform companies, and so on. What are some of the things they look at? Governance structures, protection of freedom of expression, protection of privacy. So, of course, rankings, they are very popular. So especially over the past 3 decades, the number of different rankings that we have has exploded, and also their uses and their popularity. And it's understandable why this is the case. Rankings, they help us evaluate, they help us make decisions. But at the same time, they also turn very complicated phenomena, such as democracy, such as internet freedom, into ostensibly unambiguous measures. They are very influential. So they really impact the status of states in the international arena. But also when you think about NGOs that are active in some of these spheres, it also affects, for example, the allocation of aid to those kind of organizations. So if your country is performing better, that might actually mean that you will lose resources. So it is really, really influential, even though everyone knows that there are criticisms that can be had on these rankings. So if we move to those criticisms, then they tend to center, so especially when talking about democracy rankings, media freedom rankings, this tends to center on the fact that they actually reinforce certain value sets. So very much based on more neoliberal understandings of democracy, emphasis on individual liberty. So there are particular value sets that are being embedded in the way that these rankings are being constructed. And because they are so popular and because they are so influential, these same values then become ingrained into institutions that use them. So even if officially they do not use them, we know that informally it actually really does influence decision making. Then a final thing that is relevant, I think, for internet freedom as well, is that the indicators that are being used, they're usually developed in the global north, while many of the populations and the states that are subject to this, so where the data collection is happening, are mostly based in the global south. So if we then move on to internet freedom in particular, so why do we have internet freedom rankings in the first place? So apparently, at some point, we decided that it was very important to track the progress of states in terms of their protection of internet freedom. In this line, it really follows upon democracy rankings, democratization, and media freedom rankings, which of course are also seen to be important because they are related to democracy. So you also saw this in some of the examples, that the same organizations that first do the one type of ranking then move into internet freedom. So you see here that the idea of why we need to have an internet freedom ranking and also the way that they are constructed, this really is an embodiment of the assumption that internet access leads to democratization because it supports access to information, it supports freedom of expression and freedom of association. But as I'm sure I do not need to explain this to anyone in this room, it is very complicated. There is no one-on-one connection. Even the scholarly debate about this is very, very diverse. But in any case, we know that the internet can actually strengthen authoritarian regimes. It enables surveillance. It enables, for example, social media monitoring to gauge preferences. So it can help in authoritarian survival. But we also see on the opposite end in democracies that in the past few years, the internet has become to be seen as a threat to democracies and a threat to security. So internet freedom very much is a contested concept, and especially these kind of assumptions that are embedded here about how would internet freedom and particular elements of it, how would they relate to political regimes and political developments. So for this paper, we wanted to do the entire landscape. So we selected those rankings and dashboards that do imply a certain hierarchy or ranking or that address a certain value judgment or recommendation. So that make comparisons in a way, and then reviewing methodology, but also the way that they actually promote their rankings, so the visual framing, the narrative framing that they use. And based on this, we came up with a typology of what the main aims are of the different types. So how can we understand the diversity here? And rankings can do multiple things at the same time, so they can have one primary aim and then secondary aims as well. So the first one, and in the paper we use 3 rankings to sort of exemplify these types. The first type is focused on measuring or comparing, and here freedom on the net is a prime example. So these are rankings that indeed set out to measure internet freedom, and on the basis of that measurement to make comparisons between countries or organizations. And to be able to do this, you have to present yourself as being an objective partner, so that you provide an objective classification. Then the second aim is presenting or framing, and here the enemies of the internet list that I showed you is a good example. So at the same time, they are still doing a selection, they're still classifying countries, for example, classifying them as enemies or predators, but as you see already in the formulation here, the framing takes precedence. So the emphasis is no longer on executing a comprehensive or systematic analysis, but it's very much more about the framing, about the public communication. And then the final type that we identify is on encouraging action as a prime aim, and here the ranking digital rights is a good example. So they really foreground wanting to have impact, and in the case of ranking digital rights, they also work together with the organizations they rank to try and implement improvements. So if you take a step back, so these are 3 example rankings, but the entire landscape and how it has changed over time, then we see 3 main trends. The first trend is that there's a development towards greater granularity. So we see that new rankings appear focusing on sub-aspects of internet freedom. So freedom on the net is very much a comprehensive one, or trying to be, but the new ones, they really focus on sub-aspects as discussion moves there. Then the second is a development towards increased complexity. So if you look at for the rankings that we have methodology available, I should say, we see that there are methodological changes. So they do try to redefine their methodologies to also reflect the changes in what the internet actually looks like. We also see that on the public-facing side, the presentation is becoming more complex. So the maps and the dashboards, increasingly we have a very expensive set of communication products. What we were quite discouraged to find was that there is no improvement in terms of transparency or accountability in terms of methodology. So most of the things we were not able to really, find. We really relied on the Wayback Machine to find even back editions of some of these rankings, and for methodologies it's even worse. So it's very difficult to actually find these materials and to be able to compare for yourself what this ranking is telling you. Then finally, there are some shifts in terms of who's included. So we see increasingly more countries added, and especially also democracies being added, which I think we can agree on is a positive thing. The final shift, as I mentioned already earlier, is that we're speaking no longer just of states, but rankings increasingly also try to identify certain institutions within those states or particular companies, and highlighting that they are the offenders. So moving on to general conclusions, so based on this analysis and comparison of all of these rankings, we argue that the number of rankings that we found, and especially also the diversity among them, really illustrates the fact that the whole debate about internet freedom is very contested. But it also reflects that it is a moving target. So the internet itself has changed tremendously over the times that these rankings have even existed. But they do not always reflect this. At the same time, our understanding of how does the internet relate to political regimes, that is also evolving. So it's very difficult, even if you would want to construct a very good ranking, it's very difficult to be able to capture this in any consistent manner. At the same time, all of these dominant rankings, they do indeed have a very Western-leaning perspective. If you look into indicators, they really stress things like individual liberty of things derived from it. There's very much a stress on civic and political rights, while of course we know that internet is also very important for the realization of socioeconomic rights, but you do not see that reflected in most of the rankings. The one thing we're particularly concerned about is that, as I showed you, this connection between internet access and all of this to democracy is very much debated. But at the same time, you do still see in the indicators remnants of democracy indicators, of media freedom indicators. So that means that we are reinforcing a democracy, non-democracy dichotomy, even though this might not be as relevant when we speak about internet freedom or some aspects of it. And then finally, for this part of the conclusions, we see that there is still a lack of acknowledging that these kinds of topics are very, very complicated. And to just show one example, internet access. So in most of the rankings, more internet access is good. But of course, we now know that having more internet access is not necessarily anything. The political implications of it can be very diverse. So even if you imagine a state that has very contentious politics, then increasing internet access might actually exacerbate political crises. So none of these are neutral. As rankings, they almost never are. But we were quite surprised to find that in some of the cases, really the narrative and the framing takes center stage, and it really is about the narrative. There's almost no explanation of methodology, no empirical evidence being provided. And the final 2 points is more for a policy audience as well as for us academics, is that we really are critical about using these rankings because indeed there are methodological changes that in essence can undermine the validity of longitudinal trends. But at the same time, in the communication about the rankings, when they are presented, this is not explained. So this means that we are still presented with rankings, with changes. So this country improved, this one deteriorated, this one went up in the ranking, this one went down. This is where the PR part is, but at the same time, the actual validity of that is very much in question. A second one, which I think is something to really take to heart, is that they are so inconsistent with their archival practices and access to their underlying data as well as to their methodologies, that we should be really critical of using them for any analytical purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariëlle. That was an interesting presentation. I think these kind of rankings are one of our windows on the world. Is one of the ways we see these things appearing in newspapers and television shows. And as you say, there's convenient maps, make it all simple, make it look. And this was a good takedown of what's going on there, also in terms of methodology and archiving and what does it mean, right? And I think the question, what does it mean and what kind of role these things should or should not play is a good topic for debate later. We move to the third presentation now, and then we'll open the floor for debate. Thank
you. Should I just use this? Yeah. Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Louise Marie Rell. It's been great to be with you all, and it's great to join this amazing panel. I'm going to talk a bit from a different perspective, let's say, of what a crisis is. We talked about how crisis is conceived as an emergent situation that needs to be dealt with in order to avoid escalation. I think right now I'm perhaps going to present you with a different approach. And this is really a tiny bit of a twist from my theoretical kind of reflections in my PhD project, which focuses on cybersecurity imaginaries and looking at contestation. But this hopefully will be an interesting discussion, and it is very much a work in progress, so I need to mention that. Great. So what we've seen, and we already talked yesterday, and for all of us, it's kind of quite frequent to see how incidents are being reported every single day in our main media news sites. Think about the Colonial Pipeline, think about Microsoft Exchange hack, attacks against local councils, such as the Hackney Council, which made unavailable all of the operations of a particular kind of local area, which is another way of thinking, and even universities. So Howard University, for example, was the target of an attack as well, and many others. I mean, we are exposed to these reports of incidents every single day, and they can give the impression of a cyber doom. And when we thought that Digital Pearl Harbor was just dead, it just came back with Newsweek. So we keep seeing these analogies also coming back in a very interesting way. So how can we go beyond this conflated discourse, these securitized notions of cybersecurity, and perhaps a very state-centric, sometimes, reporting of what these incidents are? Think about even these same attacks. Even if we're talking about a company, we're talking about an attribution that was done by the US government, for example. So there's this always this concentration of crisis as something that is associated with a state-centric kind of perspective. And what these headlines, especially those focused more on state-sponsored cyber attack, what do they conceal? What are the narratives that they consolidate that makes us not look at other particular angles? So I would like to invite us to actually zoom out from looking at cyber incidents as basically this consolidated narrative about specific incidents, threat actors, and securities, which is really great. We talked a lot about attribution yesterday, but look at the other end, at kind of the spectrum that comes before, looking at knowledge building, at incident handling, data gathering practices, and even think about informal conversations that happen in the everyday practice. So the uneasiness that brings me to this paper is consolidated in these questions, I guess. The first of them is really of understanding, and this is an exercise of thinking, how do we research incidents, and how do we understand how an incident is made in this continuum of practices? What kinds of knowledge count as valid in determining whether an occurrence is an incident or not? So we have different definitions of what an incident is that go from an event to an intentional act to an occurrence, but that doesn't say much to us. It's a kind of a descriptive approach to what an incident is, and we know it's much more messier than that. So what kinds of practices, communities, technologies underlie the emergence of cyber incidents as such, and which ones are more or less visible? And finally, how do we advance in developing methodological thinking tools for studying what can sometimes be perceived as crises or not? So I'm not saying that this is a completely new thing and that I'm the only one doing this. There's a lot of really great people that have been doing similar research, and it's a growing trend in kind of the intersection between science and technology studies and critical security studies. And I just mentioned a couple over here, which are kind of different vocabularies and concepts that have been applied to kind of study incidents and look at incidents as this process of consolidating specific knowledges about cybersecurity and which communities are highlighted in this process. One concept has been assemblage, so focusing on assemblage theory both from the philosophical perspective or the STS perspective, which is very much focused on Latour, and ontological politics as well, and I see Tobias is over there in the back, just focusing also also an STS to try to bring the discussion beyond the state, beyond just also the discourse, and looking at the materialities, at the agencies, at the actors and the narratives, and how these different incidents actually provides us with different lenses to what actually matters. So how can we go beyond, or let's say below? How can we look at the background of what actually makes this possible? So really the importance of incidents is really recognized by this literature and other folks as well as moments of investigating the consolidation of knowledge. And we see, for example, the attribution as kind of like the finalistic, if that's the word, process of looking at when something is defined as an incident. But definitely there's so many other practices that kind of define that, and other actors are normally predefining, let's say, incidents as such in other contexts. So what I'm proposing over here, and just allow me to be a bit of a theory nerd over here with you, is really to propose a different understanding, a different point of entry, very much complementary to what I was saying previously of these other works that have been done. So I'm drawing mostly also on STS, and it's a very specific literature in science and technology studies, which focuses on infrastructure studies. And one concept that I'm using over here is the concept of infrastructure inversion. So normally when we talk about infrastructure, we're thinking about, large technical systems. There's a whole literature on that. There's a whole notion of like the physicality of the space that we're in. But then what STS and specifically infrastructure studies provide is actually this phenomenological turn to what an infrastructure is. So rather than talking about the buildings that we're in and questioning what's behind these buildings, the pipes and the infrastructure, is actually looking at how different infrastructures of knowledge are consolidated. And these infrastructures of knowledge also need to be questioned, and that in the science and technology studies literature is very much going to the background and looking at, let's say, the maintainers of different systems. So in the case of our internet infrastructures, looking at network operators, looking at incident responders, looking at the labor that's done and how it's maintained, but also looking at the materiality of it all, be it from exploits to the evolving process of a particular malware. So what Susan Lee Starr and Boker and Roulette actually propose is this concept of infrastructure inversion, which is basically looking at what's behind, looking at what's below. So instead of asking what is an infrastructure from like the very material aspect, is looking at when is an infrastructure. So when does it happen? When does it emerge in our social context? And that is the same question that I want to ask here. When does an incident happen? When is an incident? It doesn't sound grammatically correct, but that's the point. So basically what this allows us to do, and I'm arguing, is that it allows us to shift from this perspective that I was talking about to a notion of an incident not just being something descriptive or something that we can objectively trace, but it's something that we can actually look at the stabilization and contestation that happens in the process of defining what kinds of narratives are kind of being accepted at the end. So I'm looking at this other process that comes before that, or in the continuum of that. So that allows us to look at the politics of cybersecurity as the process through which different communities and technologies kind of come together and try to make some kind of consensus, or not. So to do that, I am looking more specifically at the Configure worm case. So if we're talking about looking at the background, we do need to focus on one incident. And I struggled a lot, to be quite honest, to kind of define a specific incident, just because I feel you could apply any other incident to this particular case, but I just thought that the Configure worm case is a very interesting moment for us to reflect about. It's a very well-registered event. There's a lot of technical reports from different parts of the technical community and other experts. And it is something that actually kind of makes me think about how the spectacle of the crisis is sometimes not taken as we go forward, or we think that every crisis is a new situation. And when we look at cases such as Configure, we see that it's not necessarily that. So in November 2008, a new self-replicating malicious software program called Worm. It targeted Microsoft Windows operating systems and began spreading to different computers, and that reached over 15 million affected devices across 190 countries. So basically, almost the whole world. And as the malware spread from computer to computer, it created a botnet, a series of compromised devices that would be activated remotely by a third party and operated in conjunction. So the location of these devices were mostly home, the business environment, the government. So it was a widespread kind of effect in that sense of targets. And the conflict worm became one of the historical kind of cases, as most of you already are familiar with it, exactly because of the scale of that attack, of the effects that it had in terms of also the scale, as I said, but also in terms of just thinking about, just realizing that, well, our infrastructure is really vulnerable. And I think we're always getting back to that point. By applying a lens that is coming from this infrastructure studies and looking at infrastructure inversion as this process of looking in the background, after doing document analysis and looking at books, because there are books, there are reports, there are technical reports, it's very well documented, as I said, and media coverage as well, I arrived at least 4 categories, as we can put it, or dimensions of what makes an incident. And this is from the perspective of the conflict worm, and obviously it's not exclusive at all. So it's a very much, as I said, work in progress. And the first dimension is really this modularity between exceptionality and normality. So the conflict worm is really interesting because it is, portrayed as something exceptional because of the public media coverage by media outlets. Second, it's partly due to the technical capability and at the time of exploiting a vulnerability, and not just any vulnerability, but it was a vulnerability present in Microsoft Windows. So it's kind of like, it's a big kind of infrastructural issue. And third, it's also due to the technical aspects that configured the malicious code that later enabled it to self-replicate more and more. So there were 5 versions of the conflict worm that kind of developed in the span of 1 year. So that is also kind of thinking about the technical sophistication that was incrementally built. So that is what builds the exceptionality in a sense of what the conflict worm has become or became. And the normality on the other side, which is kind of contradictory, but it's really that, is looking, as I said, to the background, to who's involved in actually doing this. And when we think about the normality, one's crises is the other one's everyday work. And that is basically that normality. Is the first aspect of that is really the routine security practices. So Microsoft had Patch Tuesday established in 2003, but even so, it wasn't enough to actually catch the attention of the security community to actually patch their systems or any other company. But even so, Comfort was, it was also a place or a moment where there was a group that was established, a group between that included ICANN, that included different technical experts at the FBI, the DHS. They were all involved in kind of trying to elaborate a response. So you see this kind of normality in terms of cooperation, in terms of these established channels of these routine security practices that are fundamental for just discovering the first element of what we could say is an incident, the vulnerability. So what we see then is a modularity, as I said, between these 2 discourses, a discourse or a vision of exceptionality vis-a-vis a discourse or vision of normality that comes with these communities. And exceptionality, in this sense, drives the mundane activities. And also the struggle between exceptionality and normality as incidents or crises becomes the norm rather than the exception as we see in our day-to-day. Very quickly, and I don't know how I am with time, but just let me know, give me a look. So incidents are also kind of portrayed as labor and community signifiers. So this is another dimension that we can look at when we're talking about looking at what's below and behind. Basically, when we're talking about this, is looking beyond the crisis resolution and more at the communities and actors involved in responding. So normally, community signifiers, this would mean like when you're thinking about an incident, normally they're computer incident response teams, security operations centers, network operators that are involved in these processes. But in the case of Configure Worm, you did have, as I said, this Configure working group, which was established in a very kind of, let's say, it is an unprecedented, in a way, activity. It's an institutionalized effort to bring Microsoft, ICANN, domain registries, antivirus vendors, and academic researchers along with governments to this discussion. And there's this report from David Piscello from ICANN. So he's from the Internet Corporation from Assigned Names and Numbers. He's from the Security Stability, back then, Advisory Committee, if I got the acronym correct. He notes that the collaborative effort also demonstrated that security communities are willing and able to join forces in response to incidents that threaten the security and stability of the DNS and the domain registration system on a global scale. So it's kind of interesting to see how these narratives also consolidate from the perspective of these, let's say, other communities. Another element that I would like to bring, and getting closer to the end, is the dimension of incidents as also the labeling practices. So I talked about exceptionality and normality. I talked about how different incidents are community signifiers, and they also just a reminder, you know, thinking about the phenomenology of the incident, they are also part of labeling practices. So it's not just about getting into the network, looking at it and responding to it, or developing a press release or something like that that allows you to, an official statement that allows you to say what an incident is. There are multiple different practices that come into kind of building the data as well that comes into factoring what an incident is. And obviously this is not just exclusive to the Configure Worm. This is a bigger part of what I'm working in, and I thought it would be interesting to bring just because of the interaction that I think you will have with Jung's paper yesterday. So rather than focusing on attribution, as I said, I'm really looking at this concept of labeling, which is something more of thinking not necessarily the finalistic process of defining an incident as part of the attribution process, but looking before that. So what we see is basically this platform-based labeling through different new models, such as bug bounty platforms, threat intelligence platforms, that all try to consolidate some knowledge about what incidents are, what are the key vulnerabilities, what you should care as a company, what you should care as a government. There are also community-based labeling, and that is the key point of the Configure Worm process, which is the labeling that happened in the Configure working group and how they actually socialize with different communities of practice in the technical community, but also with governments to actually get to a point where we need to tackle this, and we need to tackle this throughout this year, where we have 5 different versions of Configure emerging, and we don't know how severe they're going to get as we go forward. And finally, and obviously these are just other examples of how you can see community-based labeling, and I'm happy to kind of talk more about that. And these are more kind of practices that are more recent, so using social media, for example, to circulate information about incidents and vulnerabilities is another way that has been practiced by mainly the incident response community. And political labeling, which is, I don't like very much the word political because it says that the other things are not political, but still, political labeling as this moment of political, strategic attribution, as the official statements that are made by government representatives. And to finally get to the close, to the final dimension, so the 4th one, which is, I think, it's really interesting. So this dimension, which is basically looking at incidents and the dimension of looking at incidents as temporally extended. As I said, the Configure Worm was from 2008 to 2009, and there were 5 versions of the worm. And what the Configure Worm highlights is that a vulnerability does not remain the same, nor does a malicious code to exploit it. So by 2009, 1 year after it had been notified to Microsoft, to the Configure Worm, Researchers had already found variants, and each exploring new infection vectors. So there's this generativity to how these different vulnerabilities and malware are kind of evolving. And there's also this legacy of the technical components, right? We normally talk about, let's say, Colonial Pipeline, SolarWinds. We either focus sometimes on the actors that perpetrated the attack or the vulnerabilities, but we don't necessarily talk about how these vulnerabilities continue out there. And one of the things, for example, Mirai botnet, for those that are familiar with it, continued, and still today there are many kind of vulnerabilities associated with Mirai that continue very much operational. But the challenge here is, when looking at the Configure cases, the Configure case is that there were registered reports of the worm until 2017. Well, until today you might find it, but until 2017. And what's interesting there is that the legacy is not just about the technical aspect that remains, like the vulnerability of our infrastructures, is also the element of where these vulnerabilities are. So in this case, like the 2017 reports, they actually say that most of the cases, they were focused in Brazil, India, Thailand, and Philippines. So that talks a little bit about the legacy of our internet or infrastructure and who gets to continue with a more vulnerable, let's say, kind of ecosystem than others. So yeah, and just to finalize, and I can go deeper into other elements, and this is just my conclusion if it actually goes to the next slide. Okay, great. Just to conclude, so what can infrastructure inversion actually help us to think about? We can think about how to tap into these politics of making an incident, and how sometimes there are much more complex than we might think. And incident making, it can also help in thinking about what does it mean to study an incident, and looking not at this finalistic process, as I said, but actually looking at these other communities, at this labeling practice, and of the materiality of these technologies and vulnerabilities and where they're situated at the end of the day. Finally, it can provide new pathways for us to thinking about crises as less of this moment where the New York Times just puts a front page talking about a particular incident, but thinking about crises, this relationality of crises, that one's cyber doom is the other's kind of everyday work. And to really kind of think critically about this spectrum, and what does it mean, and what does it mean when something becomes labeled as a crisis. And finally, it allows us to question and perhaps trace incident making and understand the different visions, the different practices and dimensions that come together in thinking about the politics, and in this case, of one incident. But I do feel that there's really much more to do. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie-Louise. So we're doing a lot of deconstruction at the moment. So we've deconstructed rankings, and now we've deconstructed the whole process in which we look at incidents. And it was interesting what you said about sort of the crisis as a spectacle, and you sort of referenced the New York Times, and that is often what happens. And it sort of reminded me, some people, I think they call it the Columbus question. That's right, is it new or is it just new to me? And that is something that is part of this equation, right? So different organizations, different people, different frame it differently and differently in time as well. So thank you very much for that presentation. I have everybody online. Welcome to Tanya. Welcome to the panel. I understand that you'll be helping out with answering the questions. I think our panel has done an excellent job of livening up what is commonly known as the graveyard shift just after lunch. Now it's up to our audience. I see that our online audience is still in lunch mode in terms of questions, so I turn to the room in terms of giving us a few fiery questions. A lot has been said. I cannot imagine that there will be no questions. So who may I give the floor to? Fabio, Cristiano there. And then Raluca, and then June. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Thanks to the panelists for your inspiring presentations. My question is for Luis, and I think it's this is a very interesting work, and actually personally very much relatable in terms of the critical security studies perspective. I was wondering whether you can say a bit more about the imaginary, and because it seems something that comes up at the beginning of the presentation, it's kind of fading away, and I wonder whether there is a dimension of this imaginary which is not necessarily produced within cybersecurity, but where does this imaginary come from, right? Is there an outside of this? I think that's the question. And I think this speaks to questions related to the militarization, for instance, right? So how do we translate in the cybersecurity context other narratives, right? Because otherwise the argument might risk to become very circular, right? The imaginary of cybersecurity is the imaginary of cybersecurity, right? So I think the question is that where does these imaginaries come from? I think that would be my question.
Yeah.
Thank you to all for the very enlightening presentations. I'm Raluca from Carnegie Europe. I have a question for Louise and also a bit following up on that for André and Arindrajit as well. Again, from the previous comment, which was also one of my questions, kind of unpacking this idea of imaginaries, or I would say a lack of imaginary as well, and how, for instance, how we imagine outer space and as well now cyberspace sometimes is a failure of imagination, and the fact that we go back to some of the imaginaries, for instance, of I don't know, a geopolitical control of the Earth's orbit going back to the Cold War era and increasing militarization. And I wonder who are indeed these visionaries or non-visionaries that are shaping, you know, the way we understand now cyberspace. And I think STS and work on social technical imaginaries have hinted towards some groups, specific techno-social political groups and their visions and how their visions become then our collective vision. So how is this step from, I don't know, certain communities, either military, political, technical, become our imagined collective understanding of the world? And that's one question more for the imaginary side. And on the crisis side, I had also a question for Luis in terms of the unpacking also the black box of the incident or the incident loop as well, and the level of temporality in that, and how, for instance, within the moment of crisis, there is that is also part of the incident as well, and you know the moment of reaction, and trying to unpack the black box of the incident. That was it. It's not a question. It's more of an observation. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is June Lee from the Carnegie Endowment. Thank you, panelists, for some really, really interesting presentations. I also have a question for Luis and André and Arindrajit. First for Luis, I really liked, I think, kind of the conversation that you were having and with what's happening before the strategic attribution. And to your point about incidents as kind of labeling practices, I wanted to come back to the idea of, you know, who's doing the labeling really matters, right? And different voices have different levels of dominance in the media landscape or public awareness. So I'm wondering if you have looked at, you know, it's like who really dominates that media landscape, and has that dominance or the, I guess, landscape of actors changed over time? For Arindrajit and André, I was really interested in your point about crisis and as a process that that pushes states towards cooperation, because my first thought might be that crisis can be unifying, but it can also be divisive, right? In terms of both between the aggressor state, or, you know, the aggressing party, and the victim. And, you know, we spoke earlier about, you know, instance of like China offensive cyber and kind of their denial or more confrontational strategies. So that can lead to more of a schism. At the same time, in terms of reactions to incidents, right, thinking of like attribution of SolarWinds, some states being willing to publicly attribute, some, you know, not wanting to take that step, and that also causing a schism even among allies. So I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to kind of that divisive aspect of crisis as well. Thank you.
So I'll hang on. Yeah, I'll take one more question, then do a second round, because otherwise people may get lost in the number of questions.
Hello, my name is Sarah Backman from Stockholm University.
I also have a question for Louise, and that is, could you elaborate a little bit more about, the distinction between incident and crisis here? As a crisis management researcher, I'm very much, involved in this, so I would like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That's the first round. We'll come back to the room after this first round. Louise, much of the burden is on you, so perhaps start with you and then perhaps to go to André and Arindrajit.
Okay, perfect. Very easy questions. So I'll start just with Fabio about this internal understanding of what an imaginary is versus an externality, let's say, of what's beyond just thinking about this loophole of just cybersecurity imaginaries just being about cybersecurity. And I definitely agree. I mean, I'm drawing not just on the socio-technical imaginary from STS, but I'm also thinking about broader, like, philosophical discussions of what an imaginary is for, like, the society. So the discussion here is about macro imaginary, about how we see the existence of infrastructures, interconnected infrastructures, interconnectivity, how we accepted it as a given to our everyday society. There's the discussion around the imaginary, around the vulnerabilities that are embedded into it. At the same time, and there's a contradiction there, because at the same time, we understand that we need people that will take care of these vulnerabilities. We normally frame every kind of problem that happens as this, well, I'm generalizing here, but we frame the problems that happen as kind of exceptionalities. So what's the measure here? And I think this is the shaping of the imaginary. Obviously, there are different degrees and different notions, and imaginary is, let's say, not the most productive concept, even though I really love it, just because it's very abstract in the sense of it can be very macro and it can be about the communities of practice there. We can talk about how incident responders, technical experts are kind of conceiving through their practices of a particular way of engaging and tracing and reporting incidents. That might not be what the government is doing, but they are doing that anyway. And that could be, and I argue that it is conceived as an imaginary, and that could be seen as more of a cybersecurity imaginary. So I would even question the internal versus external. I think they're overlapping, but that's very, yeah, that's very theoretically heavy. So, Raluca, notions of techno-social groups become generalized. Yes, the generalizability. I think we're thinking about, like, the gatekeepers, who gets, and going to Jung's point of, like, who gets to decide what an incident is. And my objective with this paper is not necessarily to look at where we're already thinking about, which is, the state kind of doing their own process of labeling. But it's really looking at how you get there through different bits and pieces. Sometimes they're fragmented, sometimes they're not connected, but there are different elements that need to be factored in when we're thinking about the practices that are involved in doing that. So in terms of power, it's complicated because then you end up kind of reinforcing what you want to contest. So it's really about looking at these communities that are in the background and the technologies that they're using, and what does that mean in terms of consolidating a particular knowledge that then might be instrumentalized by the government. So that is my kind of normative commitment with this project. And the black box, definitely think that it's about unpacking what an incident is from multiple perspectives. Can be messy, can be a bit confusing, but it's really about questioning how things come together. And whether one incident is the best way of approaching it or a series of incidents, I think it's very flexible. I think there are very productive ways to go ahead with research in this field. And finally, to Jung's point, who's labeling? I guess I responded to that. I think it is a landscape of actors that changes over time. As I said, my commitment is not to look at the powerful, but to have thinking tools that allows us to look through other perspectives, be it other countries, but also be it other communities that are engaged. And as you already said as well, and I totally agree, and this is also kind of part of my research, is this layering process Because knowledge is not just about one group defining what it is, it's about how these things come together. And in the Conficker worm case, you see a layering process that is very much focused in the private sector and like technical security experts, but you do have like the DHS and FBI, even though there was a lot of critique to government involvement in this process. So yes, I guess that's it. And the crisis versus incident, I haven't forgotten about you. Yes, I think, in my case, I think this is more about which community gets to kind of talk about this. So if you're talking about the incident response community or these technical security experts, for them, an incident is a process, is triage, looking at what are the vulnerabilities. Let me see in terms of risk management whether this is a critical incident or not. And if it is, let me just escalate this to my supervisor. And then after escalating to the supervisor, let me just escalate this like to a very important person that I really need to talk to. So that is kind of the logic, or perhaps the imaginary, of the incident responder in thinking about incidents. But if you're thinking about a cyber incident, if you look at the media reports, cyber incident is basically like a given vocabulary to reporting or using interchangeably with cyber attacks. So I guess that is the relationality that I was saying, like one's crises might not be the other one's crises, so.
Thank you very much. André, Arindrajit, talk to your questions.
André, after you, why don't you take a stab and then I'll add if any.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much for the questions. In terms of the visual, in terms of the imaginaries, I would probably focus on the visual representation aspect of it, or the lack of when it comes to cyber. I mean, again, going back to the Newsweek example, we basically have the image of Pearl Harbor with some mouse cursor on top of that falling as if they were bombs. So incredibly ridiculous example. So when you compare this with the type of visuals that we had in the for example, in the 60s, where you had images of nuclear incidents, you obviously still had very vivid images of the use of nuclear weapons during the Second World War. But then combined with, and this is something Arindrajit and I wrote in a blog post for EU Cyber Direct. When you combine this with the first few images of planet Earth taken from space, when you combine the two, it gives a much more potent image than what we currently have for cyber. And I think, as we both argue that in that regard, that contributes to the idea of what is at stake. But I think there is a lot to explore there that we haven't done so at this stage, and we may return to it. In terms of the crisis question, that was a very good question. I would say that absolutely, crisis can lead to confrontation, not necessarily to cooperation. But I think the key factor here is that we're talking about relations predominantly between great powers. So there is a sort of a balance of power here in which the price to pay for confrontation is much higher than when we're talking about the relation between China and smaller countries, or some European countries being concerned with the consequences of attributing specific attacks, for example. So I think the key aspect here, in my view, is this idea of the balance of power and the cost associated with going straight into confrontation rather than trying to cooperate. That's why we have this continuum. Arindrajit?
Yeah, thanks, André. I fully agree, and I'll just quickly add a couple of points on the question. I think there was one question on who is doing the imagining and who are the visionaries. And I think that is one point that we realized fairly early when we were kind of at a even earlier stage draft than it is now, that most of the data we had on statements regarding the Outer Space Treaty, they were being made by, and André referred to this a bit, being made by the president, by Khrushchev and Johnson and Secretary of State Dean Tusk. And whereas if you look at this discussion on cyberspace, the visionaries are actually diplomats, not high-level politicians, so to speak. And that is, I think, in line with something that André had mentioned, which was that as cyber policy analysts, we might be overestimating how significant a political priority the aversion of crisis in cyberspace is right now. So I think that point is critical. And I think that's a really important question. Just to elaborate on what André was saying about the divisive aspects of crisis, it's not like Cyber Pearl Harbor is something new. In 2012, Leon Panetta mentioned it, but that led not to the United States saying that, okay, we need some sort of rules of engagement for cyberspace, but instead the United States actually investing significantly in defense capabilities. And that's also has a parallel with what happened in the first 4 years of the kind of since Sputnik 1, basically, where states saw this as an possible opportunity, but really it was the immediate response was not negotiating the treaty, but to actually think about how space defense can be shored up. So, and I think just to sum up, it's something that again André mentioned in his presentation, but I want to underscore is that if crisis and control are the same things, that if the state's perception of crisis is a fear that other states will gain control, then obviously that will mean that they are not collaborating towards a global governance approach and instead trying to shore up their own defenses. And that aspect will definitely stay. But if there is a shared understanding of crisis, the kind of real fear that can be invoked through, I mean, the Cuban Missile Crisis, or which is of course reminiscent of the imagery of nuclear weapons that was very much alive in the 1960s, that is really what can propel some sort of agreement among states to impose constraints on their own behavior. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much. I would like to do another round of questions, maybe on the last point by Arindrajit, and maybe you can pick that up later, and André, is perhaps we see increasingly now that the speaking voices are becoming more presidential. So now we see Biden speaking, we see Putin speaking, etc. So in that sense, it is escalating up the ladder a little bit. What that means is a totally different question. But first, let me take some questions from the audience. I have one. Wow, okay. 1, 2, 3. We'll take 5, all of them, basically. Okay, 6. And then we will see how speed dating works in a Q&A. So that's...
So my question is for Mariëlle. It's actually a quick question, I guess.
Excellent.
Yeah. The framework you developed to analyze these freedom rankings, do you think you're able, or is it valid to utilize this same framework to look at ITU rankings of development, ICT development indexes, and other rankings which are also very influential in how we perceive the internet cyberspace and its actors' strengths and weaknesses? So.
Thank you very much. Max?
I got 2 questions, one for Mariëlle as well. And it's basically about the uniqueness of looking at these freedom indices, right? So we know of lots of critiques around, I don't know, an index, maybe a power index or something outside of cyber, a university ranking. What's particularly unique in terms of the bias or the way it is presented or the importance of these freedom indices? For Louise, how do you think, and you briefly alluded to this at the end of your talk, how do you think these imaginaries, and particularly the practices around us, have changed since the Configure war? I'm thinking, for instance, a huge aspect here is Google buying VirusTotal, which is now the main platform that basically every security researcher uses to identify relevant URLs and more broadly malware, those kind of aspects. If you could elaborate on that, that would be great.
Let's see, who was next here? You two? Okay. No.
Thank you very much for the presentations. My name is Taylor Grossman from the Carnegie Endowment. I think this question has relevance to all of the panelists, but I was interested in some of the trade-offs between thinking about some of these studies in terms of sort of snapshots, crises, incidents, metrics that we can think of as sort of a singular moment or a very sort of temporally bounded. And, you know, there's obviously problems and constraints constraints when we think about some of the nuance of a more gradualistic evolutionary approach, but these incidents, or sort of this thinking around incidence metrics and crises as specific events, can also be a very helpful heuristic for policymakers and for individuals to conceive of virtual events that are harder to conceptualize. So I'm just wondering, in your research, some takeaways and on the trade-offs between the two approaches.
Thank you. John, Rogier, and Lena.
Great, thanks. My question is maybe related to Max's. I mean, I find Conficker just this fascinating and underappreciated case. And I think your discussion of assemblages also brings up this question of the unassembled. And in Conficker in particular, right, this MS-08-067 is a really interesting vulnerability, right? It's not just randomly disclosed to Microsoft. It comes from the NSA. And then a year and a half later, we find Stuxnet has got that same vulnerability built in. And then the Shadow Brokers reveals that it's been in the NSA toolkit for a while. So what's going on there, right? I mean, this is Eternal Blue before Eternal Blue was a thing, right? So, you know, did the US government have the capability to preempt Conficker, but, you know, held on to that as an offensive exploit? Why did they decide to release it? Why haven't we talked about this trippy little, like, assemblage moment before? I mean, it seems really, really relevant. So I think this question of maybe the unassembled is also a really important part of thinking about incidents where just inherent to the domain so much remains, you know, submerged and subterranean. And then, you know, I probably should, you know, talk to you guys about space and cyber some more. I mean, I find this just such a fascinating overlap, but like these domains, like we want to put them together. They're all about tech and information and science fiction. But like once you dig into them, they just pull apart so quickly. And you see governments do that too, right? They lump space and cyber together. And then once they start figuring it out, like they go their separate ways really, really quick. Like you end up with Space Force, which does something totally different than Cyber Command, like for really good kind of socio-technical geographic reasons. So, you know, maybe if that highlights kind of the limits of the imaginary framing of these things, like once you actually start to get into the phenomena itself, the non-actors, the non-human actors, if you will, get a vote on how you start structuring that domain.
Interesting. Two questions about imaginaries, one missing and one who may not belong together. So that's good. Mariëlle.
Very good question for Louise Marie. I think you were incorrect yesterday in asserting that I wouldn't like your presentation. It's quite the opposite. But I'd just like to push you a little bit further where, you know, if we are talking about narratives and imaginaries, your presentation seemed to assume or suggest that incidents are almost by nature technical incidents. And I'd like perhaps to sort of draw it a little bit further out in terms of who gets to decide what an incident is. Not all incidents have to be technical. There doesn't have to be hacking or intrusions. And I come to that point from sort of comparative definitions of cybersecurity, which in the West are often based on hacks and intrusions, and in China are based on functional use of information. So to what extent could you take this, do we need to start thinking about sort of cyber incidents as social incidents, where sometimes technology plays a role and sometimes it really doesn't, or it's not technologically determined, if that makes sense?
Okay, we have two more, well, we have three more questions. Okay, we have three more questions and the break is postponed.
Thank you. My question is for Mariëlle and Louise, and it goes to this imagery of a cyber doomsday. So, I mean, in the media, we often see cyber operations frequently labeled as cyber incidents and then framed as cyber crises. And also we see, you know, this dialogue around the diminishing of internet freedom and world press freedom. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about how this could contribute to the normalization and our desensitization towards these terms such as crisis, and what implications that has, and maybe also who then, which powers or which voices are driving this normalization.
Thank you very much. Pass the mic, I would say.
Thank you for two great presentations. My name is Tobias Liebetrau. I have two questions. First for Mariëlle and Tanya. Can you elaborate a little bit on the power of these rankings and be a little bit more concrete about what they do? Are they politicizing, depoliticizing? What kind of boundary making? Are they doing inclusion, exclusion mechanisms? Something like that, perhaps. And second, for Luis, can you elaborate on the politics sort of vested with your approach? What kinds of politics do we see when following this infrastructure approach, and where is it located? Is it mostly with all of this stuff happening in the background? I think you mentioned that in your reply to a comment, that it's then being instrumentalized, and that makes me think a little bit about like the Paris School in securitization, because I think that's very much their argument actually of what is happening. Or can it be seen more as a politics that perhaps navigates or translates between the crisis and the everyday? Because you talk about the relationality of those two. So what combines them or holds them together, and is that the politics we see? Is it a politics that is actually capable of negotiating, translating, navigating these two often opposed concepts of the crisis, of the exceptional and the everyday?
Okay, last final question for Monica.
Monica Kaminska, the Hay Programme. So yeah, just sort of piggybacking on the comment from John on the analogy between space treaties and the cyber treaty. So space technologies obviously have a large physical presence in the form of satellites, rockets, and so forth. Cyber technologies have few, if any, material expressions, which makes it difficult to design arms verification regimes like the one that emerged in space. So I was just wondering if you could comment on these differences in the technologies, and in particular in accounting for these differing treaty outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a barrage of questions. I propose the following to keep everybody happy, so that we favor our online people to start with the answering, and then maybe ask Mariëlle and Marie-Louise to pick one or two things out that they really want to speak about, and for the rest, I assume you'll be busy during the coffee break. So let's start with the online audience, online speakers. Who would like to start? Tanya, perhaps you would like to start?
Yeah, I can start. I think I've been waiting faithfully. So I'm going to try and tackle a few of the questions that we got, because we got quite a few, and then maybe Mariëlle can pick up on things. So in terms of the question about the applicability of our framework to ICT development indices, I think it's potentially applicable to some extent, because obviously the ICT development indices are very much based on particular metrics and particular data. So in a way, you could say they are a bit more positivist, or they're a bit more grounded in specific data sets. Whether or not those data sets are interpreted in the right way, perhaps that, and how exactly they're interpreted, perhaps that is where our metrics could be, or our framework could be useful. And then, how those particular indices are used in a political way. But I think it's perhaps somewhat limited. In terms of the uniqueness of these rankings, I think there's quite a lot of similarities in internet freedom rankings. You mentioned university rankings, so made in the global north, applied to the global south. Particular kind of they very much kind of reveal the same disparities, I think, or the same as like who counts as a better university, who counts as a worse university, and who measures. But I think perhaps in how political they are, I think they're quite unique, because they do tend to be used in a much more political way to make decisions, but also to frame certain countries or certain countries' internet policies or cybersecurity policies with regard to what the rankings talk about. So I think in that sense, like, they probably have a lot more impact. I would also say that, to me, one of the unique things about internet freedom rankings is that even if a country gets an undesirable result, like even if they're ranked poorly and they have a low score, that can still be used to make a political point or to score a political point. You know, every time Russia gets ranked lower or China gets ranked lower in internet freedom rankings, they use it as a kind of like, see, these people are prejudiced against us, so they're, you know, they're kind of basically, they can't objectively assess what we're doing because look, we have all these highly progressive policies and yet they keep ranking us lower and lower. The other thing I will say in response to the comment about snapshots and the comment about moments and whether, you know, these metrics are useful as understanding events versus understanding a longer perspective. I'd say, I think there's a very keen awareness of the usefulness of these rankings as kind of depicting particular events, because it is a really useful tool to draw attention to certain policy moments or advocacy related moments. And it's a very convenient tool to frame policy, right? So if you get a particular score in a particular ranking or two in a particular year, this allows you to make some policy points or to accuse somebody of not adhering to certain standards. But I think it's the longer term accuracy and the longer term implications that we are more worried about, because as we said, there are a lot of issues with trying to assess how useful or how accurate the representation of longitudinal changes in those indices. And that is where I think rankings are quite a weak instrument, because potentially, you know, what they're saying about long-term change doesn't actually reflect the situation as it is, or doesn't have the same meaning as they say it does. And yeah, I think in terms of the power of rankings, I've kind of touched on this in a few cases already, but I think they do wield significant power, not even so much for the kinds of arguments they make, but because they present such convenient frameworks for explaining what's happening with internet freedom, and also then tying internet freedom to things like the level of democracy in a particular country or the level of media freedom. So they allow you to make these sweeping statements and sweeping judgments. And as we said, you know, they allow you to place countries under sanctions, or at least find arguments for placing countries under sanctions, or for giving countries more financial aid or grant funding or support. So they are quite powerful, but they in a way, they only gain that power when they become used habitually by powerful actors such as nation states or international organizations. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Those are great answers. André, Arindrajit.
André, you go first, and then maybe you can come in. Yeah.
Sure.
So first of all, on the question between the space and cyber comparison, that's a really important question, and that's something that we had thought of right when we started this process with the blog post that André spoke about. And I had tried to mention this, I think, when I was speaking before, but my internet may have been a bit patchy. But our intention is not to compare space as a phenomenon and cyber as a phenomenon. Or our intention is not that governments should, as you were saying, lump the space and cyber departments or divisions together. Our intention is more, and space, it's a coincidence that space is also a scientific technological phenomenon. But what we're trying to understand is what were the global governance processes, the politics, the diplomacy that shaped that regime, because there was a treaty agreed upon very fast. And just to kind of give a slightly different answer, the paper that I had presented with Karthik last year drew on India's approach on 4 different regimes: on nuclear, on trade, on climate change. The argument was not that cyber is anything like these regimes, but the argument was that how India behaved in previous regimes could shape how India behaves with cyber. And that's kind of, to draw a slightly different analogy, what we're trying to do with this paper as well. Now, the coincidence is, as the last question rightly identified, that space is also a technological phenomenon. And I think that's where certain comparisons do come in. And we can think about whether certain rules that were agreed upon in outer space, whether any version of those rules are applicable in cyberspace. Possibly not, and I'd request André to come in as well, because I know that André already mentioned that the understandings themselves are very different. But I just wanted to clarify that we're not trying to compare space as a phenomenon and cyber as a phenomenon, and we are it's a confusing distinction. We're trying to maintain that. I just also wanted to end with Dennis's comment on leaders and the fact that we have Biden and Putin and Modi and others coming in and speaking more about cyberspace. I think the critical difference between outer space in the 60s and cyberspace now is that when Johnson or Khrushchev spoke about outer space in 1966, it was asking for specific provisions to be incorporated into the Outer Space Treaty. So what is Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty now was pretty much articulated explicitly in a statement by Johnson, and then that was reiterated in another letter to the UNGA by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. So I think that's the difference. I don't think that leaders have yet got into the specific of these first committee negotiations. It's more of broader ideas of the fact that cybersecurity is a critical security and political domain rather than getting into the specifics of the negotiation. Maybe they will get into the specifics soon, but we haven't seen that yet. André, let me pass it over to you.
Thank you. I don't have much more to add. I would just, I think it was Monica that raised the point about the material dimension. I think that's something we need to think about, because it's a really good point about to what extent does the materiality of a science and technology domain condition the way that states go about defining the rules that govern it. I think that, in particular when we talk about international security, I think that's a really interesting case that we can try to see how it works comparatively between the two processes more than domains, as Arindrajit already mentioned. But I don't want to stop you from having your coffee break, so I'll end it there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm torn. So the coffee is coming, but I would like to give you both the opportunity to pick one point out, very short, very snappy, and then immerse into the coffee break. Mariëlle.
Yes, so maybe I can add another point on Tobias's question on the actual power relationships that are being reinforced here. Because especially when you look at the older rankings, you see that the countries that they chose to focus on, these are smaller number of countries, and they are the usual suspects. So both me and Tanya, we work on Eastern Europe, so we know that our countries will be included because they're part of the democratization bunch that was also very central in the first democracy rankings. So you see the same patterns being reinforced. And of course, over time, this has now improved somewhat, but only after public debate has shifted, so especially after Snowden, after all of these revelations, that suddenly with the awareness that democratic states also engage in surveillance, then suddenly it became apparent that, yes, we cannot avoid including them in these rankings as well. So we see these like reinforcement of these geographical power patterns, we see them reflected in the rankings as well.
Thank you very much. Louise.
Yeah, thanks. So I will try to do this very, very quickly, and we can talk more. Thanks so much for the comments. I've been thinking a lot, and I think, Max, to your point on, how have imaginaries changed? I mean, imaginaries, I think the question over here in studying this is really to think about what continued to be stabilized and what was actually destabilized. And in that sense, obviously, when you look at, private companies just acquiring other companies that are related to security, or when you think about bug bounty platforms and how they have created this whole new market of vulnerability disclosure, or when you think about even like Microsoft opening a UN kind of representation, which is absolutely kind of mind-blowing, you see about the shifting, or let's say the contestation that happens across these different imaginaries, I'd say. But when I was talking about the changes was actually more to John's point on what is not assembled and how these components kind of get lost in translation somehow. So one example that I was going to give was that if before we were framing in terms of vulnerabilities, now it is much more like in terms of malware families, let's say, and Cobalt Strike, for example, which is a component that has been used by, I think, APT 29, I guess. It's something that has been used by different groups. So what does that mean? I mean, in terms of like both the government using it, both, other actors using it, and it's something that kind of comes across the spectrum of kind of an incident being enacted as such, so perhaps an attack more than an incident, because that is another thing. So I'll just stop there and we can continue the conversation.
Thank you very much. Excellent panel. We have lots of thoughts. Let's add some food to it. So let's go to the coffee break. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for our online presenters and discussants. Thank you very much here on stage. We're stopping this session and we'll be back probably a little bit after 3. Thank you very much.
5, 4.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last panel of the day. Welcome back also to our online audience. My name is Monica Kaminska. I'm a postdoc here at the Hague program. This panel will cover the topic of cyber arms control, incentives and challenges, and explore a number of really important questions. So first, the question of why states develop military cyber organizations. Are these decisions driven by ideational forces or by considerations of military security and hard power? Yet another question concerns our understanding of cyber threats. How do we come to understand a threat as a threat, considering the murkiness of cyberspace? And what mechanisms could help to improve the accuracy of our risk and threat models to improve research and better support policymakers? Another important question is how to develop legal, normative, and institutional tools to check the proliferation of offensive cyber capabilities. And this is an issue which dominates much policy discussion because of the intractable difficulties of establishing and enforcing cyber arms control agreements. And to explore these questions, we're immensely fortunate to have with us here today 3 exceptional researchers. So our first speaker, Max Smeets, is a senior researcher at the Center for Security Studies at ETH Zurich. He's also co-founder and the director of the European Cyber Conflict Research Initiative, as well as an affiliate at Stanford University's Center for International Security and Cooperation. Max will present his paper entitled Explaining the Diffusion of Military Cyber Organizations. Our second speaker, Lennart Maschmeyer, is also a senior researcher at the Center for Security Studies at ETH Zurich, having recently completed his PhD at the University of Toronto. He will discuss a paper co-authored with Max, Miriam Dunn-Cavalti, Florian Egloff, and Miguel Gomez, titled The Political Economy of Cyber Knowledge Provision. And last but not least, we have Taylor Grossman, who is a senior research analyst and project manager at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. She will discuss her paper on offensive cyber operations and market incentives for contracting. Before we start, I'd like to encourage the online audience to submit your questions to the chat while the panelists are speaking. My colleague Francois will be collecting all the questions during the panel and getting them ready for us for the Q&A. So let's begin then with Max and discussing his paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. Let me start off by saying how wonderful it is to be here, really. I've said it, I think, a couple of times today to people like, oh, it's so nice to finally meet you in person. And we, of course, weren't able to do it over the last 1.5, 2 years. Also see some familiar faces in the audience. And it's just really, really great to catch up and to hear everyone speak and talk to you over the breaks. So the title of this paper is Explaining the Diffusion of Military Cyber Organizations. So the main observation underlying this paper is that we have seen an increase in the number of states that established a military cyber organization with the authority to conduct cyber effect operations. So those operations which seek to disrupt, deny, degrade, and/or destroy. The main research question that follows from it is a seemingly basic one, which is, what are the motivations of states to establish a military cyber organization, or I abbreviate it here, MCO? Now, let's talk about the existing explanation very briefly. So the current, when we look at the current literature, it has a tendency to focus on the implications of military buildup in the cyber realm and generally less on its origins. But the predominant explanation we would find, albeit an implicit one, is very much realist in nature. Right? So that's that states are encouraged to establish these military organizations to ensure their security in the 21st century. And then the exponential increase in these MCOs, particularly since 2010, is largely seen as a scramble for security and prepare for modern warfighting by states. The existence of these military cyber commands is both symbolic to and instrumental in the militarization of cyberspace. What I'm doing in this paper is advancing an alternative explanation of MCO development, emphasizing state identity formation and the role of socialization. So it starts from the premise that actors often seek to conform to expectations about their role and membership in international society. and the establishment of an MCO is not because of rational learning of competitive dynamics, but due to socialization. Socialization refers to the process by which actors internalize rules of appropriate behavior from their social environment. As I said, it starts from this perception that MCOs can potentially be established to exert this bolstering effect on the state's role and image within international society. And for countries part of the same security community, the establishment of an MCO can equally become a common standard of states' legitimacy. Now, we can distinguish between three microprocesses of socialization. These are not mine, but from the literature. Persuasion, social influence, and mimicking. Mimicking in the constructivist sense. So persuasion refers to the non-coercive communication of new normative understandings that internalized by states, such as new courses of action are now viewed as entirely reasonable or appropriate. Social influence, which refers to a process where appropriate behavior is rewarded with positive social and psychological markers from the reference group, which the actor believes to be part of. And then mimicking, sometimes referred to as mimetic isomorphism for institutions, and that refers to the copying of appropriate behavior as a means to adapt to an uncertain and new social environment in the absence of a conscious ends mean calculation and the benefit of doing so. So these microprocesses, would be my argument, are more likely to exist if states share close ties or perceive themselves to be part of a reference group where the establishment of MCOs is an appropriate form of behavior. So how do I go and assess these two alternative explanations, right? On the one hand, this national security explanation, and the other one, the national identity one. So the way I do this is I conduct what we call a nested analysis as a mixed method strategy. So I first conduct a statistical analysis based on a new time series cross-sectional data set of military cyber organizations, and then I undertake an in-depth case study where I focus on the Netherlands, selected as what Lieberman call an on-the-line case that is well predicted by the statistical model to then refine our understanding of these socialization processes, and particularly the microprocesses in relation to MCO diffusion. So let me briefly talk about the statistical analysis first. So I built this time series data set from the period 1990 to 2018. And in the outcome of interest, the interest variable here is the launch of an MCO, which I call cyber launch, that identifies whether a state has made and when a public statement about the formal establishment of a military cyber organization. I also then code a couple of additional related variables, when they first announced this to when they actually established it, and actually code this in a number of alternative ways that are then later in robustness checks analyzed to show that my changes in coding do not significantly influence the results here, because these can inevitably be contested on the exact year and so on. And then to test the national security explanation, I construct a pretty typical interstate threat variable that counts the number of severe or lesser severe rivals of a country. And then I create a dummy variable for rival launch. So that's whether a country or a severe rival or lesser rival has publicly launched an MCO. And then I create for the national identity variable, I create, or national identity factor, I create an alternative variable which is called community launch, and that's whether a country has if a country has a warm peace or security community has publicly launched an MCO using Gert's well-known data set on rivalries. Now, one may also expect that, of course, we will see changes over time in terms of whether the launch of an MCO is influenced by another state, and so I create a dummy variable pre and post Stuxnet to account for that. And then, of course, I control for a whole range of possible co-founders, such as GDP per capita, regime type, cyber norm participation, and regional and major power status. And then in the appendices, I control for a whole bunch of other factors, such as internet access, internet penetration, and so on. So when I look at the statistical results, what I find is only partial support for the assertion that insecurity drives the diffusion of military cyber organizations. So across all models, I do find actually that the interstate threat variable is significant. But then when I look at the rival launch variable, so if another rival has launched an MCO, are you then more likely to do so as well? I don't find any statistical relationship, and that's pretty robust across all models that I run. However, what I do find is this community aspect. So if a friendly state has launched an MCO, you are significantly more likely to launch an MCO as well. And that's, of course, consistent with the socialization explanation, although very much limited in the statistical analysis that exists and the way of coding, where we can't look at the causal mechanisms in particular. And that's why I'm also conducting a case study analysis. So the Netherlands is selected as what Lieberman calls, as I said, an on-the-line case. So the Dutch government established the Defense Cyber Command in mid-2015. And to conduct this case study requires rather intimate knowledge of Dutch decision-making, right? How did they come up with this command? What was there before? What are the key junctures? And who was involved? So what I did, I interviewed over a dozen key individuals from the Ministry of Defense, intelligence services, private sector think tanks, and academia over a 5-year period. So before the Cyber Command was actually even at its official location where it is now, was still based here, almost down the road, to 2020 when just a new commander had not yet been appointed. And then I also reviewed parliamentary debates, other official government publications, academic literature to conduct a comprehensive analysis. So to put this kind of in a timeline, it was in 2011 that the Dutch government, for the first time at least publicly, spoke about its ambitions to build up a military cyber capacity. And then the government appointed a cyber task force, or Task Force Cyber, in early 2012. And out of this task force, then, the Defense Cyber Command was created in June 2015, with its at least initially official goal to reinforce the digital resilience of the Ministry of Defense, strengthen its intelligence position in the cyber domain, and develop a military capacity to carry out cyber operations that was initially administratively located within the army, but then later elevated directly under the Chief of Defense of the Armed Forces in July 2018. So what are we assessing here again? So if the national security explanation holds, we expect to find evidence that the Dutch Cyber Command was responding to a change in threat perception, either based on an adversary cyber or conventional capabilities. And we also expect to find evidence of a conscious ends-means calculation of the Dutch defense officials about the strategic benefits of a cyber command. If the socialization explanation holds, we expect a much less conscious ends-means calculation and observe one or multiple microprocesses of socialization, whether that's persuasion, social influence, or mimicking. So I can't go in great detail here, but let's point to a couple of aspects on both the national security explanation and then also the identity formation explanation. So of course the notion that the Netherlands is a highly digitized country and is particularly vulnerable to cyber attacks is frequently mentioned in government reports and in news media to justify the establishment of the DCC Defense Cyber Command. And these statements then perhaps lend credence to the explanatory value of the security imperative, right? So over almost 500 news articles were published in the Dutch media about the cyber commands, and many times then particularly the DDoS attacks on Estonia in 2007 or the DDoS attacks against Russia against Georgia in 2008, and then Stuxnet in 2010 were discussed by government and military officials as important events as to why this needs to be established. But the importance of these events for Dutch thinking on cyber defense issues, I don't think should be exaggerated, and that particularly became clear when I started to conduct these interviews. So for the first time when cyber was actually brought up within the Dutch Ministry of Defense was in 2009 with a small group of 4 or 5 people sitting in a room. And that small working group then was set up to think about the Ministries of Defense policy and cyber efforts that ultimately led to the first vision in 2012. And according to those who were part of that group, their initial thinking was much more influenced about reports about cybercrime, hacktivism, and other cyber activity than certainly specific activity from Russia against Estonia or other states. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, is that what became clear is that the discussion as to how the DCC leads to a more secure country is often vague, and arguments about a strategic role about the Cyber Command have shifted over time. And even some of those most important strategic issues on this ends-mean calculation remain unanswered today for the DCC. And I'm happy to delve into that in more detail in some of those dynamics in the Q&A as well, if that's of particular interest to perhaps some Dutch people in the audience. Now, when we turn into the national identity explanation for the establishment of the DCC, it's equally important to first contextualize the kind of Dutch decision-making and its general foreign policy context. The Dutch, of course, have always sought to be a loyal ally and potentially troop contributor to NATO, and generally have a transatlantic mindset that, in one way, that over time has become weaker or stronger, and I tried to show that a little bit in the paper. Now, one observation that I highlight is that the Dutch government actually started discussing their investment in cyber warfare during a time of severe budget cuts, so stripping the Dutch army forces almost completely to the bone, really selling their Leopard tanks and their whole infantry infrastructure. But then when these budget cuts were announced and implemented, then Minister of Defense, Hannes Plasschaert, was very keen to stress that through the establishment of the DCC, as he explicitly states, the Dutch armed forces would be in an excellent position to remain an attractive partner. You see this threat throughout the government publications coming up. Yes, but with the DCC, we can still contribute to the alliance and we can still be part of this modernizing group. Now, the impact of particularly US developments and then the conceptualization of cyberspace as a domain established by the US Cyber Command on Dutch thinking is really quite undeniable. So it draws in some ways similarities with another defense initiative, and the only other defense initiative during that period, the Joint Strike Fighter program, where you see that there is this strong pull towards the US and looking what is happening across the Atlantic, where again, the DCC was seen as a part of the establishment thereof, of being still part of this new group of countries that would modernize warfighting and could contribute to the alliance. Now, some of these forms of appropriate behavior were more explicit adopted than others. So, for instance, the thinking on cyberspace as a domain of operations. So, US military language has started to deploy language of cyberspace as a domain from the mid-2000s. And that was, as according to Jordan Branch, you know, cyberspace domain became a foundational metaphor that really set a specific interest at DoD and used this framework to create US Cyber Command. This use of this foundational metaphor certainly diffused to the Netherlands. And the first group within the Dutch Ministry of Defense to internally think about cyber policy made the explicit decision to embrace this notion of cyberspace, and that it should be understood as a domain of conflict like land, sea, air, outer space, and took this as the starting point for drafting the first national cyber defense policy. What is interesting is that when you look at some of these main events, the Dutch officials were at least as much focused on the military buildup of cyber capabilities by allies as they were from adversaries. So if you think about Stuxnet, for example, you see on the one hand this dynamic where it is seen as like, wow, as a threat, yes, it can cause a great deal of damage, but also look at what our allies can and look how far we still are from potentially contributing here, although, of course, the AIVD did ultimately provide access to some of the early versions of the, for some of the early versions of the worm. But it was very much, as one reporter said, Stuxnet was frequently talked about with admiration. And it shows how advanced some allies were and how much catch-up the Netherlands still had to do. There were some direct interactions over the years between the DCC and other governments, and perhaps these interactions show signs of persuasion dynamics as well, although I think inconclusively. So interactions between US cyber commands in 2013 at closed events with Dutch officials, and Dutch officials actually travel more frequently also to several other countries. They were impressed by what was happening in the UK and sometimes felt that the US Cyber Command was already too far ahead. So let me briefly wrap up here. There is this ancient Greek phrase. It's from their foes, not their friends, that cities learn the lesson of building high walls. What I really kind of tried to show here is that these competitive dynamics can at best partially explain the diffusion of military cyber organizations, but that there is certainly insufficient evidence to suggest that a country's cyber threat environment massively influences a country's decision to proliferate or diffuse. Instead, what I show is that the socialization element is a more important driver, or at least as important, for the diffusion of military cyber organizations. So it's friends rather than foes inspire states to create a military cyber organization. What I should have done at the start is perhaps put it in context, the easiest way in which I can then explain my argument if it would be a coffee break. And it would basically be the following, and it's of course oversimplified. Why would Belgium establish now a cyber command? The argument that I would make based on this paper is to do it much more because the Netherlands has one, because France has one, because Germany has one, and they don't want to be falling behind now, than because they are seeing a threat from Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Yeah, some really brilliant insights there. I think it's a particularly important paper at a time where we know that the number of cyber commands has really grown exponentially globally. And I know that you have these numbers at your fingertips, but I think the most recent estimate that I read was around 100. Is that right, or even more now?
I think it's a bit less, actually.
Less,
Although
okay.
What I try to do in the paper is make a distinction between, one, you have all these military organizations that are established with a purely defensive element, and then some will have an explicit mandate or authority to then also conduct offensive effects operations.
Okay.
And that's the one that I've been actually looking at.
Okay,
this
perfect. And I think it also helps us understand why some states don't establish military.
Potentially as well. Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. So great, thank you so much for that. Next we have Lennart, who's going to discuss some concerns that should be central to us as researchers, namely where do we get our cyber knowledge from? So take it away.
Okay. Just waiting for the slides. Hi, everyone.
We had them before.
Okay.
There we go.
Thanks. So I'm facing a bit of a challenge here since I'm presenting something that doesn't exist yet, and I'm working with 4 other people on it who all have their own idea of how this should look like. But just as I was sitting there, it struck me that that is very much the problem that we're trying to describe in this paper on, what are cyber threats. And so the overall topic is the political economy of knowledge production in cybersecurity. As I said, I'm working on it with my colleagues at ETH, Miriam, Florian, Miguel, and Max. And we've already tried several metaphors. None of them really satisfied us, so we're just going with the baseline of what this is about right now. Just a brief overview, I'm going to start with the problem, which is uncertainty that we face as researchers and also as practitioners. And then just briefly on cyber threats, what are they? We've already talked about it a bit in the previous session. Next, and that's the main part, on the knowledge production here, who are the actors, what are the incentives, and what are the kind of processes through which knowledge is produced? The result, and here's another metaphor that we've settled on right now, are 4 knowledge towers that somewhat independently produce this knowledge, but then interact in the dissemination in interesting ways that create some distortions. And finally, I'll briefly discuss the implications for us as researchers, especially of this situation. So the main problem is uncertainty here, right? Cybersecurity has come pretty far as a field. We know much more now, and we have much more data than, let's say, 20 years ago. But there's fundamental uncertainty that remains concerning the threats that actors face. That is because we can observe some activities sometimes, but we know a significant part of activity remains unobserved for different reasons, mainly though the people or participants and actors behind it strive to keep it secret and keep it hidden, right? And the problem then that results is that we neither know the proportion between the known and the unknown threats, nor do we know the shape of these unknown threats. And the bigger question there becomes, are these more of the same types of threats that we already know about? Or is it a different category of threats which remain unknown because of the way in which they are different? And this uncertainty obviously hampers research, also policy. Cyber threats, in general, we define as a risk of politically motivated exploitation of technology that results in harms of different kinds for the victims. the mechanisms of threat construction itself remain unclear, right? Marie-Louise has already mentioned some of the issues that we face. Also, Miriam and Florian have both worked on this. Question basically why and how do threats become threats? Why are there these stable categories that we know, cybercrime, cyberterrorism? Where do they really come from? It's not entirely clear. Overall, we identified two different mechanisms that lead to something being labeled a cyber threat. The first one is experience and knowing, and Miguel Gomez's work especially is on that. And the second one, and that's what we're focusing on, is the knowing, right? The knowledge production. The research question then, very basic, is how do we know what we know about cyber threats? Simple question, obviously big problem. The more specific question that we're looking into is which actors produce knowledge, how do these knowledge production processes work, and then most importantly, how do they interact? The actors are 4 different categories overall. The first are threat intel firms. I put logos of some of the leading firms here. Second is the news media, reporters. The third one is academia, so most of the people here. We also include civil society currently under academia because in the main civil society organization that comes to mind is Citizen Lab, which also works based on academic standards. And fourth is government, which also includes think tank, we would argue, since they are aligned and often financially and also in the interests that drive research. Questionable, I'm actually looking forward on comments on that point. Definitely not a final classification. So on the knowledge production process, we identified different types of interaction. The first one would be collaborative, where both or all sides have mutual benefit, or there's a parasitic kind of variation of that, where there's a one-sided benefit, so some element of exploitation. The other one is competitive, where actors compete for dominance over each other in getting their knowledge out there also. And that leads to the dissemination part. There is something that we label a compounding interaction, which means that actors pick up knowledge that is produced by others and then put kind of their own spin on it, and that way further exacerbate distortions, biases that already exist in the data that was previously produced, right? The other example is corrective, which means challenging knowledge produced by others and correcting some distortions and flaws. The presentation just before on these different indexes of freedom was a great example of that. And finally, and that's more of an ideal type, is a balancing one where you have a lot of different types of actors that parallel construct different forms of knowledge based on also their own sources of data, and in that way, trying to get at the kind of complete picture of the truth. The main one in production, the main type of interaction is competitive, we argue. And also in the dissemination, we really have most of this compounding, which together really leads for a lot of pathological kind of interactions in the way that knowledge is produced. So I'll talk a bit more about that in a second. First, I want to go into how the ideal world would look like with this knowledge production. And there we would have industry that collects data from their telemetry from their clients. They run their analysis, and then they publish results that are interesting for free to the community, in that way providing some probably unprecedented insights into state sponsors' activity compared to the kind of pre-internet age. Then the media would pick up this data and combine it with their in-depth investigative journalism, also fact-checking, and add some more deep political analysis. So in that way, expanding the picture on what does this data actually tell us. And then academia would come in, leveraging its analytical edge, also generating original data from different sources, but also evaluating this data from the other two sources I mentioned, testing prevailing expectations, and then further collective knowledge by generating some new insights based on that analysis and data generation. And finally, we would have governments that provide free information about threats to improve resilience in the community overall. And policymakers would build on data from all of these sources to generate adapted, effective policy that increases cybersecurity for everyone. This would be the ideal world, right? But in the real world, we have different incentives that drive these actors that participate in knowledge production. The first one is money, which is always important. Second one is prestige. Here's a nice example of North Korean military generals with their medals. but also attention, very important, especially in the publication dissemination of reports. But interestingly, on the one hand, we have the attention incentive, but there is also the incentive to keep it secret. And actors, as I've mentioned, try to hide the activity. So there is very interesting interaction between these two kind of countervailing incentives. And that leads to what we are currently calling these 4 towers of knowledge. The first one is the industry threat intelligence reporting. That's the main output that comes from there. And as I at least would argue, is probably the main source of data that we have on cyber conflict. The input, as I've already said, comes from their telemetry, samples that they get from their clients. Incentives are maximizing attention for the reports that they put out, but also to increase the prestige of the firm, growing the client base, and finally, obviously, making a profit. That's the ends that all of this serves. So the output then are these marketing materials, public threat reports that inflate threats and tend to prioritize high-profile targets, high-profile actors, and unique TTP. As I've shown actually with John, who's here today as well, and Ron Diebert at Citizen Lab, we can show this in the data, just analyzing what comes out in this threat reporting. It's very clear that these are the priorities driving it. The second tower of knowledge is media reporting, which often builds on threat intel reporting, but also government disclosures, and then other news reporting, sometimes academic work. The incentives here are primarily to maximize attention, maintain and grow readership, also selling ads for the newspapers or other media organizations they work for. And the output then become stories that are designed to grab headlines, and there is a tendency to inflate threats, but also pick the most dramatic ones. If it bleeds, it leads, the typical line for journalism. And that means often simplifying or distorting the technical realities, and in that way further distorting the biases, or increasing the biases that already exist in threat intel data especially. The third tower of knowledge is academia, which also depends mostly on threat intel reporting, media reporting, and then sometimes government disclosures. The incentives here, and this obviously we're looking mostly at the negative incentives, not the positive one of just generating knowledge for everyone. And there is always the incentive to maximize prestige to further one's career that drives a lot of academics. And that means in the output there is a tendency to focus a lot of theory, building also on the most prestigious conceptual frameworks that exist. And at the same time, there's a real scarcity of empirical work. Max has shown that with Robert Gorber in their literature review. There are very few case studies, actually, on cybersecurity. And I would argue that reflects the scarcity also of the, at least, reliable data out there. And finally, government mostly builds on their own classified information, I would expect, but also news reports, threat intel reporting, and academic research, so all of the other sources. Has the incentive, though, mostly to, at least for their own activity, to maintain secrecy, because governments are the main actors that produce the threats that we are worried about, right? And obviously those governments don't really want to publicize their own role and the methods that they use. But in publishing reports, disclosing activity of adversaries, that can often be beneficial as a way to signal to allies, capabilities, but also to adversaries. So sometimes government does put out disclosures on like the Grizzly Step report by the US, for example, right? Which looks somewhat similar to threat intel reports too, interestingly. And the incentive also is from the agency that puts out the reports is to maximize the budget allocation. That always plays a role. The output are very limited publications. We have very few government reports compared to especially the threat intel industry. And there is a tendency to avoid disclosure and or focus publication only on the activity by adversaries in order to, basically make them look bad while hiding your own bad activity, to put it simply. And in the dissemination of this knowledge, there are, as I mentioned at the outset, this kind of compounding interactions where actors pick up data from others and then further exacerbate the biases, distortions that exist already. So that way it works is threat intel reporting, as I've said, involves some selection bias already, right? There's threat inflation, it's tied to its own customer bases. Interestingly, Xander Bowman, who's at TU Delft here, has shown that by comparing the data output of different threat intel firms, there is very little overlap. They all have their own kind of source of data from their own client bases, and that means they all have their own slice of the full picture. And if you compare them, there's almost no overlap between these reports and obviously then the data that probably underlies them. Media reporting tends to exacerbate these biases, picking up only the most attention-grabbing stories and then putting a new spin on them. And that means for academia, or academics who depend on these sources, that we are developing theories and conclusions on data that's quite likely very distorted. And governments themselves contribute very little knowledge, maintaining secrecy for their own interest, as I've already mentioned. But on the other hand, governments also formulate policy based on these other data sources and likely misallocate funding and prioritize efforts towards activities that are receiving the most attention, while those receiving less attention might actually be more damaging in the long run, thinking here of civil society, for example. The implication is, the main one for us as researchers and also as policymakers, to what extent we are like children wandering through a forest at night, following different lights leading to unknown places, not knowing where they go. And how can we cast light on that, which its participants strive to keep in the dark? And finally, whether academia can play a role, and if so, how to alleviate some of these pathologies in knowledge production. And I think that's the question I'll leave you with, is how we can draw any firm conclusions about cyber conflict if we don't know what we don't know about it. Thank you. I look forward to comments on this and to the rest of the panel.
Thank you so much. Well, for a paper that hasn't been written yet, I think that was very clearly conceptualized. So thanks so much for that. I think this work is particularly valuable as well because we typically think of industry reporting as being an enormous asset to our work, right? Like especially compared to some researchers who do research on other areas of national security. We have this access, but as your research shows and your work shows, there's a very different side to this. So thank you for that. It's really, really good. We turn now back to proliferation issues, and I hope Taylor's going to tell us something about how we can curb proliferation, different mechanisms. So I welcome you to the podium for that. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, and good afternoon. I'm thrilled to be here, as many have already said. It's so nice to be back in person and seeing a lot of you and meeting many of you for the first time as well. I also want to thank the conference organizers. You've done a beautiful job of combining in-person and also the virtual element. So today, I'm presenting on an area that's relatively new for me, and that's offensive cyber operations and the role of private contractors. And I plan to look at 3 conceptions of cybersecurity and examine how they might help us better understand how we can evaluate and curb the proliferation of the contracting marketplace. So I don't promise to give a full solution, but hopefully lead us to some important questions. This is very much a work in progress, as many folks here today are presenting, so I'm excited to get some feedback and look forward to comments and questions. Excellent. So I will start with a few definitions. Offensive cyber operations, for my purposes, or OCO, are cyberspace operations intended to project power by the application of force in and through cyberspace. So they can deny, degrade, disrupt, destroy, or manipulate information, computer systems, or networks. And there's a growing number of offensive cyber operations that have become available as off-the-shelf products. These are produced by firms who provide these services for hire within private marketplaces. And these companies often provide operational support, tools, and vulnerabilities for conducting offensive cyber operations in semi-legal and black market environments. And I also want to briefly just define dual-use technologies, another term I'll be using, I'm sure everyone in this room is familiar with, are technologies that have both military and civilian or peaceful aims and applications. Now I want to highlight 3 major conceptual problems that affect cybersecurity studies broadly, but have particular relevance for my topic. So the first is the issue of the physical versus the virtual. Traditional dual-use technologies, as we've heard about already today, leave physical evidence and debris. Offensive cyber operations, however, consist primarily of software, which doesn't have the same kind of discernible physical detritus that we can track. There are some scholars who've done really excellent work to illustrate certain patterns that actually denote some of these cyber criminal enterprises and contracting enterprises. A lot of these organizations operate in similar ways as traditional companies, with an office space, routine hours of operations, et cetera. However, we still very much struggle to define and track offensive cyber capabilities as much as done very easily to conceal and deceive in this arena. The second conceptual issue here relates to the geopolitical implications of offensive cyber operations, contracting, and proliferation. Cyberspace is generally thought to favor the offensive realm and lend itself to asymmetric attacks. So states that have very strong offensive capabilities don't necessarily have the best defensive postures, and we see this a lot with cyber-enabled states that are actually quite vulnerable. Comparatively unsophisticated off-the-shelf offensive cyber tools can actually be quite damaging in many situations. And offensive cyber contracting, has been written in the literature, can threaten both short-term security interests and long-term intelligence and strategic postures. So it really, I think, remains to be seen how offensive cyber contracting proliferation will affect the distribution of power. Will it lead to consolidation among several states or distribution among a broader arena of states and potentially non-state actors? And finally, as we've heard a lot about, particularly yesterday, but also throughout today, we have significant conceptual issues when it comes to our notions around sovereignty. And offensive cyber operations and cyber contracting has particular implications for this as well. Many cyber contractors sell their wares to authoritarian regimes to be used as surveillance technologies to target dissidents within a state's own borders. And we've seen a lot of reporting about organizations such as the NSO Group and Dark Matter that have come under fire for some of these practices, alleged practices. We also heard a talk yesterday about the growing market for dark PR firms. And so sovereignty issues quickly come into play here, and the role of the international community and existing normative regimes is not really well defined. So I'd like to turn now to three frameworks that I'm using to try to unpack this further. I think implicit in this debate over understanding and curbing offensive cyber contracting is a much broader and deeper discussion over how we conceptualize cybersecurity, and particularly its offensive elements. So I'm using three frameworks that are present in the literature quite frequently, particularly by folks like James Shires and others on this stage and in this room. And these three frameworks are national cybersecurity, commercial cybersecurity, and human cybersecurity. So national cybersecurity is generally the most prominent in the discourse, and this framework links cybersecurity to national security, with important distinctions drawn between war and peace and civilian and military institutions and tools. Miriam Dunn-Cavalti has written that this link between cyberspace and national security has become an uncontested, unshakable truth with budgetary and political consequences, although that's not necessarily an inevitable evolution. Here again, states are really the primary actors, and offensive cyber operations fit into a broader framework of international diplomacy and statecraft. So they are just one of many tools, including intelligence operations, legal regimes, and kinetic military force. So again, cyber operations exist on a spectrum of escalation and signaling. Commercial cybersecurity tends to frame these concerns in terms of risk mitigation. And here the important factors are really private sector organizations, which are built to maximize profit and minimize liability and reputational cost. So here the metaphors of cyber weapons and cyber attacks, which generally dominate in national cybersecurity frameworks, are usually reframed in terms of vulnerability and exploitation. And cybersecurity is often framed here as an issue of corporate governance. And this framework importantly accepts that cyber risks are somewhat inevitable and really need to be mitigated through operational resilience and protections as opposed to entirely removed from the equation. And then finally, we have human cybersecurity, which elevates the role of the individual beyond both state conflict and private sector profits. And this concept really puts humans at the heart of the security issue. This is often called individual cybersecurity as well. And human security, as we all know, has become a much larger focus of international relations theory in recent years as human rights law and humanitarian intervention have risen as subjects of debate. And I think particularly with the climate change discourse, this has been a reinvigorated topic of discussion. And here individuals are recentered as both agent and object in security studies. So people are vulnerable to both state and market abuses. And certain populations are more susceptible to these risks than others. So human cybersecurity often tries to account for disaffected and marginalized groups. So my intention here is not to adjudicate between these three conceptual frameworks, but instead to demonstrate how each contributes important considerations to understanding and curbing the rise of offensive cyber contracting. National cybersecurity has a very materialistic, state-centric understanding of the OCO marketplace, and it tends to see cyber contracting through the lens of interstate trade. National cybersecurity and its conception between military and civilian aims is really at the heart of a lot of the classical export control legislation and traditional dual-use technology distinctions. So, it really forms the basis of things like the Wassenaar Agreement and other such multilateral agreements. As more of the offensive cyber contracting landscape moves to non-state actors, however, the utility of these export control system really gets diminished, and dual-use conceptions of cybersecurity tools become less useful and practical. So as Herblin and others have pointed out, export controls can really be both overbroad and under-inclusive. So in terms of being overbroad, export controls can come under fire for curtailing legitimate research enterprises. There was, for example, the 2013 update to the Wassenaar Agreement was met with severe backlash from United States tech companies who were very concerned that this new change in the framework of the agreement would actually diminish their ability to use bug bounty programs and other security research programs. As for being under-inclusive, export controls are often unable to curtail the movement of human capital, or at least they're not generally built in quite so clearly into these frameworks. Talented cybersecurity professionals and intelligence operatives are often recruited to work for private sector contractors in other friendlier marketplaces to some of these avenues. And these systems are also relatively toothless when it comes to homegrown offensive cyber contracting ecosystem in countries with more permissive attitudes to turning those tools against the populations of those states. Commercial cybersecurity provides more tools to deal with some of these non-state interactions in cyber contracting. And some of the strengths are that I think this framework really highlights the important contributions of firms, which are often at the forefront of cybersecurity innovation and technological growth. It also accounts, again, for the all-important profit motivation, which we've heard about earlier today as well. Cyber contracting is a lucrative enterprise, and I think this framework can provide some helpful policy tools that can amend some of the shortcomings of export control regimes by focusing on transaction reporting. Here we often work to follow the money. Anti-money laundering and counterterrorism financing laws are often predicated on collecting and monitoring transaction histories and instituting reporting procedures. And so these policy tools can also help to push some of these contracting services underground, where black market networks can have higher transaction costs and hopefully, in a best case scenario, reduce some of the profit margins. However, this framework also has shortcomings. It's predicated on a degree of cooperation between countries. AML and CTF rules and know your vendor laws are really only useful if states have proper enforcement mechanisms. And this framework also quickly runs against the issue of sovereignty. How much can the international community regulate market practices within the borders of a state? And I think human cybersecurity, lastly, provides an important lens for elevating some of the normative considerations that are often lost in the other two frameworks. This framework privileges individual rights regardless of nationality or citizenship. And in terms of offensive cyber contracting, human cybersecurity can help distinguish between appropriate and inappropriate state and market uses. And this is an area of traditional weakness for export control systems, which again generally don't account or have very little to say about the actions of non-state actors operating within a state's boundaries. And this framework conceives of cyber tools, again, through this normative and even often moral valence, distinguishing between benevolent and malevolent uses. This intent-based understanding of cyber contracting can be quite useful, but it also can be very hard to distinguish between what kind of intents we find permissible and what we find potentially problematic. And of course, human cybersecurity conceptions very quickly run aground of traditional sovereignty issues and have issues with actually building consensus among states. So I want to just close with a deeper discussion of one particular area that I have alluded to throughout this talk, which is how offensive cyber contracting might affect the global distribution of power. And what presentation isn't complete without a classic 2x2. So this is a chart that I developed several years ago with Irv Lacow of MITRE, and I've adapted it a little bit to the purposes of this presentation. But what I have here are 4 potential worlds. In the first world, private sector contracting proliferation leads to a growing distributed marketplace that allows a broader number of smaller, weaker states to leapfrog major powers and develop robust offensive cyber capabilities. And so in this world, a more equitable playing field increases the number of actors who have the ability to carry out offensive cyber operations, leading to greater global instability. In the second world, private sector contractors also broaden the field of players who are operating in cyberspace, but this more equitable playing field actually leads to greater stability. Here, nations choose not to employ offensive cyber capabilities for fear of retaliation or collateral damage. Now, in the third world, the growth of private sector contractors actually leads to the consolidation of power in already well-established cyber players, as these countries are wealthier, already ahead of the curve in technological development, and can buy up the talent pool. In this world, powerful states are not deterred from attacking weaker states, but instead, cyber conflict is actually more easily spread to the kinetic realm as it's more common, and this could lead to greater instability. And then in the fourth world, the rise of private sector contracting leads to consolidating cyber capabilities in the hands of a few states again. But in this world, powerful states use these technologies to keep others in check, and stability becomes the norm. So with respect to the frameworks that I've raised earlier, there are several interesting questions that I think come out of this discussion. National cybersecurity tends to assume power consolidation. Export control systems really work to curtail the spread of potentially dangerous technologies. That's what they're built on. And so we generally assume here that we're going to get to worlds 3 or 4. The question of stability, I think, is less clear. Commercial cybersecurity, on the other hand, tends to assume power distribution, as firms will seek to maximize profits by spreading their wares to the open market. And so we often assume that instead we'll end up in worlds 1 or 2. Again, I think the stability question is a bit more open. And then human cybersecurity, I think, provides a moral valence for favoring stability over instability and reducing interstate conflict. And it also goes beyond this 2x2 by raising a third dimension, which is vertical uses of cyber operations against a state's own populations, and particularly the growing marketplace of surveillance technologies. And so again, this really remains an open question to me. I think that the 3 frameworks are not mutually exclusive, but have distinct strengths and weaknesses in considering offensive cyber contracting, proliferation, and spread. And as we think sort of normatively about what kind of world we'd like to live in, I think it's useful to consider the policy tools and lenses provided by each of these frames. So I want to stop there. Again, very much a work in progress. I look forward to hopefully disagreement and discussion. And with that, I will turn it back to Monica.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Taylor. Again, a super timely paper. I think there's more research coming out about proliferation in these different companies, especially NSO Group, Dark Matter, so forth. So it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts maybe in the Q&A. We can pick up on this in relation to these particular case studies, right? Because I like how you say that we need an approach that takes all three tools into consideration. So that's great. So with that, I would like to open up the Q&A. I'd also like to remind the online audience to please post your questions in the chat. This is the last panel of the day, so really encourage you to engage with us. Do we have any questions from the audience here? We've got 1 there, 2, 3. Okay, so let's take those first. Thanks, Raluca.
Okay, so Tobias is very polite. Mariëlle Wijermars, Maastricht University. I have a question to Lennart. I think what's very interesting about this paper is that you showed that there is a very dominant position of these threat reports coming out. So of course these are certain companies, in a way. What I was wondering, and also in light of one of the discussions yesterday by Alex Shakirov, is about the international reach of those kind of reports. So which firms are actually putting out these threat reports, and to what extent do they travel? And in relation to this, do we see certain firms as being reliable, while other cybersecurity firms we view as being not reliable? And this, of course, becomes problematic when we see that they increasingly have to operate within very politicized environments. So where we might assume that there's a stronger connection between the more technical side that you could say that they are performing and the political context, for example, the national context in which they are operating. So I'm wondering which particular firms do you have in mind? Like, do you have a global scope, and to what extent is there this interaction?
Thank you. Thank you for 3 great presentations. I have 2 questions. The first is to Max. If we say that the sociological explanation is the strongest, or perhaps stronger than we've thought, do you have any ideas on how it affects the behavior and practices of these military cyber organizations, the MCOs? And as you hinted to, perhaps also the strategic goals of these organizations? And a question to Lennart. To what extent is the form of knowledge production you present unique to cybersecurity? I mean, having private companies, media, academia, and government sort of being knowledge creators, I guess that goes for all issues that we tackle in a way, or at least it could. And that leads me to the next question. Is uncertainty really a pathology? Isn't it just like an existential question, or isn't it just a fact of life that things are uncertain and that there are things that we do not know, and that's why we do research? Or perhaps to frame it as a question, is that the conclusion? Is that answering that question? And if so, why?
Thank you so much for the great presentations. I have a question for Lennart. So it's quite interesting. You kind of build all this argument around how each of these actors, there's a specific logic of knowledge production to each of them, right? And there's a problem with the production of knowledge in each of these different towers. So there is an inherent problem in how we build data. So I'm kind of like curious to hear from you, how do we build data then? I mean, how do we actually, I mean, it seems like a structural problem that is very hardly controllable. So what are the measures then that could be taken? Is it one of being more conscious about these logics already, or is it something more instrumental in the sense of building new ways of thinking about knowledge production that curb effectively some of these problems? So how do we build then data, given the problem that you raised?
Yeah, let's take one more and then do the next round. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the rich presentations. I have also two questions, one for Max. And thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting. And I have a curiosity as well, whether the establishment of MCOs within, I would say, traditional existing military structures, established structures, kind of triggers instances of disruption, resistance, institutional competition over resources, prestige, skill sets. And I build this comment or question more on, the literature on the revolution in military affairs and strategic studies. And there is always, the question of how organizational culture, strategic culture adapts to changes, either in technologies, use of technologies, but also in terms of creating new institutional structures. And I have the example, for instance, of how drone warfare and drone operators were challenging, U.S. Air Force practices and war fighting. So that would be one question. And the second question would be to Lennart. And I like very much this idea of towers of knowledge and in knowledge production. But my question would be, and my, again, curiosity would be whether there are bridges between these towers. And here I'm referring more at this revolving doors sometimes that we see, and double-headedness, triple-headedness when it comes to knowledge production. So that would be one point. And then the second point would be the geopolitics of knowledge production, how the centers of authority, legitimacy in knowledge production are usually situated within the Western European setting or North, global North versus the global South, and the asymmetries and the divide. We talked about that. And another idea would be related to, Luis also mentioned that this instrumentalist approach, and coming from more from the perspective of academia, I have kind of a ingrained resistance towards this instrumentalist knowledge production approach, and knowledge should be produced for knowledge's sakes as well, and quest for research. So this is more a comment and kind of my knee-jerk reaction. But thank you so much for the presentation.
Brilliant, thank you. Lennart, do you want to tackle your questions first?
Okay, yeah, I just managed writing down the questions, so I'll just do the answers on the spot. So the first one on Marianne was mentioning our point is a dominant position of these threat reports, what their international reach is, and whether some or others are more or less reliable. And I think that question goes to the core of our argument, and that was also, the previous project I did with Jon Lindsay and Ron Diebert was basically looking exactly into that. We were looking into the knowledge production processes of these threat reports, and we wanted to find out how does it work, what are the incentives that drive whether something is reported or not, and how it is reported. And we had this idealistic ambitions of interviewing people from the industry and just asking them, finding out, how does it work? Already, we were skeptical whether this is going to work, but we gave it a shot. And, well, one person from one company agreed to be interviewed anonymously, but that was our sample size for this, right? So that didn't really give us a lot of insights. But that goes back to the heart of the problem, because these are opaque processes that happen in the dark, and they're also carefully guarded. Even basic things as team size or setup, this is all considered proprietary knowledge that is part of each company's competitive advantage. So we do not have any way to compare them, assess the reliability. We don't basically know what happens inside this black box and inside these different black boxes. And I wish it was otherwise. I think there is a growing recognition from people in the industry that this is a problem, but also there is no other way to do it because they are in a competitive market right now. So that's also why we don't have any particular firms in mind. We think this is a problem that is ingrained in this being knowledge produced by the private sector, because this is how these firms have to operate, right? They don't really have another choice unless they give up their competitive advantage. And I'm sure there are differences between these firms, but that's also not really part of our argument. We are doing some abstraction here, and in some way, doing violence to the nuance that's out there in the real world, but that's always what happens. We do feel confident, though, that the processes, right, that they are general across these different firms. So much to that question. The next one from Tobias on the nature of existence. Thanks for the simple question there. I do agree that uncertainty is part of our existence. And whether this is unique to this knowledge production and the problems and uncertainty inherent are unique to cybersecurity, that is our starting point in this project too, right? We have a hunch that it is. Perhaps not unique, I wouldn't say unique, but that it's more pronounced, at least compared to most other types of research, because we don't really have any tangible things that we can, I mean, if you study war, you know, ultimately you can go and look at the destruction, count the bodies, whatever you find as evidence. That is very hard to come by in cybersecurity, and then at the same time, as an academic, you don't have first-hand access to it. You have to rely on others, and then again it goes back to that black box process that you can't really assess, right? You only get the output. And in that way, I think it is, yeah, like I said, especially pronounced. Possibly there are parallels to covert operations, intelligence operations. That's what my own research is looking into. And something I can't answer is whether we have a different, possibly better situation now with these private firms revealing so much state-sponsored activity. My intuition there is that we know more about this type of activity than we did before we had these firms looking into cyber ops, but they might also be wrong, because there have been some private intelligence providers before, Jane's intelligence review, and no one has done a systematic comparison as far as I know. So I can't really answer that question right now, but I'm curious, maybe, you know, other people have a view on this. I'd be very, very interested. Luis Marie's question on whether so each actor has a logic of knowledge production, each tower has an inherent kind of problem, and how then we build data from it. And yes, this is a structural problem, definitely, we think so. And what measures are taken, I wish I could give you a grand solution for this. I think our ambition is really just to point out the nature of this problem and to at least consider it. I think that's an important step in, you know, drawing conclusions from these different sources of data, considering in what way they are not reliable. And then how we could change it, I think, and that goes to the fourth question, I think the final point on the instrumentalist approach, we agree that, you know, knowledge should be produced for knowledge's sake. And I hope that academia can make a change here by, you know, bringing that aspect back in more and perhaps establishing some different research centers, something like Citizen Lab that looks into different types of this activity and then does the original research, combining technical expertise with, you know, the political analysis. I think this is where academia could really make a change by, you know, having research driven by just the motivation of uncovering that which is in the dark. On the bridges between these towers and revolving doors, and yes, definitely there are. But that also then comes back to the point on just some abstraction, right? This is the same with the actors. It doesn't make perfect sense in the way that we have these 4 actors, because there are different types of actors out there, but those are the main ones. And since we want to identify those kind of main pathologies in these different sectors, that's why we have kept them apart. And then, you know, look at the interactions later in the dissemination, especially. Thanks for all these questions.
Brilliant. Brilliant answers. Thank you so much. Max?
Yeah, there are 2 great questions. So the one on bureaucracy and how much does bureaucracy play a role and how does it potentially shape the dynamics of this creation. To look particularly at the Dutch case here, an interesting anecdote is the very establishment and where it was established. So in the Dutch case, it established at a time of severe austerity where particularly the army was hit the hardest. And so where do you see the military cyber command being established? At the army. Not necessarily the place that is known to be supercomputer savvy in the Netherlands, but that was kind of like almost a plaster over kind of all these severe budget cuts that took place. And then what they said, well, yeah, okay, but we're going to establish this here, but and you know, we need all these geniuses, as some article said, but they actually need to be recruited within the Ministry of Defense because we have all these budget cuts. And so we only want to take them ideally from already within the Ministry of Defense so we can at least fire less people there as well, which then creates further issues around recruitment and creating a recruitment platform for others, particularly when these then get trained by the private sector for a year and then come back. So it actually influences the potential brain drain here as well. A secondary element, what I tried to do in the paper at the end, and only in the case study as it allows for it, is to briefly highlight one other prominent potential theoretical argument as to why these organizations are created, and that would be the role of special interests in the private sector. And what I argue here in this paper is that it's actually not the case. So I draw a very brief comparison between the Joint Strike Fighter program in the Netherlands and the Defense Cyber Command, where with the Joint Strike Fighter program you saw this really institutionalized lobbying that took place over many years from both domestically and actually also externally, and they were to some degree quite connected. And whilst there was private sector involvement in the Netherlands, even in the writing of the strategy, later on put as an appendix and so on, it wasn't this very strong push that came from the private sector. And I think in part because the budgets are just massively different. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions to 12 million. There wasn't much to get there, really, and many of the key private sector actors realized that early on. Not immediately, but like after half a year or so. The question, Tobias, is a fascinating one. So how does it affect the behavior of practices of MCO if it is a socialization dynamic? I struggle with this a lot. In fact, it was actually something that influenced me early on because this paper looked very different before. It looked first at the diffusion of these organizations. And then I said, well, we can look at the diffusion of these organizations, but it doesn't say much about their actual practices. And my very strong belief is that we actually see a limited militarization of this space, where we do see the creation of these organizations, but we actually see to a limited extent that they are able to operate. That there is this signaling function going on, and that signaling function is not a coercive type of signaling that many tend to think exists, but it's actually very much a signaling towards allies, is my view. And that's one we see very strongly here today. And as you see this accumulating in a number of different initiatives where you will have at a NATO level something where you have, the sovereign cyber effects mechanism today where loads of NATO countries have signed up to as a potential showcasing of their capacity and willingness to contribute to the NATO alliance. And yet reality is that it's very unlikely that they're actually able to many of them at least, offer those effects when that is actually required. So there is a secondary element here that this paper, after many rewriting, kind of avoids, which is this, okay, so what are many of these organizations capable of? Are they merely paper tigers, or can they do something more, and what's the variation there? I'll leave it there and take a second round.
That's really fascinating and also interesting to see, how this is in non-NATO states, right? And why they... completely different topic, but fascinating. Great, let's do another round. I have Dennis already, and Fabio, and then we'll go over there. So maybe Dennis first.
Thank you very much. Fascinating topics coming around here. I'll start with Lennart. So first off, I have to say, the towers give a very strong Lord of the Rings sense to me. So I'm figuring who is Sauron, who is Saruman, and who the hell are the other two? So it's kind of worrying. One question that I was wondering, so given the fact that this is still very much a field that is evolving, so how can you sort of take time and maturity into the knowledge production that you try to study, right? So, for example, if you look at media, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the media could spin things that would now be impossible to spin, right? So there's a self-correcting, there's still a lot of crazy things out there, but there is a self-correcting mechanism, for example, then I think in academia is the same, right? So how do you factor in time and maturity in sort of your ideas of knowledge production? So that's one. The other one is, and I think you mentioned this in the sense that it is blurry lines between different categories. So we talk about cyber attacks, we talk about espionage, we talk about economic espionage, but there is cybercrime, but there is probably also a difference in the measurability between these different categories, even though they have sort of blurred lines. So I'm wondering if you were taking that into account in sort of trying to formulate where we are in terms of knowledge production. And then to Taylor, really interesting topic, but I was wondering, because you started off by saying, okay, we're looking at sort of the export of things off the shelf, right? So that's sort of in terms of export, and that sort of suggests, and this is cyber arms control, that suggests, okay, you make something, it's done, and then you export it. What I'm always fascinated by, and it's really hard to get any insight on this, is contracting in. So a lot of things we see in terms of high-end cyber operations is that we don't talk about weapons, we talk about operations. Things have to be developed, fine-tuned, continued, etc. So what happens, for example, in the United States, where we see a lot of private contracting between military and the companies there. So what happens if you contract in people to work on operations? What is it then that we do? And that is sort of a bridge between your national security logic and your commercial logic. What does that do? Is that something different? Because it's not something you can sort of catch with the idea of an arms control or something that is finished, right? The classic military, you would make a tank, then you would sell it to the army, and lo and behold, now it's a weapon, and before it was a product. That doesn't work in this kind of cyber, but it's really notoriously hard to get any idea of what's going on.
Thank you so much. Fabio, I think.
Okay, thank you for a very fascinating conversation. I want to read all of your papers when it's published. But I wanted to hear from all of you, if you like, about your views about the connection between the problem of the knowledge gap of decision makers when it comes to cybersecurity and problems of cyber arms control. Thank you.
Fabio Cristiano, the Hague Program for Cyber Norms. I have two questions, one for Max and one for Lennart. Thanks, Max, for this important work. I look forward to reading the paper, and actually, so I hope my comments are really kind of not being, let's say, surpassed by that reading I would be doing. So let's say that this presentation really resonates with the English School of International Relations argument. So the idea that international society is composed of several international communities, and each of these international communities share a high degree of values and norms, right? And this would be the explanation in your case for how these different actors kind of decide to establish the cyber commands. The question is then, if that's the case, and I think this is an interesting perspective if it's not already part of your paper to have, the fact that this community of friends is quite large, right? We are talking about 100. So what are actually the values there that bind them together, right? What is this friendship built around to? And I think it's, is there any surprise there? So that would be my question, but very, very important research, and I think it's a very solid also argument you're making. And then for Lennart, very briefly, very interesting work. I think also I agree that the towers metaphor really kind of work. I was wondering whether there is, in this kind of analysis, is missing the question of perspective, right? The idea is that, of course, this kind of explanation of how knowledge is produced is in fact based on a very, let's say, limited understanding of what cyber conflict is, right? Cyber conflict as made of the effects of the operations, right? But what if we kind of take a broader perspective and understand conflict not only as something related to the operations or the effects, but also to the broader geopolitical kind of dynamics that make up for this conflict. So that would be kind of, let's say, an optimistic take for us academics there. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabio. I think we had 2 more questions there, and I'll do another round.
Hi, this is June Lee from the Carnegie Endowment. I have a question for Lennart, and this goes back to kind of the 4 towers metaphor. And when you mention 4 towers, in my mind, they kind of seem as like silos that don't necessarily interact so much with each other. But I think we've seen that, for instance, just like cybersecurity is a private sector, like industry reporting and government, there are those like personal relationships, right? And like engagement between those actors. We see, like former government officials and going into academia or, even going into media, and those like personal relationships foster those like private channels of communication that maybe aren't always publicized, but they do inform the thinking of different actors and, how they talk about cyber incidents or contribute to that like knowledge production. And I'm wondering, do you see those like private channels or that intersection between those towers as maybe clarifying the uncertainty or perhaps exacerbating the biases that we're concerned about? Thank you.
Great. Lena?
Lena Rieke, I'm a PhD researcher at Leiden University, and a big thank you also from me to all of our panelists. My question is for Max, and I am very curious to hear a little bit more about your primary and secondary sources. In particular, which branch within a state, the Dutch state, did you focus on? So did you see any differences between the military, government, intelligence services in regard to their perception of national identity and their socialization? Or was there really this common trend that posited friends rather than foes as the driving factor in the push towards acquisition of MCOs?
Great, thank you. Taylor, would you like to start?
Sure. Yeah, Dennis, thank you so much for the question. I think the issue around people and human capital is particularly difficult in this space. And I want to also touch on dark matter, which is something that you brought up, Monica, as well, which I think is a really interesting example of exactly this problem, right, where you have a contracting firm in the UAE that's set up actually by US government contractors, specifically with the idea of helping to build up that country's cyber capabilities, and that ends up becoming a hub for some of these sort of or alleged contracting issues and some of the sort of diagonal uses of surveillance technologies against populations in other states. I think that there have been some more proposals for policy modifications in this area, essentially making it harder to hire out security professionals if you have a certain level of clearance and we're working as a U.S. intelligence officer or in very deeply on cybersecurity operations. Making it harder for you to then go move to another country and work in the private sector. The Atlantic Council has done some interesting work in this space, as has Herb Lin. There are, I hate to advocate for tighter immigration policies, but I think that there are, increasing some of the transaction costs for hiring out some of that human capital, I think can at least hopefully reduce some profit margins and make it a little bit more difficult. But I also think it's a really hard area to track, and so I think that's also where some of the work of folks like Tim Maurer and Jonathan Lusthaus on actually looking at how these, at least on the criminal side, how these firms operate, and also applying some of those that data practices to looking at some of these contracting firms can also be helpful. But an interesting problem.
Okay, great. Thank you, Taylor. Max?
Yes, I have 3 questions. The first one is the broader one, right, on the knowledge gap and cyber arms control, to connect also to what Taylor has been saying. What would be the main knowledge gap in my view? It would be a basic understanding of what are we talking about of capacity here, and potentially offensive capacity. Are we talking about people, and which people do they need to be transferred? Are we talking about the developers, operators, other people? Are we talking about capacity here? Are we just talking about specific type of exploits? Are we talking about certain implants? What type of infrastructure can be shared amongst actors? Who is playing a role in that whole ecosystem? I think the danger is that I think with a lot of policy is to focus on very specific elements within this broader framework of what is relevant when we think about offensive cyber capacity that are very easy to understand and to pick on. For instance, also, right, the use of ODAs, and then we need a vulnerability equity process to deal with that, and we need to potentially limit the spread. But then we don't talk about much of, training setups. Should we limit that as well? But it's crucially important. Cyber ranges are crucially important for the development of an intelligence and military organization that seeks to conduct cyber operations. So I think that's a good starting point, is to really do a greater deep dive into that element. To Cristiano's point, yes, certainly the English school is relevant. It reminds me a little bit of a graduate school question that came up, what's the difference between the English school and constructivism, and isn't constructivism just the Americanized, dehistoricized version of the English school? I'm of course, a bit provocative here, and there are differences on how an English school looks at order and justice and so on. But no, it's relevant, but there is an important point here to be made, is that when it comes to all the, and I should have provided a clearer presentation here, so I apologize for that. But what is going on right now is a global diffusion of military cyber organizations, right? You can have one in Brazil, in Nigeria, in Vietnam, but it's very centered actually across the Atlantic. It's really where the majority of those organizations are. And again, when it comes to that explicit and certainly public mandate on conducting effects operations, that's not a group of 100, but my argument would be significantly smaller to 50. And I can also discuss why I came to that number. On the use of what type of primary and secondary sources did I use? So when it comes to the interview data, I basically started off with basically the interviews are de-anonymized, or sorry, anonymized. So but what is the case is particularly early on in the 2009 period. So when really cyber was first mentioned, to the 2012 period, I would almost say it's a handful of people that really kind of were closely involved in the establishment, and those figures kind of in the early years really came back. And so once you know a few, talk to a few, it's easier to talk to those others as well, to get a real sense as to what's going on there. That has slightly changed over time, as there has been quite a bit of rotation of people moving in and out. And it are those insiders that are, for me, the most important ones to really look at. It's less relevant for this specific paper to assess, someone from the private sector. What is your perception on the creation of this command? I'm really looking at these kind of internal key junctures of these people. I didn't have any access to, whatever classified documents. The other primary sources that I used were simply, government reports, parliamentary questions, and those kind of things.
Great, thank you so much. Lennart?
Yes, thanks, Dennis, for those questions. I was just thinking about them. And first of all, on the towers of knowledge, Lord of the Rings makes sense. I was also, that also came to mind, but now really what, at least for me, it's more about you're kind of lost on a dark ocean, and you have these different lighthouses, and you don't know which one leads you on the rocks and which one leads you to the safe passage, right? But that's it. So, the reason why we landed on this metaphor is that we started with an iceberg, where you see, the top of it, but you don't know what's below it. But the thing is that this entity is created by humans and human interactions, so that the iceberg metaphor kind of fell off from that. Then we moved on to kind of a mycelium, mushrooms, which at least grow organically, but they're still not conscious beings. So that's how we got to the towers, which are, built by human beings through their own activity. And I think that right now, at least, is the least worst of the alternatives that we found. So that's so much to the towers. I think both of your points are great. We haven't considered them, to be honest, because we are still right now in the process of building kind of this general model, right? So we're trying to find some order in the chaos. And I think before we reintroduce different types of chaos into that order, we still need to get to that point. But I'd be curious in both of them. And I think the way to go would be to, finish off this paper and then do some, I think, for example, if we want to see how it has evolved, whether it's still possible to make the kind of claims you could do 5 or 10 years ago, as you mentioned in the news, I think that would require some comparative case studies, right? That's not something we can just establish. But that'd be really interesting to do, and I would like to do that. So thanks for those suggestions. That's really useful. Let's see if I covered. Yeah, those were your points. Good. So Fabiano, on the positive perspective, I agree with you that, we can take a different perspective and in that way move away from just the operations and effects. But I've just tried to do that. I just published this paper, the case study of Ukraine. Some of you might have seen that. And I ran into so many problems because of these issues that I've described. So, for example, I had reviewer comments that were rebutting my argument with claims that were just false. And then I had to track them down and find out, okay, where did this information come from? Okay, this was reported somewhere in the media. And then, collect some evidence to disprove that. And that just obviously took time that was not really necessary. And at the same time, other problem is just establishing intention of actors that we cannot really do because they mostly deny even their involvement in the activity. And that means you have all these different alternate explanations or interpretations of what the intent could be. And you need to address all of these as well and, look at the plausibility and, evidence that supports them or not. So it becomes extremely hard to move away from the operations and effects part and draw some of the geopolitical conclusions because that data is so scattered and also so unreliable and in the end hard to trace. So just pulling together different fragments from different threat reports, it's extremely challenging because of the hedged language that's used, for legal reasons. Often there's something about, this type of entity was targeted, and you kind of know from the other reports that, I think this was probably the same power plant, but you don't know for certain because it is intentionally written in a vague way in order to, avoid any of the consequences that come from that. So I think, we can change the perspective, but it doesn't really relieve us of the problems that we face, and that's why it's still important to keep them in mind. So going back to the towers metaphor, that was Jon Lee's question, this is just speculation now, my answer on whether the interactions between these towers are in the end correcting this kind of biases or not, and I think I would expect that it's the opposite, that they kind of increase the biases that we have, because this is basically what we are already describing, the way that these interactions work right now, where you have actors that go on with their own sets of incentives and then take things from the others and put their own spin on it. And I think that would still happen within these interactions, even if they're not publicized. But I might be wrong, right? It's hard to prove. It would be great if there is this kind of back-channel discussions where, newspapers put out a story and then the researchers go there and say, well, actually, this bullshit. Probably happens, but to what extent that happens is hard to say. And there are still all these sensationalist stories coming out in the newspapers, right? I don't see that it's over, that there have been some very bad stories that were kind of disproven pretty much, and now we don't really see them anymore. They still keep coming. I think those were the questions, unless I missed one from you, because I was just still typing there. Was that to me or someone else?
No, it was more broadly.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it was also about, that these threat narratives, or sometimes inflated threat narratives, that decision makers that don't have a lot of knowledge on cybersecurity are you know, they're at risk of being more influenced by those. So that was like something that I wanted your view on.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much what we think. That's the risk in this, because that the Cyber Pearl Harbor is a great example of that, right? And then it keeps being reawakened by the newspapers. And that obviously is something that sticks in policymakers' minds, especially some that know something about military history, because it was such a pivotal moment. But most likely, this is not the most threatening, most likely scenario that the US should, or other countries should focus all their efforts on. But because it keeps being reawakened and then strengthened as a narrative that guides a lot of the thinking and perception of policymakers of, these are the threats that we need to address. And I think that is really a key problem in this bigger, complex problem.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Really interesting insights there, and fascinating discussion. Unfortunately, we're already over time, so I don't want to cut further into your coffee break. So I'd like to thank our panelists for some really fascinating presentations and very eloquent answers, and also the audience for a stimulating discussion. After the coffee break, we'll be treated to today's keynote speech by Jon Lindsay on Anarchy Within Order, the Political Knowledge of Deception. So we'll see you back here at 5 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, nearly good evening for us here. Welcome back to the last part of our program for today. A part of the program I'm looking forward to immensely myself. We'll have a keynote by Jon Lindsay. Jon Lindsay is Associate Professor at the School of Cybersecurity and Privacy and at the Nunn School of International Affairs at Georgia Institute for Technology. He is a prolific writer. I would say look it up. There is a lot to be read. And previously he was an Associate Professor at the Munk School of Global Affairs at Toronto University. He started his academic career after a career in the US military as a US Naval Intelligence Officer for a period of 10 years, he just told me. He will be talking about anarchy within order, sort of questioning the still pretty much dominant framing of a military look at cyberspace, putting that into question and saying perhaps understanding cyber conflicts is much more appropriately done by looking at espionage and subversion, which brings its own problems with it. I'm a sucker for good sentences, and even in the abstract there was a really good sentence, so I'm going to read that one out loud. So the field of international relations has traditionally focused on explaining the emergence of order within anarchy, but the prevalence of deception in cyberspace calls attention to the opposite problem, the exploitation of anarchy within order. Jon, the floor is yours.
All right. Thanks very much, Dennis, and thanks to everybody for organizing this terrific conference. Good evening to everybody that's still here, and good morning and good afternoon to those of you out there in cyberspace. So, yeah, I'm an associate professor of international relations at a brand new school of cybersecurity and privacy in a college of computing. That itself is a bit of a strange thing. And this is an idea at Georgia Tech to bring legal studies, international affairs, public policy into the computer science world to try and make sense of this cybersecurity thing, which we know can't be solved by technical solutions alone. But when I start thinking about how I would explain the international relations of cybersecurity to my computer science colleagues, I run into the problem that my own field perhaps has not grappled with the essence of the problem. So perhaps we don't talk about the essence of cybersecurity too much. It's something we should do every once in a while, but perhaps not too much. But we will do that tonight. Tonight I'm going to throw out 5 problems or provocations and try and use those to perhaps triangulate some solutions if that's possible. So as Dennis mentioned, kind of an overarching theme, in fact, not the overarching theme in the field of international relations, is this question of creating order within anarchy. And this has been approached by many different schools, many different scholars in many different ways. Put up a few prominent books, some of which you certainly have read. They have similar titles that all speak to this idea of creating societies, institutions, norms within a realm of ungoverned interactions. The assumption being that those ungoverned interactions can be quite dangerous. So anarchy is the problem that leads to war and conflict, and to some degree, social norms, common cultures and collective institutions are the solution to this problem. Now, I'm glossing over clearly a lot of complexity. There's lots of diversity, lots of debates in these different texts, which span almost half a century. They span realist and constructivist and rationalist schools, but all of them are kind of focused on this idea of trying to explain order within anarchy. And that same conversation has motivated a lot of our discussions of cybersecurity, and I would say very reasonably so. This has been a very productive set of conversations, and in many ways, a lot of the conversations that we have had today and yesterday in this conference kind of fall within this general rubric, right? So we're looking at cyberspace. It appears to be a new domain of conflict. There are a lot of states that are doing things that seem to be dangerous, in fact, perhaps very, very existentially threatening. And we ask questions about, are there norms of responsible behavior in cyberspace. Are states coming up with these norms? How are they contesting them? Is it even possible? And what are the consequences if we fail to create shared norms to constrain cyber conflict? So this is a very complex and I think extremely generative conversation. But I want to raise a couple of problems. The first one, depicted on this slide, is at once so obvious that we perhaps don't think about it enough and really think through its consequences, and that's that cyberspace was never an anarchy. In many ways, it's exactly the opposite. Now on this slide, there's a lot of busyness. The complexity is the point. Don't worry about the details. These are some images that I've borrowed from David Clark and Nazli Shukri, and the one with the flow chart shows the 50 consecutive miracles that need to happen for you merely to click on a website and load a page. And so rather than a world of self-help, this is a world in which you are completely dependent on a lot of other actors to do things for you, to get the simplest things done in cyberspace. The other graph shows all of the artifacts and actors and corporations and governmental organizations at many different layers of abstraction that are providing pieces and components of this complex institutional constellation that we describe somewhat inappropriately as cyberspace. This is not an empty territorial virtual domain. This is a densely institutionalized system. Problem number 2. Institutions, and especially socio-technical institutions, enable intelligence exploitation. Now, I'll explain what I mean abstractly, and then I'll go through a couple of examples in a moment. Institutions do this in at least 4 ways. Number 1, it takes institutions, organizational institutions, to provide platforms for exploitation, for espionage, for subversion, okay? Tools don't do this by themselves. It requires planning. It requires expertise. It requires many different kinds of social complements to enable exploitation. Number 2, those operations occur by, with, and through common institutions. Okay, so a con man is able to dupe their mark because they're persuaded that they have common interests in whatever they're trying to sell. The mole that penetrates a government organization adopts the same cultural practices and behaviors as trusted, loyal colleagues, but they do a little extra on the side. Malware masquerades as legitimate software, is often indistinguishable, tries to make itself indistinguishable, but does a little extra on the side. And it's this intermingling in a common sociocultural place that makes that penetration possible. Number 3, the target of this exploitative activity is also an institution. It's an organization, perhaps it's an entire society, and to an important degree that we do not appreciate enough, exploitation depends on the cooperation of the target. This is a fundamental difference between deception and military brute force, right, where you can kind of kick down the door and get your way. In deception, you depend upon the voluntary but perhaps unwitting activity of the target to make that exploitation possible. And finally, because a lot of this is happening on the sly, you're deceiving the target would rather not be deceived, security becomes important. Now, security is a normative problem as well because it involves expectations of what may happen if this operation is discovered or compromised. At the very least, it may result in the loss of tactical and technical capability. Perhaps there will be political consequences as well. So norms are also being used to encourage behavior that avoids those consequences and helps to preempt the counterintelligence activity of the target. Okay. Let's try and put a little bit of meat on some of that abstraction by talking about a couple of advanced persistent threats. I'll talk about an early APT before digital technology was much of a thing. And this, of course, is the famous case of Kim Philby. Kim Philby was a member of the Cambridge Five, famous spy ring, and he was recruited by the KGB as an idealistic young college student, and then joined the British Secret Service, fought largely loyally during World War II because the Soviets and the Allies were on the same side against the Axis, right? So people weren't paying attention to intelligence risks amongst allies, okay? Philby was really a member of kind of the British intelligence establishment. He had these strong bonds of trust and solidarity that had been built with his fellow intelligence officers. Okay, so we've got this organization, the KGB, running a traditional human intelligence operation. Human intelligence works through things like dead drops where you leave information, cutouts who can convey information. These are all indirect means for moving information in and out of an organization. So Philby, while operating alone forward in the British SIS, depends on the support of this organizational platform. He has access through this common culture that he participates in and is able to simulate with alacrity. He also has the cooperation of his benighted colleagues who are somewhat gullible, to the extent that even when there is some suspicion that falls on Philby, his colleagues go out of their way to absolve him. This includes James Jesus Angleton, the notoriously paranoid counterintelligence chief of the CIA, really went to bat for Philby, who couldn't possibly be a bad guy. Now, he, of course, was a counterintelligence officer, right? So this was a counterintelligence operation, one intelligence organization penetrating another with an agent who became a counterintelligence agent, which gave him a great cover for meeting with his handlers, right? Because he'd say, oh, I'm going to go meet with those dirty traitors, but really he's getting his instructions. And then once there's some suspicion on him, he has to start taking a lot of time to worry about his own security. So he's operating for about 10 years as an active spy, and then another 10 years kind of evading and deflecting suspicion. So that's kind of a canonical case of good old-fashioned human espionage. All right, let's fast forward to another KGB operation. KGB, as you know, after the Cold War, splits into the FSB and the SVR. And we've all become acquainted with the SVR because of its involvement in this operation called SolarWinds. Same organization, a lot of preparation, a lot of experience conducting computer network exploitation. Intermediation is more complex. There are more cutouts and dead drops, cyber equivalents thereof. Its access is not just through common culture, but through common infrastructure, through densely integrated supply chains, through common protocols that make it possible to gain access to the target. Much as Philby was a trusted counterintelligence agent who had access to very sensitive parts of the organization, the Orion product was designed to keep software systems up to date, to patch them, to improve their security, right? You've all heard that you should patch your systems. That's what Orion was there to do. But that trusted access, that cooperative access, right, created this tremendous exposure. Okay, the attacker was very concerned about security. There are kind of many kind of technical tricks that were involved in this two-stage attack. And again, the Hall of Mirrors really presented itself once again. I have this quote up there from FireEye, right, private security firm that was kind of first announced this, and they said, there was a counterintelligence operation against us, a private intelligence firm who provides counterintelligence services, and they got our counterintelligence testing tools, and now we're going to have to deactivate our own tools, right? We're going to have to run this CI operation against ourselves. So again, these are kind of layers within layers of these kind of deception and counter-deception relationships that characterize intelligence of any kind. But whereas Philby was persistent for 10, if not 20 years, right? This is something that was discovered and disclosed relatively quickly, okay? So about a year of activity, and then weeks to days in the amount of time between its private discovery by firms and then its public announcement. Okay. Now,
Provocation number 3. I'd like to put forward that when we think about cybersecurity, we should be thinking about intelligence instead of warfare. I'd go so far as to call it the marriage of intelligence and information technology. We all know that any wedding should have something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. I will be borrowing lots of things throughout this talk. My conclusions may make you a little bit blue. But getting on to something old, right? Espionage is as old as time. It really kind of breaks down into 3 categories. Intelligence actors are very, very good at creating secret information channels to pull information and assets out. Collection and theft. They can push information and assets in. That's sabotage if you're breaking something, influence and disinformation if you're trying to change opinions. And this important category, which is too often overlooked, Max Smeets in the last panel brought this up, is this issue of secret diplomacy, right? Using intelligence to talk to people or build relationships or share information that you don't necessarily want to share in the public. I would actually argue that the Stuxnet operation was as much about the United States reassuring and restraining Israel to avoid an airstrike against Iran as it was about countering Iranian proliferation. And then lastly, security against these activities. And that can be trying to block them altogether, operational security or OPSEC, or maybe more actively using deception against the deceivers, and that's counterintelligence. Now, these things now happen. They've been happening for a long time, but they now happen by, with, and through digital media. But the differences are impressive, right? First of all, highly digitized, which means the mediation, which always enables, cutouts and dead drops or whatnot, is now highly mediated, right? So there's lots and lots of kind of paths and routes and cutouts and things that go through and layers of abstraction in order to enable access. A lot of this is automated, okay? So we're not just looking at human agents, we're looking at automated agents and software that are sometimes acting fast, sometimes acting slow. The factor of scale is tremendously important here, okay? Philby was devastating for British operations and it exposed a lot of American CIA operations, but that was kind of it. That was bad, right? It was really bad for kind of the Albanian covert operation and several other agents were probably executed because of Philby, but it was kind of contained within this really, really tight circle of Western intelligence agencies. When you look at SolarWinds and you're looking at 18,000 organizations exposed and perhaps 100 agencies that were exploited by the second stage of this operation. So there's a tremendous increase in scope, the variety of operations, scale, the number of operations and number of machines and people, and organizations that can be affected, and complexity, the relationship across these things. And finally, we see a great deal of civilianization, okay? These are operations that are operating by, with, and through civil society and the digital infrastructure of civil society. Civil society are sometimes active actors in intelligence. They certainly provide the media through which it translates, and they are also increasingly the targets of many intelligence operations. We've also talked a lot, especially in the last panel, about the information security industry and the increasingly important role that it plays. And interestingly, through this process of convergent evolution, that it starts to resemble and take on and rediscover a lot of the intelligence and counterintelligence techniques that government organizations had pioneered on their own. Sometimes this is because people move from one entity to the other, and there's this revolving door, and sometimes it's a functional rediscovery of the same tools, techniques, and procedures. Okay, now the question naturally arises, is this difference in degree so great that we may actually be looking at a difference in kind? And I think that's why I'm going to raise this as a provocation rather than a purely formed and defended thesis. Okay, so maybe cybersecurity is intelligence. Maybe I've persuaded you that it makes sense. So what? Well, the problem is that international relations, while it's thought deeply about war and peace, and pretty deeply about deterrence and coercion and cooperation, actually hasn't thought a great deal about intelligence. We've got millennia of intelligence history, and historians are getting better and better at providing that information for us. And there is an international relations on how intelligence works, right? How intelligence bureaucracies interact, how they process information, psychological and organizational biases in analysis, the fraught relationship between intelligence organizations and their political customers, the politicization of that information. We've got decades of a very rich literature, but only recently have we seen international relations scholars start to really probe into what use is deception or secret diplomacy or secrecy in general from a strategic perspective, okay? Why do policymakers choose secret tools? When does it work? Right? Do they do it alone? Do they do it with allies? These are strategic rather than bureaucratic organizational type questions. So there's a lot of exciting work that's coming out in this realm with Lindsay O'Rourke and her work on covert action, Austin Carson, Michael Poznanski looking at how international law may encourage states to engage in covert action so they can protect their law-abiding reputation. Right? So I'm going to propose that maybe we need to kind of think about all of these things together and ask ourselves, have we missed an important category of politics in theorizing international relations in general? Okay. So I'm going to spend the rest of this talk painting in broad brushstrokes, perhaps doing great violence to a lot of concepts that are near and dear to your heart. And I'm going to try and paint 4 general logics of politics. By logic, I mean things that connect means and ends, okay? So if we go back to the basics, we think of politics, who gets what, when, why, and how, right? The ends, there are multiple actors. Some of them want the same things. Some of them want different things. They may work together in common institutions to do it. They may work by themselves, okay? So let's think about 4 different combinations of these considerations. Number 1, and I'm gonna go ahead and pick a patron saint or a philosopher to represent each of these perspectives. So here, of course, is John Locke, and he will be my mascot for this classically liberal view. This is a very, very diverse set of ideas. Nobody agrees on all of the details. But in general, the answer here to why do institutions exist in the first place, why do we want them? Well, we have common institutions for the common good. Okay? People get together and they create states or they create firms or they create organizations because it helps them to live a better life in some way, shape, or form that they'll argue about and try to persuade each other about what these means are. There will be a common law to which everybody is subject, and I would also include in that common measures and standards and technical protocols that allow people to communicate more effectively and efficiently. There will be fair judges who are able to apply this law, okay? And there'll be some means of enforcing it so that you have common institutions that apply equally to everybody. There'll be coordination problems, right? There will be actors who will use soft power to persuade each other, discursive means, rhetorical framing means, right? To try and create norms that help make sense. So most of our conversation in this room, and certainly when I would argue most discussions about creating functional information architectures kind of fall into this category. And who wouldn't want to live there, all right? On the opposite, right? Go from classical liberalism, let's go to classical realism, right? And this is that opposite state of war, right, that Locke was trying to get us out of, right? But Clausewitz, right, this Prussian soldier who kind of thought a lot about the essence of war, wants to spend some time really, really taking to the extreme, right? And this is a world not of common institutions and common interests, but highly agonistic interests, okay? And actors who are relying on their own unilateral military power to impose their desires on the other. Instead of fair, balanced law and predictable information systems, we have uncertainty, fog, and friction. Instead of fair and unbiased judges, right? We have the violent passions of the nations, right? Instead of fair enforcement that applies to the polity as a whole, right, we have ruthless rational strategy of political actors trying to get their way. Now, Clausewitz is very, very skeptical about intelligence, right? Because intelligence is information, and information is scarce in a highly, highly competitive world, all right? And if you're living in a world where you want to get your way and you can't trust your information systems, then you invest a lot in mass and redundancy, okay? You do all kinds of Clausewitzian things like aim for the center of mass of the opposing line, okay? Because you're going to use all of your unilateral capabilities to try and overwhelm the other side. Fundamental world of dueling interests and autonomous means. This is kind of the world of classical realism. Now, modern security studies is interesting because it has this kind of third option that is not quite liberal, right? Economists came up with this idea. Here's Thomas Schelling, right? Nobel Prize in economics. But not liberal, right? We're talking about kind of ruthless strategy, trying to get your way. This is the advent of deterrence theory, and interestingly, it's encouraged by a technological revolution, right? Nuclear weapons, which are this kind of Clausewitzian movement of violence to the extreme, but so extreme that violence becomes useless for war fighting, but Schelling tells us useful for coercion, right? Useful for communicating what you want, for communicating what the consequences might be. And in this passage that I've kind of cited here from Arms and Influence, Schelling points out something that we often miss when we're thinking about coercion, which is kind of the broad covering term for deterrence and compellence. He says, it only works because there's agreement on both sides that there may be outcomes that are preferable to war. All right? If you have completely opposed interest, then deterrence is not going to work. It's only when there is some zone of agreement that you can have some kind of bargaining outcome, right? And so the question here is not about how do contests of strength work in the Clausewitzian world. This is a story of communication, credibility, and resolve. So when we talk about signaling, when we talk about bargaining power, we're in this kind of interesting place where you have some degree of commonality in ends, in interest, but you have threats of the unilateral use of capabilities, in this case, military power. So, there is another category that is between peace and war. There is another Skywalker, right? But this is the opposite of deterrence, right? This isn't the use of the means of war for the ends of peace, right? This is the exploitation of the means of peace for the ends of war, right? Deception is as different from deterrence as war is from peace. Now, for my mascot for this category, I had lots and lots of choices. This is a talk on cyber. I could have gone to the founding moments of computer science. We could have talked about Alan Turing. And Turing, of course, looks at the ability of machines to simulate other machines and the limits of simulation. And he talks about whether or not machines can simulate people, or poignantly, whether a man can simulate a woman, right? And, or we could have talked about Claude Shannon, right? Claude Shannon gives us this mathematical theory of information, but it's anticipated by a mathematical theory of encryption, all right? And that's because the problem of getting a signal through the noise is actually very similar to the problem of disguising a signal as noise. So isn't it fascinating that the founding moment of computer science is really about thinking about simulation and dissimulation, right? It's kind of baked into the technology itself. I certainly could have talked about Machiavelli, right? No stranger to deception and deceit. Machiavelli, of course, counsels the prince that you should be both a fox and a lion, because the fox has no defense against the wolves, but the lion has no defense against traps. So he's telling us that lions and foxes are different creatures, okay? The Clausewitzian lion that can go to the extreme, right? That's something different than the use of stratagem, the use of deception. But for the sake not just of historical and cultural diversity, I'm going to kind of go way back in time to the world's first cyber theorist. This, of course, is the Sun Tzu Bingfa, Sun Tzu's Art of War. I do this for several reasons, right? Many people that write and think about cyber strategy are drawn to Sun Tzu, so much so that it's almost a cliche, right? I almost shouldn't be talking about this, but there is some kind of there that is worth looking at, all right? Sun Tzu is interesting in many ways, right? Clearly says, well, war is about deception, so much so that it almost doesn't feel like war anymore, right? Be where you're not, when you're close, look far, when you're far, look close, right? There's a focus on efficiency, all right? Rather than kind of that Clausewitzian effectiveness, right? Put as many resources in as you need to get the job done, right? This is about, hey, if you come up with the right stratagem, if you come up with the right information, then you're able to precisely target your effects. You're able to precisely influence somebody. You're able to steal really valuable information. If you're on defense, then you know where the attack is going to be. If you're on attack, you know where to target your troops. Or perhaps you can reach that Sunzian acme of excellence, which is to win without fighting, right? This is kind of the myth of cyber war, its essence, right? Is that I'm going to use mere information without an army in order to best my adversary, okay? So Sun Tzu taken to the extreme really is the story of what can you do with cyber war. I would say rather than either a liberal or a realist or a rationalist like Schelling, Sun Tzu is largely a pragmatist. And he's a pragmatist in two ways, right? First of all, he's obsessed with knowledge and practices, all right? Thinks that knowledge is kind of the main thing that makes war and politics work. But he's also a very colloquial pragmatist in that sense, here's a bunch of things you can do. You need to figure out the right thing to do in those very specific circumstances. Okay, so let's put those all together. Here's that 2x2. I'm a political scientist. If you haven't figured that out by now, our world comes in 2x2s. So here's mine. Ends and means, politics as simple as I can possibly get it. Cooperation and conflict on one side, common institutions and autonomous institutions on the other. And those are our four patron saints representing these different quadrants. Now, the Lockean and the Clausewitzian quadrants are the ones I think that we have the best intuitions about, okay? This is peace versus war, liberalism versus realism. This is appeals to reason and persuasion rather than brute force. But then we've got these kind of other interesting categories, okay? Coercion and deterrence theory, okay? A different kind of power than the soft power of persuasion or the use of military power to create facts on the ground. Bargaining power may use threats of military power. It also use carrots and promises and maybe threats of exit, right? Non-use of military power whatsoever. Lots of things can play into bargaining power, but these are all explicit signaling strategies, very distinct from deception, right? Deception is about not signaling at all or creating deceptive signals. This really simple and in many ways simplistic parse of different kinds of interactions, I think highlights a couple of interesting tensions and developments in thought about cyber and cybersecurity. Number one is there's kind of this emerging consensus in the security literature on cyber conflict that these tools are not well suited for coercion. All right. Deterrence sits very uncomfortably with cybersecurity, and a big part of that is these are tools that depend on ambiguity, they depend on deception, they depend on secrecy, and as Dr. Strangelove tells us, if you don't tell the world, right, you don't have a deterrent. All right, so there's this real tension between the secrecy that enables cyber operations and the credible signaling which makes coercion work. Okay. Now, you know, when you look at kind of the American movement and now the NATO movement to define a new cyber doctrine and kind of an American rhetoric, this is called persistent engagement or defend forward, and it's kind of constant contact in this gray zone between war and peace. This is this interesting case where you have organizations that live down in that Clausewitzian quadrant, right? Specialists in fighting and winning wars, which are these rare episodic things, moving up into that Sunzian quadrant, rediscovering the world of intelligence, telling us that, like, this isn't war and deterrence is not a helpful paradigm for us. We need something else, okay? And that something else is now getting a new set of words and a new set of concepts and a new set of dilemmas, which in some ways are not unfamiliar to intelligence professionals. I think it also casts light on this kind of rhetorical construct that you see in almost every cyber paper or cyber report or cyber book ever. Starts with a sentence that says something like, the internet has given us many great things, and we are happy for all of the goodness that it has bestowed upon us, but it's a double-edged sword, and it comes with all kinds of hacking and disinformation and badness, okay? So that's not just a rhetorical tick, right? It is that kind of fundamental relationship between that Lockean and that Sunzian quadrant, right? Cyberspace created for these Lockean purposes, right? But then enabling subversion, okay? That is part of the essence of this particular space. And when we're looking at any particular problem, it's going to be really these overlaps and tensions across these very different logics that will start to become super, super interesting. Okay, penultimate slide here, okay? Problem number 5. So if cyber looks a lot like intelligence, if intelligence is governed by this missing fourth understudied quadrant of deception, okay, what does it mean going forward? How do we think about it? How do we understand it? One of the kind of normative and policy explanations, I kind of said, riffing on Dr. Strangelove again, how do we learn to stop worrying and love the non-bomb, right? This is not war, this is something else. Okay, literally between war and peace, but in exactly the opposite way of coercion. Okay, number 1, I think, is this recognition that norms both enable and constrain deception. Okay, structure is what makes deception possible because you're able to conform to that structure, gain access to a society, appear cooperative, but through that cooperation, conflict. Okay, but if you like what that system is all about, and if you're getting benefits from it, right? China is also engaging in the global economy. It likes to trade, so it wants to preserve some of that system, right? Or more on the Russian side, right? You want to maintain future persistence and you want to keep using some of these same tools again and again. You need to show a little bit of restraint, right? In order to maintain the viability of that same system that makes your exploitation possible. Number 2, I've got these kind of 5 subpoints of part 5 here, right? Potential implications, provocations within provocations. Deception is both democratizing and demilitarizing. What do I mean by that? Democratizing, we already talked about this. This is the civilianization of intelligence. This is civil society becoming an actor, an intermediary, and a target in these complex intelligence, counterintelligence contests that are proliferating. This is the rise of civilian intelligence actors. How should we think about that? And then they're demilitarizing, and this is a word that I have borrowed with delight from Dennis here. And he talks about, hey, well, military organizations are doing a lot of cyber, and we usually say, my God, that looks like the militarization of cyberspace, but is it really? Maybe what we're actually seeing are military organizations that are behaving less and less like military organizations, okay? In the United States, you have the National Security Agency, a signals intelligence agency. You have U.S. Cyber Command, a military organization. They're governed by different statutes, but they've got the same commander, and they've got under the surface the same capabilities and the same operators doing very similar things in different ways. And there's all kinds of interesting nuance here. But this is a military organization that, while wearing a uniform, is doing things that look a lot like intelligence. Okay? So you've got kind of this interesting civil society becoming the arena of intelligence, and you've got traditionally military operations becoming more and more intelligence-like. Third, friction, right? We talk about friction as a bad thing. Clausewitz is all about friction and many different ways that things can break down. We talk about creating friction for the cyber adversary. We talk about the friction that we experience because of being attacked, and there's a lot of breakdown and confusion. But let's keep in mind that friction sometimes is a good thing, right? Friction can also provide traction, right? Deception sounds bad, but a little bit of deception actually is useful, in fact, necessary in our social interactions. This is a theme in the work of Erving Goffman, right? Who looks at ways in which people overlook the violations of norms. People look the other way. People might even cheat on the side. And sometimes that actually helps to reinforce and reproduce the social order of which they are a part. We can't create perfect systems of rules, laws, and institutions. Sometimes you need deception and secrecy to relieve a little bit of the pressure in between, okay? As a result, cyber insecurity, which seems like a bad thing and we want to tamp it down as much as possible, perhaps it's doing some work to actually alleviate the outbreak of even worse forms of insecurity. I think the emerging historiography of the Cold War, of the intelligence contest during the Cold War, suggests that it was precisely the constant interaction between Western and Eastern intelligence services, which was very aggressive and often accompanied with loss of life and proxy wars, right, helped to inform both sides about what they cared about, how far they were willing to go, where they were resolved, right, what their capabilities actually were, right, and it reduced the possibility for surprise, and it helped create some mutual knowledge of what was going on. So to some degree, cyber insecurity may be a useful substitute for what might happen otherwise, okay? And then finally, I'll kind of leave us here that, I think kind of one of the implicit norm that really is starting to emerge with both good and bad connotations is that the real norm is if you're going to do this, don't get caught, right? We tried to work with China and say, let's not do any more industrial espionage. And the translation of that was, okay, well, we're going to take our industrial espionage away from the military that's really noisy and they're moonlighting on the side, and we're going to give it to the MSS, right? These are intelligence professionals. They've got some good techies there, and they're going to stay hidden. So we'll keep doing what we're doing, but we're going to do it better. In general, right? Governments need intelligence, but you want intelligence to do its work quietly, to keep your leaders informed, to help them know what's going on. And when it starts to happen out in the world, and when it starts to get embroiled in the public debate, then things get politicized, and you start to run into all kinds of problems. So again, if a little bit of cyber conflict is actually useful for maintaining order, then we might need to rethink some of our norms against it. I think there's a lot of complexity here that I'm only gesturing towards, and I won't even pretend to have the solutions towards. Now, I'm going to end here. We're in The Hague. I thought what better to end on than this print by MC Escher. He was a master draftsman, right? But he was also extremely creative, right? So Escher's kind of the master of precision ambiguity, right? To say that we need to be technically exquisite in building better and better systems that make us more and more secure, but as we create more sophisticated collective sociocultural systems that allow better trust and better social interaction, we are also creating the conditions that will make more sophisticated abuses of trust possible. Okay? Escher also draws our attention to these kind of recursive tessellations of different patterns that go on and change in different ways. So when we think about those four simplistic categories that I put up together, nothing is purely Lockean or Clausewitzian or Sunzian or Schellingian, however you might say that word. But what you're going to see are blends at different layers of abstraction and to different degrees as actors are working through these trade-offs. And it will create these complicated recursive patterns. And I think finally the thing that Escher really calls our attention to are these strange loops, right, where our studying of the phenomena affects the phenomena itself. Think of Escher's famous picture of the drawing hands, right? Technically perfect, but then they end up actually creating the same phenomena that they are illustrating, or Escher's picture of the artist being reflected in his own art, right? We see that as firms are penetrated and they write reports about those penetrations, the adversary changes its behavior. We learn about that behavior in distorted ways, as we just learned, right? And we talk about it, and that then shapes the way that states think about how they should conduct or not conduct, or conduct more carefully a lot of their operations. So there is this fundamental relationship between epistemology and ontology that is baked into this fundamentally pragmatic domain. So I'll just sort of end with this reflection on this uncomfortable reality that order is not simply the solution to anarchy, but in a more profound sense, it is the wellspring of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Let's have a seat. I have many questions. We have limited time, and I am quite certain there's quite a few questions in the audience as well. I want to prepare you for one thing that is a question that I'm going to ask you at the end, so you can already take that into your mind. You sort of said, when you said, okay, we have something old, we have something new, we have digitized, supersized, civilianized, and you offered the question, okay, is that quantitatively different, right? Is that a difference in kind? Raising the question is one thing. At the end, I'm going to ask you to provide some insight on whether you think that is the case or not. So that's coming, but first I would like to open to the floor. I have nothing online. So who would like to ask a question? I see a hesitant Max Smeets. That doesn't. I wasn't sure if there was that doesn't happen very often, but go.
John, I start off with a very specific question, and maybe in a second round the broader, more philosophical ones, depending how the afternoon or evening evolves. I try to. Please tell me if I misquote you here, but you said exploitation at the start of your talk. Exploitation depends on the voluntary activity of the target, right? You're very familiar with the Stuxnet case more than anyone else. Have studied it, have restudied it. I'm trying to understand what is the voluntary action in some of these kind of operations. So if it is an early infection through a USB worm that may come through a Dutch mole, is then the voluntary activity here that Iran decided to use a digitized system to run these centrifuges? Is that then how I should understand it, or am I misinterpreting your view here?
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, so I said that because I want to make kind of a clear distinction between getting your way through brute force, right, which is establishing facts on the ground over any and all resistance of the adversary, and using the adversary's social practices for your own means, right? So the fact that Iran is using international technologies based on common systems that are broadly accessible, that is kind of opting in to this Lockean system to a certain extent. The fact that you're going to trust this Iranian scientist that has a new startup that's selling centrifuge parts that happens to be a Dutch mole, okay, you're welcoming that threat into your own organization. Okay, that individual, right, has no military power whatsoever. In fact, there was some loss of life involved in the Stuxnet operation. We don't know exactly where it was. CIA lost a ton of agents in parallel in Iran to this at about the same time. So, when your cover is blown, the consequences could be lethal. So the cooperative kind of tolerance of the adversary by appearing to be non-threatening is essential in this case. But in general, and this actually goes to your question at the end, right? We're having to think through the logic of intelligence, which is classically about relationships between human minds. They're now incredibly mediated by these non-human actants, right? So technological artifacts that are based on all kinds of assumptions, but interact in peculiar ways that may be different than what their designers and users expect, okay? So I think we do need to start broadening our concept of deception, and there are some formal ways to think about that.
All right, thank you very much. Then I'm gonna put one in for myself. So you said, at some point you said, okay, deception is not about signaling at all.
No.
And then you, after that, sort of came back and said, okay, there's a tension between secrecy and signaling. So is that what cyberspace is? That's where we're at? Because I think, so the activities we see in cyberspace below the threshold, are they devoid of signaling?
Right, okay, great question. So my answer to that would be, kind of riffing on Clausewitz, who makes this distinction between absolute war going to the extreme, like the duel, right? And he says, that never happens. There's so much friction, you have limited aims, like you usually have much smaller wars for lots of reasons. Deception's kind of the same way. There's this Sunzian ideal of winning without fighting, but that never actually happens. There's lots of other things that you might do, right? So you can burn a lot of capability, you can try and engage in disinformation and deceptive signaling, and that's tough because you're trying to say, I'm not really here, but I need you to see something and do something. And so you get into these kind of really interesting and challenging paradoxes, okay? Like Stuxnet and the 2016, Russian intervention are kind of on opposite extremes, right? Stuxnet is designed to be totally undetected. It was an accident that it was ever compromised, right? That comes pretty close to this Sunzian ideal of trying to do something without actually having to engage. Whereas on the other side, you're trying to actually, change and influence beliefs. But that's only possible because so much of that polity already believes what you want it to believe, right? The cooperation is so great that the disinformation operation is almost superfluous at that point, okay? So I think as you kind of move across these trade-offs, right, you're going to see that it will shape kind of operations and intentions in these systematic ways.
Right. Also, picking up on that point, right, so in the end you say, okay, the real cyber norm is don't get caught, right? And that's actually a very old idea, right? It has to do with espionage, but the corollary to that has always been, at least at the international level, there is some sort of understanding that this is what we do.
Yeah.
Right? So the corollary is, okay, and we can't substantiate at the domestic level, so if we get caught at the domestic level, then there will be consequences, but at the international level, at least, we say, okay, this is roughly within bounds of what we think is acceptable, at least in the sense that we do it too. So translating that to, so coming back perhaps a little early, so translating that to cyber, is that what it is? Is the corollary there as well? Because that doesn't seem to be the case, right? We seem to have increasingly calling out of these kind of operation, questioning them, questioning their legitimacy, and at the same time, you saw it with SolarWinds, right? The official political reaction was, no, this is a disaster, it's bad, it's national security, and then you saw the parallel stream of intelligence officials going, I don't know, this is sort of what we do. So how do these two relate, right? So if the gap between those two becomes too big, what does that do with your gentleman's agreement that this is what we do?
Yeah, great question. First off, you kind of implied this, espionage breaks all kinds of domestic laws. I mean, Philby was breaking laws left and right, so it's not the absence of law. Law tells you what you need to avoid doing in order to get things done. So again, it enables it by providing kind of the deterrent goalpost that you need to avoid. Number two, this is your first question about scale, right? Scale seems to make intelligence easier, but in many ways it makes it harder, right? SolarWinds, yes, it hit more targets, but it also created tremendous exposure for the attacker, right? Philby could be persistent for 2 decades, right? You're lucky to get away with a couple of years, and that time frame, we can argue about whether or not it's decreasing, right? It's harder in cyber. As you go bigger, you're more exposed. So it may be that norm is more likely to be broken in a world of scale, right? Which means there's kind of more need to start to bring it under control. Finally, why does that gentleman's agreement exist? It exists because, spies are useful even when they're spying on you, right? Everybody knows that diplomats are spies, but you need your diplomats around to tell them something every once in a while as well. So, a spy is a communication channel, and sometimes you need that channel to be secret. Sometimes you need it to be influenced. So, again, to the extent that there is kind of mutual utility in that, then you would expect it to be preserved. But it's this scale that's increasing, not only possibilities, but also friction, I think, that we really need to take into account and think about carefully.
All right. Question, Monica and Lena. Oh, over here.
Thank you for the really interesting talk. You said that cyber insecurity might increase global security. And I was wondering if you could discuss a little bit more the scoping conditions for this. So I'm thinking particularly of the Israeli-Iranian cyber exchanges. So that's sort of where my mind wandered to. And I was thinking particularly of the disabling of by Israel of Shahid Raji port and previously Iran's targeting of Israeli water systems, because those are the kinds of cases which I'm sort of trying to get my head around a little bit better, and Israel being so determined to make clear that it was behind that particular port operation.
Yeah.
Shall we collect
sure.
3 questions, 4 even, and then you have the enviable task to integrate it all into one.
Thank you also from my side for that fascinating keynote speech, and please bear with me. I'm digesting the speech and thinking through these questions while I ask them. But I have 2 things I'm wondering about. So on the one hand, you said, deception is, in a sense, demilitarizing, it's democratizing. It is not necessarily destabilizing, but rather prevents something even worse. To what extent then do acts of non-state actors, private companies, but also criminal groups play into that? I'd be really interested to hear your take on that. And then my second kind of query is, you say that the more sophisticated trust institutions we start to build, the more sophisticated the means become by which deception operations avoid them, and that the law is a goalpost that basically signals what needs to be avoided. So I wonder then, when regulating the operations of intelligence agencies, let's take the example of use of cyber surveillance technologies. What do we do then if we're building institutions and legal institutions and thereby just creating essentially the signposts that are signaling what intelligence agencies or maybe even private exporters need to avoid? What's the options that we have?
Okay. Yeah, Bernard and then Francois.
So, first of all, thank you for the great presentation. And my question, it's also based on some of the questions here, but it's mostly about if this logic applies only to what do I call great power politics, or also small states which do not have this kind of influence or cyber power or even digital technologies to do this kind of espionage, and who are not actually part of this kind of gentleman's agreements and of this John Le Carré tales of spies, which you have talked about. So it's actually in this state of deception and interaction between countries, where do small or less powerful states come in?
So I will also thank you for this great presentation and this great discussion. As an international lawyer, I was very interested in the way you spoke about the norms and the regulation and how the law affects the behavior. But my question was more following on what Dennis just said, on this question of when there is a condemnation, how do you differentiate, or how do you take into account also maybe the fact that they may have different objectives through the condemnation and through this approach, or through calling up on the specific norms or a specific regulation? And as you were mentioning for Stuxnet as a Russian operation, which have 2 different objectives, and one was to stay secret, the other one was not. Is it not the same thing with using the norms, using the laws? On one side, it's maybe when it's a great power relation, maybe there is this dimension that you want to condemn something and you want to have actually an international relation effect. But in most of cases, it's not just a domestic effect, and to compensate for the fact that you missed something. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. lots of fantastic questions that I hope we can kind of keep this conversation going for a while. I'll try to organize my thoughts on all these. First of all, the question, Israel and Iran and some of these kind of very provocative intelligence, operations. I mean, this kind of goes to the heart of this question of like, is cyber conflict destabilizing? And the right answer to most of these is never categorical. It's under what conditions, would you expect it to be destabilizing? And I think, research is starting to suggest that those conditions may be a little bit more precious than we expected, right? Everybody's priors were that kind of like cyber conflict would be inherently escalatory. But, like Jackie Schneider's running this whole series of war games where she like really tries very hard to get people to escalate and has a hard time getting people to escalate from cyber conflict, okay? How to explain that, who knows? There's some other kind of empirical research that also, suggests that like escalation doesn't happen. And part of the reason it doesn't happen is that cyber doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? When you see cyber, there's things you don't see, and the things you don't see can be as informative as the things that you don't see, right? If you see somebody that has a lot of military capability, they decide to use intelligence and cyber operations, they're also telling you that like, I don't want to pull out the big guns. I don't want to go there. Maybe by using cyber, I'm telling you that I care about the situation, but I also care about trying to keep it under control. All right. So I think that's part of the story, and that's kind of Austin Carson's story, and he tells a story about like the processes of covert action can kind of start to establish these norms and boundaries within which you stay, and if you don't, you might escalate. Okay, that's one possibility. There are other possibilities. Like I'm very much not excited about offensive cyber operations versus nuclear weapons, right? Because I think you get the kind of worst combinations of deception and coercion working together in this really counterproductive way, right? You need nuclear weapons that both sides understand the balance of power and the balance of possibilities. One side's got a penetration to the other side that they can't reveal. Now, each side has reason to think that it can stand fast in a brinksmanship crisis, and somebody's going to decide that we are now in Clausewitz world and not in Schelling world, and that's a bad world to be in when nuclear weapons are on the line, okay? So like, there are going to be these conditions under which, like, cyber will be very, very destabilizing, but they'll be destabilizing because you have these interactions across different logics. I think that's really the key thing. So like, when you see Israel doing stuff with Iran, like, that's bad. I would rather live in the Lockean world and have none of that happen. But I also don't want to live in the Clausewitzian world when you've got like full-scale militarized exchanges in the Middle East that are dragging the United States in, and who knows, like, and now we're in yet another forever war, right? Like, that's the worst possibility. So like this gray zone is not a pretty place, but maybe it's preferable to something that's even worse. Like, that's kind of the flavor of this logic, which makes it hard to say, like, I'm not endorsing that, like, hey, I like all these spy games, this is good, we should be doing a lot of this. Like, no, that's not a good thing, but we might want to recognize that the international system does create these incentives and release valves and has this weird phenomenology that creates this turbulence, which is destabilizing, but other things could be worse. Now, it also means that destabilization could start, and James Shires and Florian Egloff have just written this wonderful paper kind of like broadening the concept of violence in cyber and really calling attention to, hey, it may not be physically violent or physically destructive, but this kind of like constant ongoing exploitation and insecurity that is kind of introduced at the human security level could be, a deeply, deeply undesirable world that we're going to live in. But again, that's this kind of gray zone world of deception and its interaction with these other logics that I think we're only starting to unpack. I'm not saying that I've discovered something new. I'm just trying to paint this portrait of this kind of like set of things that the cyber age is starting to highlight and starting to force all of us to look at, and that we've been looking at for the last couple of decades, right? In the same way that nuclear weapons made deterrence theory relevant, deterrence wasn't new, but it was newly relevant, cyber has made deception and all of its paradoxes and ambiguities and liminalities relevant. They were always there, but now they're super salient and we need to start unpacking them or keep unpacking them.
Okay, then I'm going to pick up on that because we're already over time and heard you back towards the question I already announced. So you say, okay, So it's not new, deception is not new, but cyber has made it more relevant. I think you made that point really well. But the question is, okay, what does that do with intelligence agencies and intelligence operation? And does that mean that this combination of cyber and deception, is it a difference in kind? Is it something where we have to think about differently than we used to think about intelligence?
Yeah, great. And in answering that, let me get back to a couple of the other questions that I totally neglected about non-state actors and criminals and middle and small powers. I think these are all terrifically important, right? I mean, like we used to have this idea that cyber was this asymmetric tool that would, empower lots of weak states and, give people voices on the good side or, create lots of terrorism on the bad side. But, if it is enabled by these kind of institutional systems that, enable, shape, and constrain deception, right? And I think we're really realizing that, it makes stronger players, stronger in many ways. It creates, more potential for the exploitation of the weak by the strong, or of civil society by other states. So, again, I think there will be these paradoxes that need to be unpacked. The question of criminality is also interesting, right? I mean, crime that's happening in cyberspace is not happening in other places. Does that make it better or worse? You can kind of talk to both sides of that. What's interesting talking to people that look at vulnerabilities and kind of criminal activities, there's actually not enough crime. If you think crime is merely caused by vulnerability and activity, there's a ton of vulnerabilities that don't get exploited or not getting exploited fast enough, or things that are exploited that don't get monetized. And well, why is that, right? And part of it is that kind of the friction and organizational institutions that are needed on the criminal side to actually convert that into advantage are more significant than we appreciate. This is sort of an analogous story to the one that Max told with kind of cyber capabilities on the state level. So maybe that more dense rule-bound environment, which does create potentials for criminality, is more tolerable and more preferable. I'm not totally sure. I also haven't completely made up my mind on private sector offensive cyber operations. Clearly there's, the NSO stuff, which goes too far. But then you look at what Citizen Lab, which is kind of NSO is their bête noire, and how do they go out against it? Well, Citizen Lab does a lot of quasi-offensive cyber operations, right? That look a lot like kind of reconnaissance and really focused intelligence, and sometimes they're running their own human counterintelligence operations. I could tell you some interesting stories there, right? And so in order even to find out what states and non-state, miscreants are doing out there, you have to engage in this intelligence world, which is profoundly ambiguous when it comes to offense and defense and activity and passive detection. So again, I haven't totally made up my mind on how to answer that question. As you can see, I'm going to kind of wallow in these paradoxes and ambiguities for a while here.
All right, then I think we'll leave it at that, unless you want. I know this is an ongoing project. I know you are working on a book on this, so I think we're all egging you on to work on it and to get it published, because I think a lot of people would like to read it. I think we don't often end on a high note where the keynote speaker says there's not enough crime, so I want to thank you for that one too. So thank you very much for the talk. Thank you very much for the discussion. That wraps up day 2 of the Cyber Norms Conference. Thank you all for your attention online here in the museum. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we will reconvene and go further with the conference for our last day. Lots of good panels and Herb Lin as the final provocation to send us off into the night. Thank you very much. See you all tomorrow.
Great. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks so much.
Thanks.